So thank you to Suspension Direct as well. We're going to tell you more about them later in the show. They are on for 2022. Thank you to SDI guys. And Travis Mark's going to be a big benefactor to these guys coming on, and we'll tell you why. And thank you to Renthal as well. Renthal has been on the Steve Mathis Racer X show for a couple of years now, and Renthal has come on over to the PulpMX show as well. You know the name, you know the brand. They are the absolute pinnacle in when it comes to motorcycle handlebars and sprockets and more. Grips, of course, renthal.com. You look at Honda, you look at Kawasaki, you look at KTM, the best riders in the world use Renthal. So thank you to Renthal for coming on, and we'll tell you more about them as we go on. But my co-host tonight, he has been in studio a few times. It's been a while since he came in because for reasons unknown, he ran his own race team, and he was too busy to come up here. But now he's here because he's got more time on his hands. It's Michael Lindsay. What's up, man? How are you?
It's great. It's a week before A1, and I'm not dying in a puddle of sweat and stress.
Dude,
it's great.
It's good to have you in here. You're back at Vital MX. Of course, our buddy Steve Guyberson taking a step back and enjoying life, and you went back to Vital. You were there. How is it going? I mean, we'll get into the team thing in a little bit, but how's the Vital going in your return there?
Fantastic, actually. Yeah, so before I was there as basically a content creator just on staff, and the guys were nice enough to ask me to come back, and as you said, Guy B is sort of semi-retired, kind of moving on. So yeah, I get to be head honcho and have fun back where I used to be, and it's great because like everything about that job I know really well, so it was fairly easy to step into, even though it's a higher level of responsibility.
You shouldn't have left in the first place.
Steve literally was teasing me about that. Like he goes, "I told you you should stick around a couple years and you'll be running this." And I was like, "You know what? Yeah, he was right." Okay,
all right. He was right, but yeah, so you're doing the shootouts, you're doing bike stuff, the stuff that you're very good at. You're good at shooting photography. You're good at riding dirt bikes. This is all right up your alley. You're back there. I feel like this is a really good move for you, and the site's going to benefit from it.
Yeah, it's been even just been just under 3.5 months I've been back, and we've seen from our end, like what I can see, we're making a lot of improvements on a bunch of stuff. So I'm also glad to see like being able to step into this, being able to help the staff below me, and just be able to make kind of an instant difference was definitely very gratifying and made me feel like I definitely made the right decision.
Did you get more money, though? You got more money this time than you did last time? In case you got more responsibility, right? So
yes. What's the old saying? Sometimes you have to leave to
Dude, I left Racer X. Racer X came to me and said, "Hey, man, we love your stuff. You're doing a great job, but we've got cutbacks, and we can't afford you anymore." And I said, "Oh, shit. Okay." So I went to Trans World Motocross for a year, and then Racer X came back to me and said, "Hey, we made some changes. We want you back." And I got way more money coming back the second time. Yeah. So maybe this works. I don't know.
But I was told that before, and it worked out for me. So
Right. So what are you looking – so, okay, I want to get to the Anaheim. We're going to come into all of that. And, again, we've got a great show planned for you tonight. What do you enjoy most so far? Like the riding, the photography, the riding of the test bikes?
Riding,
yeah.
Riding. Yeah. We went in the shootout, and I had rode a motorcycle – once a couple weeks before 450 Shim. Before that, I hadn't ridden in 8-9 months or something. I rode 2 or 3
I think the last
time
you were in, you had your team, and you were like, I hadn't ridden a dirt bike forever.
Yeah, that was the first year I barely. So over the course of 2 years, I rode a dirt bike like 10 times or something. Especially the second year, it was months and months without ever even touching a bike, other than maybe riding it up and down pit lane. That was it. So riding, getting back on the dirt bike is... That's why, like, probably most people while you're in industry, like, I love riding. Like, kind of like Chris in that aspect of, like, that's why I'm here. That was probably the worst part about as involved as the team was the second year, was just, like, look, I work in the industry because I like to ride dirt bikes, and that part's missing, and that's pretty miserable.
Your old rider, Mumford. I'm running a shirt tonight.
You got the Mumford Army, the Arm Army.
The Mumford Army shirt tonight. Thank you to Mumford for the tees. So I got my casual wear dialed in. I'm a Mumford fan. I'm a Mumphy fan. Of course, he's fly racing now, and he's on the Bar X team, and I wish nothing but the best for Mumphy.
Even though you're Blue Crew, you're still RM Army at heart?
Yeah. Oh, no. Listen, I am Blue Crew. This just happens to be Mumford Army, but I am Mumphy, okay? I'm Team Mumphy. So really hope he's doing well, and, of course, Cody Schock crushed it for you last year as well, and he's on to the bigger and better things with those guys, the Phoenix guys. So, at least your two guys, Mark Carson didn't have the year he wanted to, but – he found himself a decent ride, and Cody certainly stepped up.
Yep.
So, yeah.
No, that was everybody. That was kind of at least the one saving grace of when we closed down. Is either people had homes or had a route to a home really quick. So not that we had a big crew, but it was also nice to like, okay, nobody's here is going to be like left out in the cold. They're all going to have a good home.
Are you out of debt?
Oh, hell no.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm in drastic.
No.
Riders are all paid, staff's all paid and everything, but I'm in debt. It's great.
Dude, unbelievable what you did. And we're going to get into it more on the show for sure. How's the forum moderation going at Vital MX? I was directed to a certain thread this week.
Well, you know, they're saying you're worth somewhere between $1.5 or $3 million. I walk into this mansion. I'm sorry. I think the forum's
Here we go.
I'm going towards the higher number.
Because what? I got tall ceilings?
Very tall ceilings. You got a huge fireplace. You've got a bedroom that you have to access from another balcony. Like, what is this?
That's poor construction is what that is. That's poor construction. You should not have a bedroom ever like that in a house, I feel like. But and I love it because I Daniel Blair was busting my balls about it. He's the one who first told me.
Who hasn't? Then they walked in here yet.
Blair was busting my balls about the thread.
Oh, the thread.
Yeah, the thread. And then I went on there, and of course, everyone's a financial expert, right?
Oh yeah,
everyone's a financial expert. So
hey, on the bright side, you had some people defend you, like, what if that's all he's worth for doing all the work he does? So I mean,
net worth is what you have minus your bills, correct?
I think so.
Like, right? That's what you have minus your bills.
Yeah. So when you live in a mansion, you know, it's probably true.
Oh my God, your website. That's your site.
It's great.
Looking forward to talking to Michael Lindsay throughout tonight, of course, and we're going to talk about a little bit of Star Racing team changes. We're going to talk about the Coasts. We think we have them figured out. I want to talk to you about Anaheim 1.
Probably the most we ever had. Like, I'm surprised. There's only 1 or 2 question marks. It's pretty much sealed for the Coast.
Which is refreshing, right? Directing the show over there, making the cameras work.
I don't know. Are they working yet?
Yeah, they're up. We're up on Facebook, on RacerX, and PulpMX YouTube. It's Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Hi.
What's happening?
New year, new me.
New year. Oh, wow, really?
We're rolling.
Not really, because you came in late,
rolling.
And you're super stressed because you forgot about the camera setup from the RacerX show.
Right, I set up the cameras for the RacerX preview show, and I was like, I'll just get them when I come back, and I didn't give myself time to reset them up.
So that seems like a lot like the
I said new me, like old me would have been on top of that.
No. Old you would have also came in later and been like, oh, shit.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Hey, wait, so it's new year, new me, new app?
The app is held up at the port right now with everything else.
Everything else, sure.
So,
I've cleaned up aisles for him. I don't know what else I can do. I've cleared aisles for him to devote.
It's on a ship off the coast.
Hopefully
it gets here soon.
I mean,
what?
It's 2022.
Yeah.
It could be here.
Yeah, it'll be here. It'll be here.
Famous last words. By the way, PulpMX Fantasy, are you playing?
Oh yeah, I'm signed up.
You're in?
I'm signed up to lose so much money. I'm in Championship League. I'm in Industry Idiots. There's a Vital paid league. I have 2 buddies on Vital that start other paid leagues, and then somebody else hit me up about our one today. I'm just take my money. I suck.
Okay. All right,
that sounds very responsible for someone that just mentioned how much debt they're in.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm trying to gamble my way back out.
Well, if you win a Blue Crew, you could win a YZ450.
I'm gonna turn around and sell that thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe in you, buddy.
We got a motorsport.com.
Thank God somebody does.
We got a motorsport.com hole shot challenge too. That's all free to play. So you got a new addition to the game this week.
Hey, I made it easier for private leagues too. I added a search function for users, so now you don't have to scroll through like 30 pages to find out.
Oh, that's actually really good. Yeah.
So I know that's probably our most requested feature. So I got that added in. So that'll be nice for everybody.
Good job.
I saw you guys added mulligans too.
Mulligans, which are doing well, Marks, right?
They are, yeah. People don't want to get left hanging if they wake up hungover and forget to make their picks.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a good idea.
Can you know what you should have done for a mulligan though? There should have been a mulligan and a sketchy mulligan, so it just like added A-Ray, K, like all the work just automatically went for.
Which you could end up with like 400 points, or you could end up with 0. Like whatever. Yeah, either one.
Hey, are you in the pot for A-Ray making the main at A1?
No, I heard about this. It's big money.
Don's been raising money for him. I think last I looked, it was over $3,000, and even Cade put in because Cade goes, "I'll give A-Ray money if he beats me into the main."
We're gonna get into that. I don't like A-Ray's chances, and we'll get into that a little bit. It is you're on camera, so what you just did.
I know. It's brutally honest. I'm going. Cade's got the higher chance in my opinion right now.
Also, taking your phone calls over there in the corner, filling in for the Tits Legendary, who came up sick. It is Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
Hey, what's up? New Year, same me.
Yes.
None of that marks.
That's what I should have said.
I saw you went riding up in the hills, in the snow hills.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh, God.
Until I found a rock in a sand wash, and that part wasn't
Your
fun,
front fender was just destroyed.
Yeah, I did it for Deegan. Front flipped.
Right. Oh, boy.
No good.
You can't be doing that. You already broke your back. Like, calm down, bro.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as I was crashing. I was like, this is not good. But
you're all right?
Yeah, a little sore, but we're good.
Beta life?
Beta life.
Oh, boy. He's a beta guy.
Big beta guy.
He's ready for beta to come in. Big beta guy. And Shorty was when Shorty was in here last time. Shorty said, "I heard you were fast" or something like this.
Well, the rig will look familiar. That's my old rig.
Oh, the beta.
One the beta's taking
nice.
Supercross. Yeah.
Nice.
And they're going to do Supercross next year, right?
Yeah, the following year.
Yeah, 2023. Seems like they're going to be ready to go. So that's exciting.
Yep.
This guy over there, he'll probably end up being team manager at Beta Supercross effort.
He's going to ditch you. He's going to be media / press relations or something over there.
Carlin's still there? Carlin Gardner?
Yeah.
He's team manager, I believe.
Oh, he is team manager. Yep. Okay, yeah. He's a good dude. I'm glad. Good for Carlin. That's awesome. All right, everybody. Again, 702-586-7857. Travis has an LCQ idea. Travis, what's up, man? What are you doing?
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Good. Where are you at? Where are you located at?
I'm out in Simi Valley, California.
Do you want tickets to Anaheim?
Oh, I'd love some tickets to Anaheim.
All right. Thanks to the folks at Feld Motorsports. You're going to get a pair of tickets to Anaheim 1 this weekend. All right?
Awesome.
So stay on hold afterwards, and we'll get your information. But what's your idea for the LCQ?
All right. So we take everyone from fifth back that scored points, and then we do a PulpMX Endurocross main event. 3 laps, all out.
I want to take your tickets back. Honestly, that's ridiculous. What am I going to do? I'm going to hold an arena with logs. What am I going to do? How am I going to do that?
No, you talk to your buddy Pinard, and just be like, hey, dude, let me do 3 laps. Even after his show.
They would give me 3 laps at Endurocross for sure, but how am I going to get all the privateers there? I guess they would go because there's money?
Yeah, they want their $80,000.
Right.
I think we see
how much money
JT and
put
Keepers line up.
Well, it was $90,000, the Yamaha LCQ challenge. It was 90 last year. Wasn't it 90, Marks? Something like that?
It was 70-something.
Oh, okay. 70-something.
Still a lot.
Still a lot.
Yeah.
Still a lot.
Yeah. So, So we're doing it again. We're going to launch it this week. Travis, thanks for the idea. I don't really like it, but it would cause chaos. Stay on hold, all right?
I thought that was your goal. Chaos.
Yeah, but chaos at an Endurocross? I'd rather have chaos at a Supercross.
Yeah.
You know? Travis, stay on hold, all right? We'll get your information.
Cool.
Get his phone number and email, Tallon, please, and we'll thanks to Sean and everybody at Feld for that. So I did talk to Sean at Feld about doing something, and they didn't say they'd do it, but there's a chance. There's something that we could do.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. I don't know how big, but otherwise, I'll just like I said last show, that last race, 5th place will be for all the money, and then I watch the shit go down. So
is there any bonus money if somebody ends up in a PulpMX net during one of your PulpMX races?
100%. You put a dude in there, yeah, I'm in. So it's not a problem.
Who would murder more people for 5th place takes all in your LCQ race, A-Ray or Nick Schmidt?
Well, Phil, I think number 1, because Phil said he will get a 450. He told me that I will get a 450 and race your race. Like I will do it, and I will land on a guy's head. Is what he said.
He can just take trolls.
Right? Yeah. He said I will land on a guy's head. That's what he said. So
he's already landed on a photographer's head. Fuck my ass.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Right. So, so Scuba Steve's on the show tonight. Steve Westfall. He's leaving.
That's
a big deal in the sport.
Very shocking. Super stoked he's coming on because that's one of those things like team-wise, like, okay, do you want to talk about it or not? I know when we were talking about guests, that came up. I'm super stoked he's coming on. Like to, hear what he says. It's interesting just because that team I was thinking about going into this offseason, I was like, man, it's kind of been Bobby's old group. They really stuck together. Yep. So seeing Steven leaves disappointing, but interested to hear what he has to say.
And we'll see what they do for a fill-in, right? Or for a replacement. I
wouldn't be surprised. I think they kind of already mentioned their at least trial period after he's out. I think Murph, who's been doing the race team coordination, kind of doing. I mean, Roger's above that, so maybe they kind of use the tune to do it for now. So you're saying there's no chance that Zach Osborne's coming back?
I asked Zach. He's like, I don't know anything, and I don't think he's playing. I don't think he's lying or whatever. He's like, I don't know anything about it. So we'll see. All right, Anaheim 1 coming up this weekend. Weather's going to be perfect, or looks going to be like it's going to be perfect. Can Barsha seriously pull off a 4th in a row? Can this really happen?
I'm not going to be surprised if it does happen, but I'm also not going to be surprised if it isn't. But I don't know. He just seems to have some sort of magic with the opening round. I'll give it a 50-50.
Really? You go that high, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give him a decent chance.
Right.
Like, I just don't know what is
something about the opener. Yeah.
I just feel like he comes in, peaks early, like just I don't know if it's all the confidence behind it or what.
Yeah.
Just it would not surprise me, not a bit.
So we're doing we did the Racer X Supercross preview videos, myself, JT, and Weege, and we all kind of said, like, my whole take is, look, a change is coming soon to the sport.
Yeah.
Sexton, AC, these Webb's still young enough. A change is coming. Ferrandis, they're coming. But I think for this year, I'm still Tomac, Webb, Roczen are still my guys to get the most wins and the championship out of those three. Or do you think, Michael, Lindsay, that it does change finally, and we see a Chad Reed in 03, a McGrath in 93, a changing of the guard? Do we see somebody come out, grab some wins, and really become a force, or do you see those three guys still being the guys?
I kind of agree with, I think you guys talked about on the show, is I don't see a lot of winners. Just when you go off historic statistics, I don't see there being, I would say the highest winners we see a season is 6, but I'm going to lean towards the usual 5.
Yep.
I feel like, yes, it's time for a Sexton or an AC needs to step up for that one. I lean a little bit out of those two. I lean a little bit more towards Chase maybe solidifying himself this year.
Yeah, AC came out today, grade 3 AC joint, which we talked about that, but yeah.
Which sucks. Weakness shoulder. Does he ride a couple rounds mellow? Does he make it a little worse? We'll see at around. But of the three you mentioned, my title favorite is still Webb going into this.
Yeah.
Just Webb is so
mentally. We all picked Webb too, yeah.
I just, he's too mentally strong. I don't see that with the other two we've mentioned.
And what do you hear about the new bike?
I've heard he's, from reasons they explained at the intro, I would understand why everybody's saying Webb is so much better in the whoops, because they talk a lot about the rear of the bike, the new shock tower design, basically disconnecting the energy applied from the rear of the bike to the front of the bike. The videos I've seen of Cooper,
How do they do that, though? They moved it?
The shock tower on the old bike was part of the center spar that came down. It basically just mounted to the back of the center spar. So every time there was energy being applied to the shock, that energy would travel up the front of the frame to the forks, and vice versa. Now it has a shock tower on it, like a Japanese aluminum frame bike. So off the frame spars come down, you have a separate tower that goes up, so the energy on it's pulling up more on the tower. And you look back at the KTMs, even when Dungey's on it, they've always seemed to struggle with that bike. Even if the guys enter the whoops good, they seem to struggle driving through the full set. I've heard Cooper's 9-day bear in the whoops. The videos I've seen of him look better. Of course, it's the whole, hey, they're at the test track by themselves.
Yeah,
but
faster than ever, right?
Faster than ever, bear never. But everything says that. Everything with the bike looks good. If that change is positive there, that's probably Cooper's biggest weakness is whoops.
Yep.
I don't see, like, there's nothing, what are the other guys doing? Like, okay, so we've got the mystery of Tomac being on another bike. We don't really know if Kenny's changed anything. Like, has Kenny changed anything, got through his sickness? Like, I don't know where he's at with all that. Cooper won last year, and we're saying he's got a better bike, and he seems happier with the program. So
right. Michael Burns, smart guy. He knows the training from Alden's side of things. I don't think Burner lets anything go. I think that Burner's a smart dude. So that end of, like, it's a big question mark, him leaving Webb or leaving Alden. But I like the switch to Burner is fine. Like, The only one, so you say those three, I honestly, I'm 50-50 if I'm saying this is Tomac or Roczen in this case. But if anybody is to dethrone one of them and be that top, replace the next
top
guy,
Ferrandis, because
you do
mental
think,
strength.
okay. I see. I would go Sexton or Adam.
Yep.
To me, Sexton and Adam have what you can't teach, and that's the raw speed, and they need to smooth it out, of course, and need to be more consistent. But what they have, Ferrandis doesn't have. Ferrandis showed some times in Supercross that he was good, but. So, to me, I think I like those guys. I like Sexton or Adam to be the new guard coming in. Ferrandis will be there, don't get me wrong. But,
I just lean towards Ferrandis a little bit. He got hurt coming into 450 last year, right before it. I think coming out of the Outdoor Championship, once again, he's one of the only guys I feel like is really mentally strong in that top group.
Right.
But to what you're saying, if you left me the choice between AC and Chase, based on everything I think I've seen Chase, I lean towards Chase being a little more likely than Adam to step up this year.
Mookie's flying. Mookie's on Alden's program, following it religiously. He's flying.
I hate to say dark horse because I don't know if you can really label Mookie as one, but that's the one I'm the most curious to see what happens. Because I think one of the crazy parts, like even his brother sounds podcast, is like, hey, he is 29 years old, but
Mookie's 29?
That's what his birth said. I hadn't looked it up, but I could swear to God his birth said he's like 29 or 28 now. Can somebody look this up for me?
Yeah, we got this. Okay.
Let Marks actually do something productive.
Wow. Oh, wow.
But what I was saying is, the other thing with Malcolm is not with MCR and stuff, but like this is the first time he's been the
29.
focus. 29?
Yep. October 27th, 1992.
Mookie's 29?
Yeah.
Fuck me. This 2022 is off to a rough start. I'm shocked. I would have put him at like.
Are you shook?
I would have put him. Okay? I would have put him like 26, 27, right? Yeah.
29.
Yeah.
But this is the first time he's been on a factory team where he is the focus of the team as well.
Yeah. And I've told Roger Larson, who helps him with his career a little bit. I've told Mookie's been mismanaged, in my opinion, a lot with the fill-in rides and the different bikes and the different teams that he can't get along with and whatever. There's always two sides to every story. I'm not putting it all on Roger and Mookie, but Malcolm, just when he gets used to something, he's on another team, and just when he gets used to a team, he gets dropped or whatever. Like I don't feel like I feel like he should be doing outdoors for a long time now. Yeah. All that stuff.
I love the commitment. He's doing outdoors. The team committed to him for 2 years. Even though he was at MCR multiple years, it was 1 year deals.
Yeah.
He went to Yamaha. Yes, Yamaha, the Star Yamaha was a factory program last year. And not that he was mistreated, but he was sort of the third redhead stepchild. They didn't have
And they'll tell you he wasn't in shape, too. Those guys will tell you that he wasn't in shape.
And he didn't have enough work stuff. It was just like he was there, but it wasn't the focus. This is the first time he's the focus of the program. Right. He's committed to them. They're committed to him. It's the best opportunity he's had, per se.
Yeah. So you think Ferrandis, Coop's their title favorite, but Ferrandis gets in the mix, wins multiple races, and is top 3 or 4 in points? Like you could see that happening?
I could see him being the one to bust in, and I would. So out of that hierarchy, we said, for me, Dylan's that guy. Right behind him, I say, is Chase, and then AC. And the worst part for Adam is doing the shoulder now coming to the season puts the bigger question mark on for me for Adam for another season.
DV Factory, so
fuck you, you're fired.
That's DV. So
who's DV? Is DV also working with Marv or no?
Yeah, Nichols, Marv, and Dylan.
Nichols
guys, yeah, Nichols too. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, by the way, what do you think of James's appearance on the show?
Absolutely fantastic.
He was great, right?
It was way longer than I thought it was going to be. I didn't think he'd stay on that long.
He told me, how long do I have? And I said, how long do you got? He said, whatever you want. And I said, all right, let's do an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. I could have gone longer, but
it was fantastic.
He was great. Yeah.
The only thing I kind of laugh at, so I went back and listened to his episode 2 this week.
Yeah, did he mention the show, the Pulp Show? Somebody tweeted me.
Yeah, he talked about it, and he talked about it feeling like I think him and Roger talked about it, and he said he felt like it was the best interview of his career.
Oh, wow.
He was super stoked about it. He said also that he kind of talked about, I think, that release being away for racing, just how talking to JT, like how he just felt like none of the prior racing competitiveness. He said it was so nice to just sit down and talk.
Look at that. Best interview of his career, Mark.
I'm pretty sure he said
it was good.
It was.
I was a lot of good feedback.
How about when we asked him about the Finding Stu video, and he's like, I wasn't in a good place.
I like how he goes, I was trying to find Stu.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny.
That fits. It was so interesting. He's talked about it in his podcast and when he was on here as well, is like, just hearing people that have kind of been around him, it sounded like he was struggling identity kind of wise when he left the sport. And he, and like how he's done so far with his show is he touches on a bunch of little things. He's not gone too in-depth on, but he keeps kind of letting out these little hints of it definitely sounded like he was really struggling with, was he going to keep racing? Was he not? Who is he now? And
it's great to have him back. I haven't listened to episode 2 yet. I felt like episode 1, needed some structure, but hey, whatever. I'm not going to complain.
Episode 2 is better. It's still fairly scattered. There was a nugget where he starts to talk about how they got Roger DeCoster to come in his bus to talk to him about riding KTM and how they hand signaled him to come over in the bus.
Like Suzuki days?
Yeah. And how they got him to come over, and they just kind of get on the topic, like you're about to get the nugget. Yeah, Roger came in, and then they got sidetracked on their story.
Oh, damn!
I was waiting for it to circle back.
Yeah, see, that's where if I'm in the if I'm in the host chair, I'd be like, oh no, back up to this Roger DeCosta.
You got to start flying out there to Florida. Right. You got to be in the room.
Yeah, right. Michael Lindsay brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. You use Decal Works? Do you have
Yeah, we do on a bunch of project bike stuff.
They've led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics plastics around. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Cowie, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, Gas. Quality, service, and knowledge. The expert staff will go above and beyond. Chris Kiefer now running Decal Works as well. So Kiefer's run. Nobody goes through graphics like Chris, and Aiden. And DecalMX.com.
Well, no, does Chris really go through graphics? He runs a little cutouts sometimes. I mean, sometimes he doesn't even have them on.
Though. I know. DecalMX.com, code PulpMX to get 20% off your custom graphics. The Red Bull KTM guys, so Webb, AP. We'll talk about AP a little bit too. Mm-hmm. And Marv will all be running Decal Works sponsored stickers on their bikes. Rockstar Energy Husky off-road team as well. Thank you to Decal Works. Use the code PulpMX. Michael Lindsay, brought to you by those folks. Also, CTI. Since 1983, CTI knee braces have remained the trusted choice of professional athletes in leading positions around the world. The rigid carbon fiber frame is streamlined and lightweight, helping to provide functional ligament support and stabilization of the knee. Store.oser.com. You can get the off-the-shelf stuff, or you can get your physician for the CTI customs. Do you have customs, or what do you run?
I think I'm finally going to get a pair this year. I've never had a pair.
You've never had a pair of customs?
Nope.
Oh, my God.
Nope, me and I never locked that one in, and that's one of those little like holy grail items I haven't gotten yet. And I'm like,
I'll set you up. Do you have a contact or?
Yeah,
okay.
Brent, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
I was gonna say I can set you up if you need to, but the CTI braces are great. They got the off-shelf stuff as well. They got something new coming down the line as well, so stay tuned for that. CTI store.oser.com. Thank you to CTI for coming on board. We got Phil Nicoletti coming on as well as Scott Huddleston right away. On the show. Off-Road Warehouse is proud to sort of supporting the Club MX team. And, of course, they were a big part of your effort last year with Mumford and Shock. ORW butt patches on your team, and then this year at Club MX. They have stores throughout the West Coast, Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas, Arizona, Atlanta now. Speaking of the East Coast, Atlanta. Offroadwarehouse.com. PulpMX code to save. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Speaking of Off-Road Warehouse, one of their premier riders, first guest on the show, 250 East Supercross Club MX rider, Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Philip?
Hey, Steven. How are you?
Michael Lindsay's back at Vital MX, by the way, Phil.
I know. Trust me. I know. I check out Vital almost every day. I like to see the gossip.
If you need something about my net worth, it's on there, apparently. So, you know.
It must be. It's pretty high, I would assume.
It's all true, right?
It's all true. All you do is walk into this house, and it's clear it's
What
true.
is the craziest thing you've read on Vital, Phil? Like what?
Honestly, I don't know. Some of the shit actually blows my mind, but it's entertaining. People love chaos and craziness, so that's why they go on there.
Well, I'm disappointed is you are chaos and craziness. There's not more topics about you on there. I'm kind of disappointed now to think about it.
No, trust me. I remember reading the Alessi Nicoletti thread, and that was enough for me for a lifetime.
That's a good point. That was a massive topic, right? That was
it was.
Yeah. And then you got mad at Galdi for that.
I got mad at a lot of people for that.
You did.
But I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to stay off Vital. Especially if it's about a topic of myself. So
right. I feel though, Phil,
nothing good happens there.
I feel like Phil, and thanks to me, of course. I feel like you have. Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Phil has a high approval rating from the fans of the sport. Like I don't. Yeah. I feel like Phil's approval rate is 90%. Everyone likes Phil, whether it's this show or the Racer X stuff, or that he rides with a lot of heart. He's a East Coast moto guy. Like, I think people like Phil.
Yeah.
So
he's got a higher approval rating than Troll.
I'd like to meet those people because I only know the 10% that don't like me.
By the way, Phil, is the ORW thing done? Are we done with? Are you running the butt patch? Is that done?
Yeah, we all are.
Right.
They're on the semi.
All right, fantastic. Good to know.
Yeah,
I was getting conflicting reports of the negotiations, and I didn't want to get involved in it. But
I stay out of it too. I'm just here to ride my dirt bike. I leave the contract up to the higher paid people.
Yeah, exactly. So hey, I was talking to this with Michael before you got on. Can Barsha really win 4 years in a row? Like you were former teammates with this guy. Can he really do it again?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, if those, like I said in your guys' pre-race show or whatever, like what would the odds be in Vegas, to have something like that? Like if he was to hit 4 in a row, I mean, he'd probably make it pretty pretty penny.
Yeah,
right?
I hope he takes a bet on himself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know. With the amount of people, and Bam is a phenomenal starter, and it's possible. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I could actually kind of see it happening. It would be wild.
It would be amazing if he did it. Yeah, absolutely amazing.
I got an over/under bet. Before your East Coast starts, does Troll get a top 15 in Supercross 450 before East Coast?
Is that 6 rounds?
Yeah, 6 rounds.
6 rounds?
Or makes the main?
Top 15. Yeah. Sure.
Are we feeling better? We got softer suspension stuff put in. I mean, how are we looking, Team Troll?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in 2 weeks. Well, since you were here and he hurt himself. Well, not hurt himself, but that was the last time I seen him ride.
Yeah, he's fine physically, right? Like it's just he just tweaked the
Yeah.
I hope so.
I don't know. It's all just going to come to a comfort thing. If he feels good on the track and people and gets a good start,
Hey, so AC came out today. He had texted. I talked to him like last week or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, I hurt my shoulder. I'll be fine." He said, "I'll be fine." That's what he told me over and over. So whatever. He came out today. Grade 3 AC joint separation. AC's got an AC joint. Phil, have you ever ridden with that? And do you know anything about that injury? And how do you think it'll affect him?
No, not really. Knock on wood. I've been pretty fortunate with my shoulders. So knees and ankles not so much. But yeah, I can't comment on shoulder stuff. I would assume for him it can't be good just because he's had so many shoulder issues. So I think that'll just add to the nagging stuff that he has going on. And not only that, but I don't know if that happened to the side with his ulnar nerve issue. I'm just speculating. If it is, it's another double whammy that he's kind of has to deal with. So that would kind of be a little bit of a confidence killer.
Yeah.
If it was me having to deal with something like that. So that would actually kind of suck. So this time of year is hard for riders, I don't know, the holidays and everything. A lot of guys start getting banged up. I don't know if they fall asleep at the switch or what happens, So it's always this time of year. 3 weeks before, guys start cracking or something.
Right.
Something weird starts happening.
So then JB, the day before I came down there, JB crashed and had, he's fine, nothing broke or whatever, but he took time off the bike. He's back this week because, believe me, because the Brayton fan club, the #1 fan club president, was telling me all about JB back riding.
Yep.
How is that going to affect JB? I mean, look, he's a veteran. We got it. But at the same time, that's 2.5 weeks off the bike.
Yeah, but I mean, if he gets this weekend, I mean, it's really not bad. JB's been riding since mid-October. So he was riding outdoors for a long time, so it's not like he doesn't have time logged. So and when we were here, we talked to him like a little bit of time off. Probably, I mean, it's not the circumstance that he wants to have time off, but it's really not a bad time to kind of take a week and enjoy and kind of let the body recover and absorb all the training that he's done in the past, 2.5 months and come into A1 feeling okay.
So you're okay with we're not gonna see a off the pace too badly JB.
Right. No, I don't think so. I think JB will be fine.
Right.
So, and he's always proven in the past that JB's really good in the first 5 or 6 rounds anyway, so comes out winning heat races, podiums, he's pretty good. I think he has a harder time closing out the end of the year than he does the beginning.
For you, Phil, so the last 2 weeks in California, it's been pouring rain, just enough intervals that nothing's been able to drive out. So, everybody's corner tracks, hill tracks, and I kind of laugh different. Some guys seem a little more okay with taking the time off the bike. As you said,
I think Tomac Craig went to Arizona, right?
A couple guys did that. Yeah. So that's what I was going to say, weigh the difference. If you're in that position, how important do you feel really it is after if you've had a solid 2.5 months? Are you the guy that's like, hey, I'll just ride a couple corner tracks on some Supercross suspension, not a big deal, spend some time on the road bike? Or are you the guy driving 5 hours out to Arizona to ride a really crummy Supercross track for 2 or 3 days just to ride Supercross?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it all comes down to with how comfortable you are. I mean, if you feel really comfortable and your bike setup's good and everything's dialed, then yeah, I mean, I'm okay with riding the corner track, riding out in the hills with a little moto track or whatever, but if you still have some stuff you need to take care of, then you got to take the effort and go to Arizona Cycle Park. I know Alex went out there with the Surrey kid, and he said Tomac was out there riding as well, and a couple other heavy hitters, but or some people just want to stay in the routine, regardless of where they have to go to get it done, so I don't know. It's all certain preferences. Like for me, it would definitely have to depend on how I felt on the bike at that point in time. If I still didn't feel comfortable, then I'd be sacking up and driving to Arizona for sure.
Phil, I'm going to give you the name of 4 privateers. You rank them 1 to 4 at Anaheim 1. In the main or out of the main, whatever you want, however you want to rank them. 4 guys. Fast Freddy, A-Ray, Troll, Cade. Rank them.
Ooh. Alex, Freddie, and Cade are a real toss-up.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go with Cade, Freddie, A-Ray.
Cade, Freddie, A-Ray. What about Alex?
Yeah, Alex is first.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Alex,
yeah.
Cade, Freddie,
Alex,
A-Ray.
Cade,
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I don't know. That one's a tough one. Because I see Freddie and Cade ride every day, and Freddie is really good on certain days, but then has Freddie-like moments.
Yeah.
And then
he always has. Freddie has Freddie-like moments. Yes.
Yes. So I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'll have to go with Cade before Freddie for. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're neck and neck as far as speed and stuff.
Yep.
But consistency-wise, I'm gonna have to go with Cade Air on that one.
Freddie oftentimes will look great, and then he'll have like a grenade in his airbox. And and it's just over. It's over.
I don't even understand. I mean, I've seen it. As soon as you see it, you'll understand. Freddie can have a phenomenal week.
Yep.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, then show up the next Monday, and it's just a shitty Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and you're like, what the fuck?
You're like, what happened, Freddie? Right.
Yeah. And he doesn't even know. He's just like, I don't know. It's unexplainable. So.
Hey, before we get Scott on the line here from Motorsport to talk about your the big deal with those guys, Marchbanks, Garrett Marchbanks, lots of hype for Garrett. He looked fast when I saw him there. He's riding west. Marchbanks. I mean, look, until his outdoor season kind of went to shit the second half, sick and crashes and a bike problem here and there, he was really good. And so, what's this kid's? Is it a podium? Is a podium possible for this kid on the West, or a win?
Yeah. I mean, don't want to pump his ego too much, but Garrett has been riding really good. But same as a lot of other Tom, Dick, and Harrys are flying Monday through Friday as well. So it doesn't matter. All that matters is what happens on Saturday night. So I really want Garrett to win a race and get a bunch of podiums because I know he's really capable and he works his balls off. So I think he can do it. He feels really confident on his bike and he looks really good. But yeah, like there's 3 heavy hitters from Star that are phenomenal practicers as well, and all have won races. So I don't know. I don't know.
We got Jet, we got Mosman, Nichols, Craig. Right? All those guys. Yeah. Well, I put Marchbanks on a Thrasher level. I kind of do.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, but Thrasher won 2 main events last year.
I know. It's amazing. He rode great, but I don't know.
I know.
Yeah.
And people forget about that, but it's kind of just like, I really don't know. And then you have, did you say Faulkner?
Faulkner is east.
He's east, I think.
You get to race him.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you get to race Faulkner.
Oh, nice.
Hey, I did the math. There are 33 riders on East Coast that are under awnings per se on teams.
Yeah. And
compared to 22 on West.
Also, Vince is riding West. Real shame that Phil and Vince don't get to battle together. But anyways.
I like Vince.
Well, maybe not on the track. You might not.
Do you like anyone on the track?
Is Mumphy doing West? My guy Mumphy?
As far as I'm aware, he's doing West.
Right.
The Bar X team, I only saw one guy listed free, so is Drake.
Right, okay.
The other 3 were West, last I checked.
All right, that sounds good. Okay, so, Phil, well, hopefully, I mean, look, it'd be really cool for a team like Club to get on the podium in a 250 Supercross. That'd be pretty amazing. So,
yeah, well, I mean, if you want to take a bet on Garrett again this year, I will take that bet with you and take your money again.
Did I take a bet?
Yeah, you paid me $150 last year.
Because what was the bet?
I bet you Marshbanks would podium Orlando first round.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Are you like Truman? You take so many bets you can't remember the bets.
I do not remember this bet. I mean, I paid you though.
He takes the bets and then he doesn't pay him. It's like crying teeth to get the money.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right,
let's hang out with Weege too much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Weege. All right, let's get to our next guest. So speaking of ORW stepping up and helping the PulpMX team, which they are, also our guys at motorsport.com are also on board with the PulpMX team this year. It's very exciting. It's all due to my intervention and everything else. And Phil is signed up with motorsport.com. It's motorsport.com. Scott Huddleston. What's up, Scott? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Steve? How you doing, Michael?
Good. How are you doing, sir?
What's up, Mr. Scott?
No, Phil. Okay, so Scott, listen. Let's. So, have you ever got less out of a sponsorship than Phil in 2021? Has motorsport.com
fucking to it?
Well, I mean, let's be honest.
There was a good injury clause in there, right?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, Scott. There was a terrible deal that I negotiated, and my rider, we didn't come through for you. And so, why did you want to come back on board with Phil?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up, Steve, because I've thought a lot about this.
Okay.
And the more I think about it, and you mentioned it, you were the agent on this deal, so I'm holding you responsible and accountable for this.
So that means motorsport sponsorship of the show is free this year to make up for it, right?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sounds like a good deal right there, Steve.
Listen, I was on board. We were coming back to America. We were going to make our presence felt for the Nationals. And
there's a lot of wheeze. How many bikes you ride on the back of these days?
I know, right? So Scott, but you decided to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. With Phil, despite him not getting all the rounds in for outdoors last year, he represented the brand well. He did a fantastic job of promoting us and showing me respect on the show. Yeah, which I really appreciated, and of course he was always digging on you, and I appreciate that as well. So all those things combined, signing back up, and I can't wait for they call Barsha Bam Bam, and I can't wait to see Nicoletti in 250s when we go East Coast.
Are you paying him per throat slit at all? Throat slit gestures? Is there a bonus for that?
No. Well, I don't want him to get suspended or anything like that. Yeah, go ahead.
I can't imagine like Johnny Rocket from Omaha racing 250 East Supercross in practice up against Phil and the things that Phil is going to, do to this kid if he cross jumps him.
You make me sound so terrible. I'm not that bad.
But no, Scott, that's good. I'm glad you're back. But you're also going big with the PulpMX team. That's awesome.
Yeah, excited to be with the club team. I had actually conversations a year ago with Mike Bonacci when he came over to club about doing something with the team, and it didn't work out. And then with Phil being part of the team, Alex coming on board, the whole stable. They're getting to be like star. They got like 6 or 7 people on the team. Who knows what next year's going to look like?
Lopes, Furry, Jay Sullivan. Yeah, no, it's a total effort over there.
Yeah, so and it's actually more than that. Myself, Bryce, Amanda, we had a chance to go out and visit the facility a couple of days before you were there, Steve, and the facility itself that they have is pretty remarkable, and we have the opportunity to partner with them and the amateur riders they have there and the practice riders. So it's certainly the team sponsorship and being part of the team and being with some pretty impressive riders for the series. But also just to be able to be there and interact with their customer base that are coming through the gate to practice at their facilities.
Yeah, I missed you by a couple of days. Wow, and I got the tour from Mike and Brandon. Wow, that's pretty impressive, that PulpMX place. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, anybody, Johnny Below can go there and practice in part of their facilities, and they have some really great tracks. They maintain them really well. I wish I lived over there. Shoot, I'd be out there running around on some of those tracks. It's a really cool facility. What I really want to do is go back out there again when they start running the outdoor course. Some of those obstacles look pretty obscene. Those I definitely would not get on.
I don't think you want any part of Osborne's original sand track either, Scott.
No.
Right, Phil? That thing looks a little gnarly.
Yeah, I try and stay away from that as much as possible.
Right. Yeah, the original track that Osborne set up just looks like Lommel, with like white sand Lommel. Basically.
Is that where you go when you're in trouble? You're in trouble there. They make you go ride it. That's the only reason.
Yeah, Phil, do you have to go ride that ever or no?
For what?
Do you have to go ride Osborne's track ever? The original track?
No. I only ride it when it rains. It's not. I don't want to go there for any other reason.
Right.
We it's that's a man's track. I don't know. I sucked at sand growing up, and the only reason I got decent at sand is because of that track, which is kind of not a good reason. But yeah, it's gnarly. And in the summertime, there's no wind. It's covered by trees, and it's pure hell.
Yeah, I would think so. Motorsport.com, of course. Get your OEM and aftermarket parts there. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com or PulpMXShow.com, and takes you to a whole section, a lot of partner deals with us and everything else on Motorsport.com. Well, Scott, listen, we the PulpMX Show, we are one entity that you have sunk some money in that has not let you down. So I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, it took Mark's 2 years to finally put together a whole shot challenge for PulpMX Fantasy, but glad that that's finally come to life.
Mark's just got hammered by Michael earlier. It's really
just going down.
Mr. Scott.
He's going to just walk out soon.
What's that, Phil?
There's no way Mr. Scott listens to your bullshit that comes out of your mouth.
No, I think he does. I think he does.
Is that bullshit including doing Phil's deal?
Right. No, yeah, exactly. I get Phil the FXR deal. I get Phil Motorsport deal. I do more for Phil than anybody else.
I got to give Mark some credit, though. I emailed literally 10 minutes ago because, Steve, in my bad, you always called me Huddleston, and it's actually, there's no E on the end. It's Huddleston. I emailed him, and within 2 minutes, he had the banner up there corrected with the E drop. So
nice.
Thank you, Travis, for jumping on that. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So my bad too, Scott, on that. But
that's cool.
So also too, as we said earlier in the show, PulpMX Fantasy signups this week. We've got a Motorsport.com whole shot challenge game. It is free to play for our listeners. You can sign up. You can just get your feet wet with fantasy if that's what you want. Motorsport.com gift cards as well on there. So that, Scott, this is something that you guys are excited about, and we are too.
Yeah, very excited about it. $50 gift card each week for the winner and $500 gift card for Soupy and then Moto. And then that certainly ties in with our ongoing sponsorship of the Pro Motocross Series and MX Sports with the whole shot. So looking forward to getting that finalized and going outdoors in 6 months or so from now. But yeah, thanks very much, Steve and Travis, for putting the whole shot challenge together. It's a pretty exciting thing for us, and I hope the fans enjoy it.
Phil, are you going to play PulpMX Fantasy this year? Are you in?
Not unless you give me a free membership. I'm not paying for that shit.
Okay, all right. Well, fantastic. We are not. Phil, you could win a YZ450. I mean, you could,
Dude. Yeah, okay. Give me the free membership, and I'll try winning the YZ.
Oh, okay. All right. That's how it works. All right. That's. I don't think.
So I say it's working. You don't get an agent percentage, nothing.
No, nothing. I get nothing. No, I just try to help Phil, and and now, by the way, too, Enzo Lopes running a PulpMX sticker on his helmet. We have stepped up, made a deal with Enzo, Phil. So I hope everything's good with the family side of things and with Enzo's sister and all that because.
Yeah. Everything's great. I'm glad Enzo took my money that I could have had. It's fine. No problem, man.
Listen,
we're supporting immigrants.
Listen, Joe told me this is the right thing to do, Phil. So I'm just following, Joe, and I know you're a fan, Phil. So I know that.
Why not supporting immigrants? I appreciate it.
The country was founded on immigrants.
Every American rider's happy that you're doing that.
I don't know, Steve. Though, are you like Phil's agent for everything? Because what happened to this Rockstar thing? I thought.
Yeah, Phil. What happened to your Rockstar helmet deal? What happened to that?
Rockstar's out. Pepsi's out. I had no idea. That's a Lucas deal.
Oh, okay. We'll blame Myrtle on that one. Yeah.
I got two agents, Steve and Lucas.
We have a guy who just volunteered to pay for your fantasy.
Who?
NRG 781. One of our listeners.
Oh. How much is the fee? $30?
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Scott, can we add $30 to his deal, like for 2022?
We might have to up his sponsorship for next year. Yeah.
Whatever you pay him, add $30 just so he can.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to play, Steve. You guys make it so complicated with the handicap.
Half the people playing don't know how to play.
It's not complicated.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how to play.
We just published a new video thanks to our guy Roto. It's a new how to play video. It's on the PulpMX YouTube channel. So Phil, no excuses.
Okay, no.
Mark,
here's the deal.
are you
If you give him the 30, if you get somebody to pay for his entry, just give him a bunch of free mulligans and he can use those.
Can you imagine?
He's our mulligan
Can you
test
imagine
guy.
Phil paying $30 out of his pocket?
No.
And then playing, and then getting so mad at A-Ray or whoever when they throw away a main event
Him
finish,
or Cade or Troll or
right, just furious. So
yeah, I don't need that sort of stress in my life. I got enough stress already. I don't need PulpMX fantasy weighing on me as well.
You're going to have a lot of people picking you for Minneapolis and so on and so forth. So,
Mr. Scott, do you play this or no?
I regrettably do, yeah.
Like the rest of us, he regrettably tosses his money away.
Yeah. See? See?
So freaking frustrating.
Yeah, I'm out. I don't think I can do it.
Can you at least play the whole shot, motorsport.com whole shot challenge? That's literally you pick the man to get a whole shot. That's it. Not even first to the finish line. It's just whoever gets officially credited with the whole shot.
And that's a different entity.
Yes, different entity, free to play. Can you do that?
It's on the site. It's still on the same site, but it's just a
You
different.
said
It's a
free,
separate
it
game,
perked him
so
up.
you don't have to do anything, Phil.
Okay.
For each gift card you win, I'm going to deduct that from the sponsorship fee.
Yeah.
Wait, who's cheaper then, Phil or Weege?
Weege is cheaper because Phil will spend money on good food, like Whole Foods and stuff.
Okay.
Where Weege will not at all, anything. So, yeah.
He'd rather have the value bag of chips from freaking Costco.
Weege dropped his mom off at the front of a Dunkin' Donuts to use a coupon, and then he drove through the drive-thru and used the coupon because it was only one per car.
You're kidding me.
That is a true story.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's where Weege is at when it comes to cheapness. Phil will at least spend some money.
So can we get Davey to take us to a steakhouse this year and just ruin Weege's money saving again?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can totally. Hey, Scott, too, by the way, our buddy Kay Clayson, also a friend of the show, he has been using motorsport.com to place some orders. That's awesome. So he's
thanks for connecting us.
Yeah. So one of the top privateers this year has been buying things from motorsport.com and getting great service at that. So yeah, that's all right.
And he pumped up our gearheads, and we set him up a little sponsorship and got to meet him actually out at club when we were out there as well. So I'm glad to have Cade part of our little program as well.
Also, so what besides Phil, Scott, who else on the club team, kind of perks your interest a little bit for motorsport.com? Like, what'd you see when you went out there and talked to them and hung out with them? Which guys did you kind of enjoy talking to besides Phil?
Well, Amart, of course.
Yeah.
Amart was fantastic. Amart, Phil, Bryce, and Amanda and I went out to dinner. It was great. We get the bill, and of course, Motorsport covered it. But Phil offered Alex to pay Phil's bill if I was open to that.
Right.
Amart. But what I'm really excited about, and you guys already talked about it, is Marchbanks. Last year he did really well coming out of the gate, and he was just on the club team at the beginning, late 2019, leaving Kawasaki, or 2020, excuse me.
Yep.
So a full year on club, really excited about what Garrett can produce. And actually, I didn't know Jace was going to be on the team, so pretty cool to see how he does as well now that he's getting healed up.
Yeah, I feel like Jace is a little under the radar, Phil, a little bit. Like, I know he's riding east, right? But like, he's had some good finishes.
Yeah, Jace is good. Him and Enzo both have really good talent on a dirt bike. I just don't think they've really had been able to show it on a Saturday night, which is weird because Jace is quite old now.
Yep.
But they both ride dirt bikes really, really good. They both have way more talent than I do. It kind of pisses me off a bit, but they I don't know. I think the bikes are good. I think both of them will have standout years. So hopefully they don't beat me, but I think they'll both crush it for sure.
Enzo has such good style on a bike. Like, his elbows.
I don't even want to fucking talk about
it. He gave him the one compliment. We're moving on. We're moving on.
He looks, he's so perfect on the bike when he's riding. Yeah.
Well, that's why you're sponsoring them.
Right. That's why we're running a helmet deal with Enzo Lopes. Everybody. That's what we believe in Enzo.
That's just what happens when you're a little easier, a little more agreeable on your price.
Yeah, you're just a nicer guy. It's not so hard to deal with. So
hey, Phil, give us your thoughts on the other immigrant on the team, which doesn't have a pulp deal. Maybe it needs one, but no one's really seen Thury ride. What's your thoughts on him?
I think, well, Steve doesn't really like him that much because he screwed him in fantasy so many times. But I think Nick will be better this year. I think last year nerves kind of got to him a little bit. Being on the semi, not really not knowing what to expect, not knowing how Supercross really was working. But he rides really good, especially when it's kind of a little bit muddy and rutted. And there's going to be some West Coast that are going to be like that. So he'll be a main event guy every weekend for sure. So,
I like the fact that he's a dog guy because I guess he brings his dog everywhere apparently.
And the fucking dog's annoying.
Okay, so the dog's annoying, but I like Thury that he's a dog guy. He seems like a hell of a nice guy. But dude, every time I picked him last year, he would just crash and burn. He would be good in practice or qualifying and then, go backwards. I picked him 2 or 3 times, and then when I didn't pick him or couldn't pick him, he would crush it. So that makes it like even angrier with the guy where you're like, bro, like I see what you can do. You're 12th or whatever. Like you're a good rider. And then, okay, I'm picking you next weekend. Oh, there he goes, sending it off the track. So I
don't pick him anymore.
Yeah, I know, right? It's PulpMX fantasy. This is what the game does to you, everybody.
How about the game? This would be a little bit of an algorithm, but add when you pick somebody over and over when they score bad. Can you just pop up a little menu that just says, "Are you really sure about your poor choice?" Like your poor.
Well, we have that with A-Ray. Yeah. So we are covering our bases with that. Yeah. So
hey, Phil, I'm kind of curious. So of course on the team, even though you said Jace Older, you and Troll are of course the most experienced veteran of the team. There's a lot of younger guys on it. Of the two of you, who do you feel like has the better advice for your teammates? Which one of you has a better guiding light per se?
I don't know. I guess it depends on which guy you're dealing with. I think Alex is better with the softer side of things. I don't really know how to explain it. It all depends on the topic, I guess. When it comes to maybe manning up or yelling at somebody, I can kind of handle that. And, kind of like caring for him or whatever, being a baby. Alex is on that side of things a little bit. But it's like, I don't know. I think we both give advice in different ways and different lights. And then, it depends on if they take it or not. I'm not really sure. I might come off a little aggressive for
You might come off a little aggressive? Oh, my God.
Can you do me a little favor with that aggression? Next time you see Colin Park, can you just teach him to punt Osby already?
Yeah. Well, Colin, it's funny you say that because, Colin got hurt, right?
Yeah, I did the elbow.
Yeah. But I didn't really know Colin, but he's actually a super nice kid. I was kind of giving him a hard time, but I thought he was going to have a decent year, but his crash kind of, my first day on Supercross, literally the first 4 minutes down there, and I just see him completely auger himself. And I'm like, this is great to see on my very first day in the first 4 minutes.
Seeing dead bodies going through the air.
Yeah, somebody snapping their forearm right in front of me. I'm like, great,
Are you happy, Phil, with your bike setup? Are we still testing, or are we at the point where everything's good and you are just ready to go?
I'm still going to do some testing. I'm going to come out and test with Gilly between A2 and San Diego, or San Diego and A2 that week.
Yep.
And do a little stuff. But I got another shock last week. It's been raining here nonstop as well, like it's been in California, so I haven't really been able to test a whole lot of stuff. But tomorrow we'll be able to get back at it and see. But I feel pretty comfortable right now. I mean, still not super up to speed, but still got a month and a half, so I'll be okay.
Scott, just another deal I did for him. I forgot about that, the KYB deal. Just another thing, Scott, that I did for him.
And you're not getting anything out of it, right?
No. My friend's just getting factory suspension, and I'm getting, I just get shit on. So yeah, that's another thing. So I don't know. It's frustrating at times.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. He is going to give me that one. Motorsport.com. Please check it out for all of your online needs. And again, I tell people this on the podcast. If you have an issue with motorsport or whatever, email me using a contact form on Pulp. I will make sure that Scott gets a hold of it or Bryce, and we handle any questions at all from motorsport.com. It's terrific to have them on board with the show, and terrific to have them on board with Filthy Phil Nicoletti as well. So, I mean, it's great, Scott. You really elevated our show as well.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that, and very happy to be part of the program with Pulp and expanding it into the whole shot, and certainly Phil and the rest of the club team. Looking forward to A1 here in 4 or 5 days.
Do we have any sort of requirements for Phil on the podium for motorsport, like for motorsport promotions or anything else? Have we worked that out, Scott? Anything like if?
Oh no, we got to figure that. We got 6 weeks to figure that out.
Yeah,
but, we'll figure out something. Yep.
Plenty of time, he said. Well, thanks, Scott.
There.
Thanks for coming on. We'll see you this weekend, right, at the race?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Make sure we run into each other. Text me or call me, and I'll come see you wherever you're at. So.
Yep, will do.
Do you have a suite, by the way, for this week?
Wow,
no, hanging out with somebody else.
Okay.
Oh, you talking to Lindsay?
Yeah, like I want to come into a suite, but
Wasserman's got a suite. You can go hang out there.
Oh, do they? Oh,
yeah.
Agent can hang out with an agent.
Yeah, maybe
you're an agent, right?
I am truly an agent, so maybe I'll do that. Yeah, we'll check it out. All right, Scott. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
See you, Mr. Scott.
See you later.
All right, that's Scott Huddleston, by the way, from motorsport.com. He's been in studio a few times, and great guys. Phil, big part of your program, and we're tying it all in here together.
Yeah, and Mr. Scott's been awesome to me, and so is the whole motorsport crew. So I am actually really grateful for them.
You have I'm a Comeback. You have motorsport. You have Muck Off. The club team just crushing it this year.
Yeah, and big title sponsors nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
Big money's rolling in.
But nothing going to you, Phil.
No, nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, exactly.
It's all right. I'll take it on the chin.
All right, Phil. So we are doing a live show in Minneapolis at Inbound Brewery Friday night. So you're going to be a guest on the live show. So.
What day is that?
That's Friday night. Friday night. I don't want to hear about FXR. I don't want to hear anything about FXR. You have to come to this.
Well, if I got a chance to go hang out with Milt and the boys and ride snow bikes, I'm going to do that.
I witnessed the last time you rode a snow bike. I don't know if I'd say that.
Me too. I know. I was actually just thinking of that, and I just pictured my chain snapping on the fucking thing.
I felt so bad for you because I was right in the midst of Phil wrecks at Bad News Phil wrecks everything.
Yeah.
He literally makes it half a lap on this snow bike, and the chain just snaps over a double.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, we had some good laughs with that. Don't worry. Yeah.
I ate shit. I think Pat ate crap. He ate. It was snow bikes.
Hard. Yeah. So I don't know. So why wouldn't you let me come on with Scuba, Steve?
You can come on with Scuba if you're still going to be up when he comes on. He's on much later, so I didn't think you would. What do you make of that? What do you make of Scuba leaving?
I mean, I kind of know what Scuba was going through, and I know it was a lot on him, and it just comes to a certain point where it's just like, sometimes enough's enough with some things. So I don't know. And he's been there for a long time, and maybe he just wanted to change a breath of fresh air with some stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I respect his decision. He's had a hell of a run.
Yeah, dude. Well, listen, I did it for 12 years. It's a gnarly grind, man. And, he's even doing more than I was, but I get it. I talked to Kehoe for a while a couple months ago about his deal, and it's and Michael, well, you own the team. You are just on that fucking pushing that stone up the hill all year long. So
all day long. And I texted Scuba just hey, I said I had my level of stress, and I can only fathom what it is at that level. It's insane. It's got to be insane.
You can come back on, Phil, if you want.
I'll be sleeping. You and Scuba will be talking so much shit about me anyway.
We are. I have a couple stories, and he's bringing in a couple Phil stories from New York, so I love it. Yeah.
I don't know. He's got a couple good ones. I don't know if they're good or bad, or well, they definitely ain't good.
Good depending on what side of the fence you're sitting.
Which is never on the good side.
Well, for our listeners, it'll be a good
great.
good side. Yeah, absolutely.
Great radio.
I was reading that thing actually, your thing with J-Bone today.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's back.
Rider liaison or whatever he's going to be.
I had to throw the question in there.
I fucking read it. I read it, and he acts like Gallagher. He acts like J-Bone is funny because the way it read, it was just like, oh, Gallagher was right and I was wrong, but there was no way. Gallagher was way wrong and I was right.
I don't even know what he was talking about. He acted like I knew what I was talking about, so I didn't
No,
really know.
I know,
but yeah.
but it just goes way back. Gallagher DQ'd me from a semi, made me go to a fucking LCQ. I was so pissed. So I lost my shit.
What did you do? What did he think you did?
Dude, he said I jumped on. I had won the LCQ, and he docked me 4 spots or something. Or no, I got second. I don't even know what it was. It was just enough to bump me out of transfer spot to put me in
a semi. Yeah, you want
in
a semi.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had jumped. There was a red cross on an over-under, but the over-under was a step-up. So, like, I jumped on top of the tabletop.
Which it happens a lot. That happens a lot.
Which happens exactly.
Yeah.
Have you ever fucking rolled one of those things?
I know, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't. You can't physically roll it.
You disappear.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was fucking trying to tell him. I lost my shit on him. He could have, you know what? I was prepared to get my AMA license.
Hey, did you do the whole try to hand him the bike and dare him like, "Hey, you fucking try to ride it"?
I told him, I said, "You go fucking ride up that thing."
But there's been numerous instances of riders landing on top, like barely getting over it and being fine, and nobody getting docked. You know,
dude. Yeah, no, he fucking docked me. All right.
Yeah,
I was so mad.
So I like John, but he had a temper and he was emotional at times, and you know what I mean. And I just felt like you can't be like that, you know, when you're doing this. So
if I was doing that,
it's J-Bone, Tooley, and Mike Pelletier who are now going to be 3 guys that are going to determine.
If I had that job, I'd want another cell phone.
Yeah, right.
After the race,
all the threats that are coming in.
Yes,
J-Bone's like a nice guy though, so I wonder how he's gonna do. Like, you know, he's gonna be like, "Oh, that's how we see it. Sorry, man." And then like, I don't know, just jump the jumps. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm gonna tell him. I just jumped the jump, J-Bone. What do you want me to do?
I took your advice.
Oh, that's good. No, I'm looking forward to it. I like J-Bone. I think it's gonna be good to have him back at the races, and I like that 3 of them are gonna be level-headed and look at everything, and I hope not so emotional. You know, when they make decisions. That's all. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I think J-Bone's going to get caught, and it's going to be tough because he has so many relationships with so many people.
Yes.
You know?
Yep.
I just think there's too much attachments to that to where, I don't know.
Right.
I think it's going to get tricky.
Right. Okay. Red Dog just texted me and said, "Send me a link to listen to this crap. I can't find it anywhere." Like, seriously, like, dude, I don't even know what to say to people like this. Like, what do you mean you can't find it anywhere? Like,
that's your guy.
Hey, Phil, I got one for you. Speaking of the J-Bone, made me think of this. So, you know, a lot of people think of you as 450 guy, but you've rode 250 career in Supercross. You rode JGR when they were the factory Suzuki team. I think you rode fill-in on a factory KTM 250 the one year, correct?
Yep. In 2010, for actually a lot of the year, because Tommy Searle had gotten hurt.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I have, but back then, like 08, 09, 10, 11, and 12. 11, I was in Australia, but I really didn't race much 250 Supercross. So,
where I guess I was wondering is for you the more of a bike question, club bike. How's it compared to when you were JGR on since that would have been the last time you were on 250?
Yeah, it's quite a big difference. I really like the Yamaha 250F. You know, power, torque, chassis, like it's really, really good. So, and it's just crazy to me how the 250 and the 450 are kind of the same chassis, but how different they are.
Yeah, they are. They're same frame and everything. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's really mind blowing, and I would have never thought that until I rode a Yamaha 250, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah, Blue Crew, bro.
You know, it's just
right.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Did they win your shootout?
Yeah.
A 1 year shootout? Okay, because it didn't win everybody's 250 shootout.
Did it not? Well, of course they didn't win MXAs.
Yeah, somebody's.
Something orange or white does.
Yeah.
I think it was white.
Yeah.
How is it even? It's such a long time ago, but does it shock you how good even like that, like a private team's 250 is compared to like the factory KTM you rode in 10, a Searle's bike? Like,
dude, it's unreal. I don't even know how to explain it. I was talking to I think I was talking to my old man about that, just like how good the production bikes are nowadays. Like I remember being an amateur, and it was just like everything you could do to have like a good run in an amateur bike at 42 horsepower. You know what I mean? Or
now your stock bikes do.
Yeah, now your stock bike blows them out of the water, you know, and they run crisp, and you don't have to worry about them bog. Well, they do still shut off every now and then, but you don't have to worry about the Honda bogs and the Yamaha bogs, whatever, you know. It's just like,
how about we had carburetors flying off in my era, right? So, it's amazing, right?
Well, it shocks me, not that, motor is important, but still being able to see, certain privateers or team guys that end up having a ride maybe early 250 Supercross season, literally on a stock motor 250 just with suspension ECU. I mean, they get around still pretty darn decent.
Yeah.
It's you're right. And you got Twisted doing your motors. They're running a second injector on your bikes, I believe. Those things are great. That's a great idea. And they're fast, man. Marchbanks, Marchbanks is a big dude. And outdoors last year at Colorado and different places, he was no problem.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Jamie Twisted's got the 250s figured out on the Yamahas, and they run really good. And they, I'm not light by any means. I'm 180 pounds. Garrett's 190. You know what I mean? They run fucking good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like the Suzuki was always just like, when I got on 2017, they hadn't done any development on it really since fucking Jason Anderson won on it in 13. So it was just like super outdated, and we're always playing catch up. So it's kind of just like I never really got a fair shake on a good 250F. And then 2018, JGR finally took it over, and Dean Baker finally did the best that he could with it, but still, it was still an old engine. You know what I mean? Like wasn't much that they could really do with it. So now it's just like I get on the Yamaha and it's just like, holy shit, this is what a 250F is supposed to feel like. Now I'm sure the Star bikes are still a little bit better, but I don't think the gaps are as big as what they used to be.
No, I agree. I think in both classes, the gaps are nowhere near what they used to be.
I'd say especially in Supercross. I think outdoors it shines through a little more where it's a straight
horsepower,
but I think like between like a Jamie or Chad, some of those guys, like you can get such a good 250 to race Supercross on now.
Yep.
Like,
all right, Phil. Well, thanks for coming on. Hunter Lawrence coming up next. He's got a live press conference on Wednesday in Costa Mesa, Phil, if you want to come out.
Yeah, I'm bummed I can't make it to it.
Right. Mertz. Dude, Mertz.
Big Mertz.
Yeah,
doing it.
Just crushing the PR side of things. So.
Yeah. So when but before I go,
okay.
Are we going to do a podcast with you since you were here? Because you have to tell the stories that you were fucking telling me, Steve.
Oh, you loved it, didn't you? You loved it.
Oh my God!
I think I've told them all. We can though. We can do another one if you want. I was telling Phil my mechanicking career, like from '96 on.
How many stories involve stuff falling off?
Yeah, no, bikes blowing up, and Phil was just like, "You got to be fucking kidding!" I'm like, "No, Phil." And then this happened.
Hey, Phil, after these stories, would you trust this man sitting across the table from me to wrench for you for one race?
Listen, Red Dog's listening, so I'd appreciate if you guys just,
Dude,
there's
no way.
Do you know how much PTSD he probably has from you?
Listen,
I know.
Listen, national winning, Summercross winning, Bud's Creek first moto winning mechanic. That's me.
You can use all that to try and cover up all the terrible stuff that's happened, but it doesn't work, man.
You were loving it.
You can't bury that.
You were loving it.
Dude.
Hey,
Steve legit had 11-10 style years for fucking 6 years in a row.
Phil.
Not that
Phil,
bad.
Here's the over under.
But the circlip. Where'd you get the circlip from? I got it from the drawer. No, where'd you get the circlip? I'm like, I got it from the fucking container, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Phil, here's what I want to weigh how much you value your life. I give you the option. Ride the 1110 Mods bike for a Supercross night again, or your bike with Steve working on it.
Oh, stop it. Come on.
I'm taking Steve because
Thank you.
I don't know. I'd take Steve's experience. Are we talking about right now or Steve in 1996?
Yeah, back in my prime. Not now. I barely work on my bike now.
Man, I don't know, man. I'd have to take Steve. The 1110 bike was just that's like Russian roulette, dude.
Hey, was that one of those classic? Was that one of those classic situations where everybody says like my bike was running so good before it blew up? If it ran better, where you're like, man, I got like 5 minutes out of this thing probably.
The best 1110 story though is Troll driving to Redbud with his own money and everything else, and he made it 2 laps of practice. They drove all the way to Redbud. His bike blew up 2 laps in, and he sat and watched the whole weekend while Phil rode and everybody else rode.
My favorite was like the one Narco said just about running the bikes through tech with no motors on them.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. We'll figure that out, Phil. We'll do that for the fans.
You need to. That'd be fucking funny.
Thanks for the time, buddy. Appreciate it. Congratulations on the motorsport deal and the KYB deal and the FXR deal and everything else I've done for you. So, yeah, that's,
That's right.
Thanks,
if
buddy.
you know any more people, let me know. Talk
I will.
to you guys later.
All right, see ya. That's Phil Nicoletti, everybody. Hunter Lawrence coming up right now. Thanks to the folks at Firepower, by the way. Do you use Firepower for your guys' stuff, some of it? Do you get some product?
Media stuff I do now. Their batteries are really good.
Batteries are great. They got a variety of chains made in Japan. They've got featherweight lithium batteries as well. Firepowerparts.com. They support a lot of privateer riders in this sport and a lot of teams as well. Of course, they got Firepower Marty team. Marty Firepower.
Marty's running
Jordan
the Firepower.
Smith and Fry.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Firepower title for those guys. That's awesome. So thank you for those guys.
Your boy Phil gets to race them.
Yeah. I like Jordan Smith. I like Jordan Smith. I hope he has a good comeback. He has had some crappy years, and the dude's a really good guy, and he's fast, and I cheer for Jordan Smith. You?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Jordan's had it. He's had it rough.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of rough, this weekend will not be rough for Hunter Lawrence. He will not be racing, but he'll be up in the stands watching. So it'll be a good weekend for him. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. He uses Renthal bars on his Honda CRF 250, whether it's a twin wall bar, 7/8 bar, fat bar 36, renthal.com. More championships than all the other brands combined. So please check those guys out. Great grips as well. They got all sorts of things going on at renthal.com. Really informative website. We welcome Renthal on the show, and they're bringing you Hunter Lawrence. What's up, Hunter? How are you, man?
Hey, mate. What's up, Steve? Happy New Year. How are you?
We're good, man. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, appreciate it. Michael Lindsay's here, and he doesn't even own a team anymore. Now he just works for the media now, Hunter, so it's much better.
Oh, so nice.
What's up, Michael? How are you?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. Can't complain.
What Renthal bar band do you use?
I'm pretty sure it's ironically, is it the Suzuki one?
997 would be Suzuki?
I believe that either 997 or the 996.
Okay, all right. And do you run the twin wall, or do you go crossbarless?
Is it fat bar, baby?
Fat bar, yeah.
The only one that runs a crossbar Honda is Kenny.
I can't take these guys switching. Everybody switches now. AC's gone back and forth 14 times. Like, I don't know what... I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand what you guys are doing all the time. Riders.
He's not. He's got his bar. He's happy.
Mate, honestly, like, when we make silly little changes like that, we're chasing that 0.5% of comfort, 0.5% of something.
Yep.
You know, that's literally what it is.
No, I agree. And when you take your crossbar off, it does make a difference to me. Even a local B vet rider, I feel like without a crossbar, the bike suspension feels better. I feel like that.
Yeah, it's tough. So for me, with the crossbar, like, I could never run them because where the crossbar goes onto the thing, you know how you have like that little rubber bit on the bend of the bar, just past the bend of the bar? I run my levers, clutch lever and front brake lever, so far in that I can't run it in enough. So for me, the twin wall was never an option just because I couldn't run my levers where I wanted to run them, you know?
You know what? Your fellow Aussie, Mitch Evans, has the same problem, I believe.
Yeah, I believe that.
He has the same issue.
Believe that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, so Costa Mesa, Nordstrom parking lot, some mall, Friday or Wednesday.
You guys are building a track.
Yeah, you're building a track. You're going to ride? Like, if the weather's good? Is this what we understand?
Yeah, mate. No, for sure. It's so basically to sum up what's going on.
Yes, please do. Yes.
Basically, all right, in a nutshell.
Okay.
So we train
cut into the chase.
all off season. Yeah. Right? We train all off season. We work our butts off. And there's all this hype. The media's out there hyping up the first round, right? You guys are out there.
Yep.
Who this guy looks fast at the practice track. This guy's looking good. You know, creating all this hype. And the first time that the fans of our sport, get to hear from the guys is they watch a Zoom call.
Yep.
You know. Yeah. So as far as that, you know, in all honesty, we're just trying to put ourselves out there. Give the public access to ask us whatever they want.
Yep.
You know, it could be something dumb like, hey, what are you going to have for breakfast? Or like, hey, what was the funnest thing you did in the off season? You know, like whatever they want, they can come and ask us that, and just give back to the people that, in all reality, you know, keep our sport going. You know, coming to watch us race and stuff. So It's going to be really cool, mate. It's at South Coast Plaza, Costa Mesa. It's free.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay anything to be there. So it's 100% going just to give back, dude. Like it's going to be awesome. Everything's a Zoom call. Everything since COVID, in all honesty, it's kind of been crappy. You know, like it sucks, dude. It's not what it used to be. So it's just trying to get out there, prove that we're not too good for this stuff, you know, trying to say, hey, dude, we'll go there. You can ask us whatever you want. It may be the dumbest question, whatever. We just want to hang out with you guys, give back to our fans. We have amazing fans. We have amazing supporters and sponsors and people within our team. It's just kind of a bit of a party, a Q&A, and then, you'll see us ride a little bit. You know, you can get there early, go shop around. It's a great mall. I love that place. You might see Jet in Tilly's looking for another pearl necklace. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be really cool.
I like it.
I think it's cool concept for anybody who doesn't understand. Like South Coast Plaza is one of the nicest, most like high-end malls in the world. Costa Mesa, we're blocks from the water. Like this isn't like somewhere in Riverside throw an event. Like the fact that you guys are building a track at this location, like that's.
I want to know how this conversation.
This is not a minor effort.
I want to know how this conversation went. I want to know how this conversation went with Mertz and Honda and the mall. Hey, we want the boys to ride, and then we're going to build a track on your parking lot.
So the venue we're doing it at is what makes this even cooler. You know, some people may not care, but to us, it's really cool because it means a lot to us, and I think everyone that attends it is going to have such a great time, you know, like it's literally, we're doing it for everyone else that supports us.
Yeah.
You know, as a fan, as a sponsor, as a whatever, you know, and even if you don't know the sport, maybe you're at the mall and the chance of having some people from outside of the sport, you know, businessmen, companies, etc. The chances of that person coming to that event at South Coast Mall, like Michael just said, it's one of the most high-end malls in America, you know, so it's a lot better than, you know, on a weekend. That type of potential, you know, new sponsor, someone that might want to come in as a title sponsor for the sport, for all we know, isn't, you know, he's not trying to go out on the weekends. He's trying to spend time at home with his family, you know, so, but yeah, back to what I was saying, the place we're doing it at is called Ancillary Studios, and this place it's like people bring their exotic cars, Koenigsegg, one-off Lambos, one-off Ferraris, like, and they photograph. It's a design studios. Jay Leno does his Jay Leno's car garage. In there as well. It's awesome. It's a high-end car place. You know, there's the guy that runs it does album covers and photo shoots for album covers for music bands and stuff there as well, you know, so it's a high-end elite studio of its own, and, you know, we're all elite racers, and it's hopefully going to inspire some other people and teams and stuff to hopefully do more stuff like this in the future.
Well, Mertz, dude, just, you know, he's not working for Phil. You know, he's not getting Phil any deals. He's working on setting up tracks in Costa Mesa for you guys.
The Jay Leno thing's cool because I actually, when Mertz called me and told me this was happening, I remember I was just having this conversation with somebody the day before, was like, look, yes, there's been some cool press conferences here. There's some events that the sport has done, but it's always facing towards the media or the core size sport.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm missing something in between, but the last like event that I can really think of the past era that has tried to connect riders maybe with a different audience on a grander scale like this is, I think, a Jay Leno of Tonight Show when McGrath and Carmichael wanted to set up the track out back of the studio. They did a little Tonight Show Cup, and then we're on the show. Yeah, it's only 2 bits. Still, this is – I was super stoked when Mert said you guys were doing this because that's what it kind of reminds me of, flashes me back to, is when somebody like McGrath was taking the sport – outside of our circle, trying to take it to a more of a mainstream stage and expose new people to
and also, too, Hunter is so well-spoken and such a good ambassador of the sport. And then there's Jet, who, you know, Jet is Jet. So, like, we have the great combination. We have a great pair of brothers to do this, right? Jet's the one that can't really speak all that well, and he's just Jet. And then, but Hunter will Hunter will carry it.
So it you label your brother the most annoying human being on the planet?
Right, the most annoying human being.
Yeah, exactly. So
whose idea was this? I got out at the end of the day. Which between you, who thought like?
Oh, this is all Mertz. This is Mertz. I mean,
does Mertz really get all the credit? Come on, Hunter.
100% he does. 100%. Lucas Myrtle, Jeremy Malat, the crew at Red Bull. Lucas and Jeremy, two great minds, and working together with them to help make all this come true is awesome. And honestly, like, this kind of goes a bit above Jet's head and stuff. But like, I love it as well. Like, I love all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be awesome. The place it's at, the venue it's at, the reality of, like, this shopping mall it does the biggest numbers of any shopping mall in America.
Really?
And
wow.
we're gonna and we're gonna put a little track. It's not gonna be a A1 layout.
No.
Like, it's gonna be something little, and just to do that and put our sport at that venue, I think it's really cool. And it's not to like jam it down anyone's throat. Like, oh, hey, it's us, it's the Lawrence brothers, we're better now. It's not at all like that. Like, we honestly hope that this time next year, there's 3 or 4 other riders, teams, sponsors, whomever it is, doing this, because at the end of the day, all it does is benefit everyone, because it's the sport of Supercross. Like, it's genuinely to get the sport better and bigger. I mean, I know it. Steve, Michael, you guys know it. We think our sport is the best, and it's incredible, and we want it to one day, hopefully, be on the level of mainstream, which is a tough thing, but I mean, nothing's impossible,
Right. By the way, congrats on the Red Bull helmet deal. That's really cool that you did one, and we got Stu's helmet on the desk here, a Red Bull Stu helmet, and it's one of the coolest things I have, because it's a Red Bull helmet.
I will say I am super stoked you got the Red Bull deal. I'm just slightly disappointed because of some of your kits this year were cool, especially, like, I'm a huge F1 fan, big Daniel Ricciardo fan. Love the collab you did with him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hunter
shut up.
thought that was it was okay. I mean,
it was incredible. No, don't worry. There's plenty more. That kind of stuff won't stop. But yeah, I agree, Michael. I was stoked on the helmets, the kits we were able to pull off this year. It's a huge shout out to Alpine Stars. That wouldn't have been possible without Jose from Alpine Stars, Gabrielle and stuff, and our designer David Durham.
Durham kills it.
Having those guys.
Wait, Durham's at Alpine Stars?
Durham's the best.
He's like
Durham.
Yeah, Durham's been doing
he left Fox. He was at Fox, right?
Yeah. No, when they closed down, he was over shift, and when they kind of tapered the staff. So big hint: the first thing that he really did when he went Alpine Star, the Michael Jordan jersey you saw Sexton wear. That was kind of the beginning of Durham doing stuff with Alpine Stars.
Interesting. Hey, Hunter. So Jets riding west. I think that's been planned for a little while, but whether you're a Mitch Payton or whoever, Geico guys, they always tell everybody, be ready for West, because you never know what can happen, an injury strike, and we want you ready to go. But is that a case for you where you're 100% ready to go, or are you kind of peaking for 6 weeks down the road for that East kickoff? Like, where are you at in your preseason prep?
Yeah, dude, it's we've been having some pretty good days at the practice track, not going to lie. We've been having some pretty good days. So, I mean, West is not completely off the table, we've been having some really good days. So I wouldn't say I'm waiting to peak for East Coast. That's not the case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're ready. Like, if something happens or somebody feels like it, you're ready to go. That's good.
No, I mean, we're in a good spot, mate. We're in a very, very good spot. That's for sure.
How's obviously Kehoe, great dude. He steps aside. My buddy Lars is now the team manager. What's that like with Lars? How's he doing? How's he working?
Good, mate. It's good. He's it's funny because I was at Geico when Dan Bentley left, and then Josh Weisner, a good buddy of ours, stepped up into it. And it's after a month or two, you ask it, and you ask him, and you're like, man, dude, like, how's it going?
Yeah.
And they're just like, I'll be real, they're just like, oh man, fuck, like the mental stress is like so gnarly. So, it's good. No, he's doing well. It's crazy to see Eric step down. He said to me, because I'm like, oh man, you couldn't go a few more years, and he's like, well, how old were you in 1980? And I'm like, well, yeah, pretty young.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, well, I've been doing this whole deal since then. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. And, he's like, dude, I'm just, I'm looking for something new and stuff. And so, yeah, but no, I mean, Lars has stepped in and he's killing it. So it's good. It's cool because actually today I found out that Lars's father also was a team manager at one point.
For Honda.
Yeah, for Honda. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
I
bet that's so cool to him and special, like to be in the same role as your father once was. I think that's a pretty cool thing. That's pretty cool. I bet he's stoked on that.
I hope he doesn't get all serious. I hope he doesn't get all super
serious.
He's
been good.
Yeah. Has he?
Team intro, he was so.
We won't let him.
Hey, great example. Yeah. We're at the team intro. These guys are riding the track there, Blackmore Ranch.
Yep.
And was it you, Hunter? He grabbed Lars. Was literally like, "Hey, see that flat track over there? Like, go ride."
Okay.
Yeah. That was really cool. Like we kind of eyed that off from the start, but we were kind of like, it wasn't water or anything. We're like, maybe we're probably not allowed to ride it. And then he pulled me off and was like, hey, go ride that thing. Go check it out. And I was like, yep, see ya.
I remember I saw Lars point you over there, and then after you did a lap, your brother saw you. I thought your brother was going to hit a fence at Mach 10 going to the flat track once he saw you over there.
Yeah, because he said he was like, I wanted to get over there before anyone came over to pull us off, because he didn't know I was told to go ride it. So he thought I just went on there and, someone, Kayla or Lars or someone was going to come, hey, get off there, So he wanted to get there to do a few laps before someone would kick us off.
Right.
Speaking of staff, how's Hutch is on kind of is sort of taking Josh's role for you guys as crew chief for your 250 program?
Yeah, mate, honestly, like, when we found out we were losing Josh, I was, we were so bummed, and I was it kind of sucked because I was like, damn it, like, I love that guy, he was so good, and then we were told, hey, we have a guy like Hutch, his name's Hutch, he's coming, and we were like, okay, yeah, sure, but oh man, like, the guy's awesome, like, it's so good to have, another great guy come to the team, because like, you worry when you lose someone that and you've been with for a few years and you know how good they are. You kind of worry because automatically you're just like, is the next guy going to be good? Or, like you just don't know. So, and no, we're very, very happy. Hutch is awesome. He's contributed to so much in the new bike already. He understands suspension. He understands engine, chassis stuff. Like he's so all well-rounded. Which is huge. He's a massive asset to the team. So, having him, we're stoked. Cool guy.
We got a call from down under for you from Ash. Ash, welcome to the PulpMX show. Hunter Lawrence is on, brought to you by Renthal. What's your question for Hunter? Ash.
Hey, guys. Hey, Hunter. How are you, champion?
Good, mate. Good. How are you?
I hope it's clear, man. I'm awesome, dude. Hey, I do have a question, but before I dive into that, I just want to say, I know Jet's got lots of little 16-year-old girls wooing over him, but I just want you to know, champion, that you've still got a shitload of awesome Aussie moto fans here cheering on for you and just hoping you kill it, dude. So
that's awesome,
just want you to know you got plenty of love from back home, man.
I appreciate it, bro. That's
I do have a question.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, man. So, I've been following your career for a long time and just watched you come through the GPs and then come over to the US and ride Soupy. As much as I love you, man, that first year in 20, like, fuck, it was tough watching you adapt to a Supercross track and stuff. But last year you came out flying, killing it. Your whoop speed was through the roof. I guess what I'm saying is, you've always rode motocross, but do you now feel that, like, Supercross is finally, like, clicking for you the way it should be? And do you feel you're even maybe faster in Soupy now than MX?
Yeah, great question. So, dude, 20 was rough. A lot of it, I never doubted I could ride Supercross. I trained with Jet and was always competitive and stuff, and riding it was not an issue. It was more just my body wasn't allowing me to do what I needed to do, and that's a whole nother story for another day, and it's a lot better now. Last year was the first year I was somewhat healthy, and just that alone was huge. My body was able to do what my mind knew it could and wanted to do. So, Supercross now is definitely even better than last year. I've just had a really good preseason, you know. Last year I got on the bike at the day after Christmas, you know, 1st of January, more or less, on a track. So I had 5 weeks, 6 weeks to prepare. So this year we've had a lot more, and I'm stoked, man. And yeah, I love Supercross a little more than motocross at the moment, just because racing in the stadium, what I looked up to as a kid and watched on TV, it's just so surreal. Like, it's just amazing. And when I'm on the gate before a main event, like, there's literally no other place I'd rather be. Like, it just feels so normal and like I'm at home. Like, it's where I belong. So, yeah, I hope that kind of answers your question, mate.
No, that was awesome. Thanks again for taking my call. You know, we idolized Chad for 20 years. Shit, we still do. But, you know, you and Jet are, you know, obviously really special. So here's to the next 20 years pulling for Lawrence Brothers, man, especially even with your dad, Dazza. He's a
Tell you what,
from all the interviews I've heard.
It's real fucking frustrating as a Canadian to not. I don't have jack shit. Like you have
3 Canadians in Supercross this year.
You had Jeff Leask.
Rollerball, Steve. You had rollerball.
Yeah. Leask was amazing. He was a great rider, and then they went right into fucking Chad and Burner, and these great guys, and then they're gone, and now it's the Lawrence brothers. We stopped at rollerball, and that's it. Like, JSR was okay, and
you got to help build up that next generation.
I don't know. It's just frustrating to see these Aussies, you know. Ash.
Yeah, man.
Hey, so obviously, given you're in Australia, I know you unfortunately can't make it to our press conference tomorrow, Wednesday, at 4 p.m. But this is for everyone who can't make it as well. It's actually going to be live streamed, so you'll be able to see everything that's going on and stuff. It will be live streamed, and you know, that'll be for free as well. So. Oh,
nice! I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sick. I'll be checking that out, man.
Thanks.
I'm a Southeast Queensland boy like you too, so represent the homeland.
Thanks, Ash. Thank you, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, mate.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Hunter Lawrence on the line, brought to you by the folks at Renthal again. Yeah, Wednesday, Costa Mesa Mall. Check it out. Just check it out to see what dumb thing Jet's going to say. I mean, honestly, who knows?
Is there going to be a pop-up store for donuts or no?
Yeah.
I don't know. You just have to come by and see. I don't take care of the donut stuff. That's not my.
Yeah, that's not your end of things. Right. Hey, how's the 83 compound? Obviously, you're out here now, but how was it out there? It looks like it's a stacked thing. We were talking about it on one of my shows a couple weeks ago. Like, what a facility going on, and what a level where you guys are pushing each other.
Yeah, it's good, mate. No, it's really good. It's been hot in Florida, not going to lie. It still felt like a little bit of summer back there, so the cold out here is a good change. But, no, it's good. It's a really great group of people, you know. We got the bottom shop's got Coop, Jet, and Bogle in it, which is, you know, good group of lads, and we talk shit, and we keep, you know, we make it light when it needs to be light, but obviously still do our work, you know. There's no doubt about it. And, then we've got Shane and Max at the top shops. That's cool as well. And we got a few AM guys, and no, it's good. The place is sick. We love it, and it's good to have those lads there. We just got a good group of people, which, you know, is there's no one negative. There's no negative down people and stuff that bring the vibe down, and it's good. Cool. And the level, obviously, I mean, is very high.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. Good luck with this thing Mertz has got going on, and you and Jet. And I'm looking forward to watching it online. And man, it should be fun. I hope you guys get to ride. So weather permitting, you're going to ride. Weather permitting.
We're good on weather next week. There's no rain for the middle.
Should be good, mate. Should be good. I'm pretty sure there was a set of socks there for you, Steve, if you did end up coming.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'll have to get them at Anaheim. Yeah, I won't be down there, but. You know, I do run the Jet Sox now. I'm on the program, so
that's good. That's good to hear. We're good to have you on board.
Thanks, Hunter. Thank you, man.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
All right, see you later. That's Hunter Lawrence. Everybody, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Always a good interview.
Always.
Renthal. Hunter is.
I think one other cool thing we didn't touch on about the event, I forgot I was going to bring up. I don't know if I'm saying too much here, but while there is really cool brands involved that, don't get me wrong, are helping them do this, I know the boys are coming out of pocket to put on this event.
Really?
For the fans. It's not it's like I said, they got great people helping them, but at the same time, you know, in the sense of giving back, this isn't just something that all their sponsors threw together and they're showing up for. They're putting some of their own in on
That's
this
awesome.
to create this event. Which I think is pretty
speaking
cool.
of Hunter and Honda, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. If you are a company and you're looking for some people, go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com and get these guys to list your job on their website. You'll find some of the best people out there. This is a full-time job, an engine builder in Torrance, California for Honda HRC. Yeah,
Yep.
Honda HRC. You can work with Kenny and Jet and Hunter and Sexton.
I think it's engine assembler for the 450 side.
Oh, for 4D side? Okay, yeah, it's just here. Yeah, absolutely. So they're looking for a qualified engine tech to help Honda HRC build works bikes for Roxon and Sexton. This is not a joke. This is an employee position through Riljula, a trusted partner of American Honda. Must be some sort of.
That's how they run all the trucks, all the necessary
Right.
stuff through.
So yeah, this includes building motors. You want to get in with a race team, people? motorcycleindustryjobs.com and go there, and they're looking for an engine builder, full-time job.
Hey,
So
Get
great
to learn
gig.
to all the great people we just talked to Hunter about. Lars, Hutch, all those guys, Ryan Cox.
Yep.
Be around a bunch of real bright guys, and if you want to learn something in this industry, I would jump on that gig.
Yeah, there we go. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com. List your job for free. Upload your resume for free. Find an employee. Find a great guy to work with, and everything else. So before we go to commercial break here on the show, real quickly, some other industry news. We talked about Scuba Steve leaving Rockstar Husky. Well, this man left the Rocky Mountain KTM team.
We got him?
We got him on the line. It's Jericho. Derek Rankin, what's up, man? How are you?
Pretty good, dude. Titans are #1 seed, so
yeah,
everything's looking up for me.
So life is good for you. So, listen, we're buddies, we're friends. I can't believe you just you quit working. What happened? What happened?
He saw the post on Vitals, saw how much money you were making. He thought he couldn't come work for you.
Oh yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah,
what are you
gonna get that media money?
What are you gonna do? Why'd you quit? What happened? What's next for you? What's going on?
Well, man, that's the question, huh? That's the question everybody's been asking me for a week. I mean, it just comes down to just not being over it, because I wasn't over it.
Okay.
I was really enjoying what I was doing. I felt like I was doing a good job. I put together a pretty good program for the boys. All three riders are pretty happy. Well, they were happy. I'm not sure if they're happy this week, but basically it just comes down to one day me and my boss just kind of had a disagreement, and I felt...
Really? Okay.
Felt slightly disrespected, so I made it clear from day one that I didn't really have to be there.
Right.
So...
Wow.
As soon as that happened, I mean, I gave it 5 days, thought about it,
and
then just
wasn't gelling. You weren't gelling. Let's call it.
No, I mean, honestly.
Well,
we were jealous, dude. Everything was going good. Like me and Forrest get along great. Me, Seth, Dylan, all the guys were killing it. All the mechanics, Dalton, Cody, Anthony. Dude, it's a good group that we put together. All the riders, I worked well with them. It just comes down to me and one other guy.
The other co-owner of the team.
In that group.
Right. Yeah, I think we got the idea. Do you want to get back in the industry? I mean, A-Ray said you could get a job tomorrow. He named a few teams that are looking.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't know. It's just kind of a little burnt right now. So, I mean, I'm not against it by any means. I don't feel like I'm totally done with it, personally.
Right. This is the shit you love. You love this stuff. I've been there, dude, by the way. I've been in your spots where I'd never walked off a team like you did, but I've certainly been like, fuck this. I don't deserve to be treated like this. And I've come close.
Yeah.
So I get it. You work so hard and for so long, we're all human beings, and it doesn't take much sometimes for people to be at the end of their wits with the amount of hours and work that you put in on a race team, So I get it. But you love this shit. So Michael, I thought this was I thought he should come back in a wrestling mask. Like the anonymous mechanic or the anonymous crew chief.
Hey, we got a job at HRC. I know there's some jobs at Star. I mean, we're about to have Scuba on the line. Put on your agent hat and get this man the team manager Rockstar Husky job.
Alex is worried for. Alex is really worried for Derek's sanity.
I'm more worried for Alex's sanity on a weekly basis.
Yeah, no, I'm fine, dude.
You're good? Yeah, you're back home in Indiana? You're back
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, Boonville.
Boonville.
Yeah.
Come on,
Pretty
Steve,
nice.
start cranking out those project bikes. Get this man some stuff to work on.
If you hit James up on Facebook, maybe he's got something for you.
Oh man, I'm good.
So have they tried to call you back? Have people been trying to convince you to do something else? Have you just kind of gone on the low key?
Nah, I mean, I've kind of just went off the radar here a little bit, you know.
Right.
You know the deal. But, no, I mean, I've been in contact with, Dylan, the new team manager over there. You know, I realized how I left was kind of shitty as far as, like, putting the load on Dylan and Seth.
Right.
So I made sure, like, I've been talking to Dylan pretty much every day, running him through some stuff, like, said questions. So I make sure
you try to cover it
as much as I can.
Right.
I actually talked to Forrest today for the first time.
Oh boy, yeah.
No.
How'd that go?
Me out, so. It was fine,
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you working right now? Do you have a job? Do you have some money saved up where you can take your time to figure out what's next, or what are you going to do? Is there any race teams out of Boonville?
I mean, no, not really. No, I'm just kind of, dude, it's only been a week, so I'm just kind of chilling right now. Spending some time with the family.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, the past 10 years I haven't really been around, so
no. Yeah.
My nephews and stuff are all like that, like 14 to like 19 range now. So
yeah.
Like you can actually like conversate with them. So like, it's been nice just hanging out with them and just doing went mudding the other day, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, he went mudding. Well, come back. Okay, come back. Get a job and come back. Go back. Get a job where you can like do something on the weekends and then go back to Boonville and then go back. Like do something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, I'm not. I'm open. So,
all right.
If anybody wants to contact me, hey,
does
I'll
A-Ray
hear
need
them
a
out.
mechanic?
What?
Does A-Ray need?
That's where I'm like, hey, get on that team, help them out.
Jason needs help.
Yeah.
I already put that offer out there. He didn't take it.
What?
Really?
I'm gonna call Jason.
Yeah.
This is BS.
Yeah.
Call Jason up right now. Come on.
Unbelievable.
I told him I needed all of his sponsor money. I mean,
yeah, there goes my hero, indeed. Derek Rankin off into the woods. Jeez. Well, yeah, I mean, how was McElrath and Savachi and Anstey looking before you left?
Joey's looking really good. He's going to be one of those. I mean, it's the same thing every year,
Yeah.
Everybody likes to say, "Oh, if this guy gets a start, he's going to be a handful."
Yep.
So
I heard Max was coming quite a ways with Supercross as well.
Yeah, I mean, Max is, the best he's ever been on Supercross. I mean, obviously he doesn't have a whole lot of time on Supercross, so take that with a grain of salt. But I mean, I think he'll definitely improve his results over where he was with the other bike.
Right.
And then Shane, dude, Shane really surprised me. It's just like how easy he is to work with.
Yep.
Like I'm like watching him ride, and like I'm watching the bike, right? And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this bike sucks right now. I'm like looking at it, I'm like, dude, this is not good.
Right.
And then he'll pull off, and I'll be like, all right, well, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
And he'll be like, no, dude, it's good. It's good. Nothing. I'm like,
wow.
Well, you're lying to me, but all right.
Wow. Derek Rankin on the PulpMX show here, dropping the bomb. He has quit the team and gone back to Boonville, Indiana.
You gotta have respect for yourself when others don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
No, I agree, and I've been there, man. I've been on some teams where I'm like, you can't talk to me like that, you can't treat me like that, but I've stayed, but I've been like, fuck you, basically. I get it, man. It's too much work, too many hours, not enough money to not be treated the way you think you should be. So
yeah, I mean, I think it would have been different, say, had what happened gone down, like mid-April, July, whatever. Yeah, I probably would have stuck it out then. But
yeah.
when that happens and you haven't even got to Anaheim yet, you're like, do I really want to do a whole year with this?
Was it something that was brewing, or was it one thing that happened? Or was it something that was a few incidents that teamed up?
No, I mean, there's a couple things on my end, but it really all just boils down to,
Yep.
one thing, one day, just really
right.
not sitting with me right. So, yeah.
Is there
not
any
too crazy, but
any chance you go back? Any? Yeah.
To like the industry in general, or
to the team, if said thing was to be resolved or not, are you for sure?
Nah. I mean, nah, probably not.
Wow.
I think I'm kind of over that one. So.
Maybe, why didn't you get reunited with Bogle over there? Yeah.
Hey, like I said,
Pipes listens to the show. Pipes,
Dusty.
Pipes, call Rankin. Make it happen.
You have to get my number from Justin, but
yeah,
Justin's
and then
number,
imagine you coming in with Bogle and toppling that team, like Bogle left, you left, and then you guys topple the old team. That'd be great. It'd be a pure wrestling. Is that a show or a work or what is that?
I mean, everything's a work, brother.
Okay, all right, okay, got it. All right, I never quite understand that terminology, but now I got it.
Yeah. No, I mean, Justin's got a good mechanic right now. So
well, okay, but go do something over there. I don't know, something. All right, Derek. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for picking up the phone. I wasn't even sure you'd pick up the phone, to be honest. So thank you for that.
All right, man.
Please keep in touch. Come back. We miss you.
No worries.
Why don't you call up your number one rider, McConaughey? Find out what he's doing.
What
about Freddie?
Good, dude.
What about Freddie?
I mean,
you love Freddie.
Maybe the St. Louis, Indy. Everything close to
Boonville.
When you all get close to Boonville, maybe I'll peek my head out a little bit.
Yeah. All right.
Take care of yourself, Derek.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Keep in touch, man.
I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. That's Jericho, a.k.a. Rankin. He's out. Well, does he come back to the industry?
Yes.
I agree. I think he
can't
back.
walk. He can't walk away.
Right. He ain't walking away. Hey, second caller right now, 702-586-7857 gets a pair of tickets to Anaheim 1. Second caller, 702-586-7857. We're going to go to commercial break, and we'll be back. We got Tod Hammock coming up, Steve Westfall, Jason Thomas, more with Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. Stick around. I'll be right back after this, everybody.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
Do you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green.
Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate, as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 1-2-3 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and the folks at DecalWorks. Again, Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, DecalWorks, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acherbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Scoche, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Manscaped, Suspension Direct, Intense Cycles, and a CTI all on board with us as well. And we got Tod Hammock coming right up from Kicker Arena Cross. We have Steve Westfall as well. Thank you to Derek Rankin for coming on. Thank you to Scott Huddleston and Phil Nicoletti, and of course Hunter Lawrence as well. So Michael, Lindsay from Vital MX here. Michael, OGO Power Sports, great company. They got the speaking of jet, they got the Donut 9800 that they're all sold out of already and everything else. I love the 9800 stuff. I love the rig bag for riding. I use the 9800 for traveling. I got their backpack for traveling with the laptop sleeve and more pockets than I know what to do with. But for you, OGO, what is your favorite?
9800 from when I'm always impressed how much look at mechanics at a race when they come in on build day and see how much stuff they can fit in a 9800.
Yeah,
it's pretty impressive.
It's nuts, man. They got great wheels as well, great traveling stuff. And what I do need from them is I've got the hydro packs for mountain biking, which I didn't realize they made, and then they do, and they dialed me in for that. I need a carry-on one from OGO. I got to hit those guys up. Mine is pretty damn old now, but I need the carry-on OGO. OGO Power Sports, email us using the contact form on PulpMX. We'll pass it on to the folks at OGO, and you can get a PulpMX show deal from the folks at OGO. So thank you to those guys for coming on board, OGO Power Sports.
Why do you need a carry-on? I thought you were supposedly going to be done going to the races by now.
That was the plan. That was the original plan. Yeah, done with the races.
And then you bought a mansion. You got to support your lifestyle, so you just keep going, and you add these people and these cameras.
This house is not. This is basically the same square footage as the last house. So you were in the last house. Did you think that one was a mansion? Thank you.
I need to get a tape measure out. I don't believe this.
It's basically the same square footage. It's not the same. It's a little bigger, but it's basically the same. And
views, a pool.
Yeah, I got a
bedroom.
pool.
You have to walk across a balcony too.
There's going to be a ban on house talk on this show from the guests. There will be a ban. We will enforce this ban. There will be a fine jar or something, something like that.
Fuck my ass.
Something like that to get you people to stop talking about the same square.
Wait, you want us to come on a radio show and stop talking?
About the house. All right.
I'll put 100 in the jar now because we're not stopping.
Stop. I'll say, where does this rank up against a topic that you would let go for 2-3 years at a time?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not me. That is not me. No, that is not me.
Are you kidding me?
Again, coming up, Racetech Rant of the Night, racetech.com. You've worked with Racetech guys over there. Great guys, great company. They do a lot of work for privateers, for a lot of race teams out there, of course. Jerry using Racetech. Zombie Blows as well.
Zombie Blows is opening a Racetech suspension center.
I saw that. So that's Zombie Blows' new career move? Like he's still racing, right?
Yeah, racing sure, but he is starting. He's from Phoenix, so it's Phoenix, but spelt different. He is doing his own Racetech center out there. So we got to get him, Colton Fasciotti, together, a couple guys, see who is the fastest suspension tuner in the world.
Suspension tuner, yeah, I like that. Racetech Rant of the Night. Look, I had it all planned a couple days ago for my rant. It was going to be my yearly rant on showing up at Anaheim and not knowing who was racing which coast.
Yep, sorry, you got screwed on that one.
Well, I'm not screwed on it, but this was my yearly rant because, it's insane to me that we would have these preview shows and these podcasts and not be able to know who was riding which coast. Literally, no idea who was riding which coast. It's just like showing up for a hockey game and knowing only one team. You don't know who the other team is playing. You don't know any players that are playing. And that is my Racetech rant. It's been my Racetech rant for, I don't know, Marks, 8 years, whatever.
A lot of years.
And so,
a lot of years.
But then my buddy Paul Parabinos and I and you, Michael, before the show, we were kind of sitting down, and we kind of have the list.
Yeah.
Like, we're kind of good. My Racetech rant doesn't really apply. We have an entry list, and we have some injuries and some crashes that have made guys go to the other coast, and we kind of know what's going on for the coast. Hunter talked about riding west, but he's riding east. We're pretty sure.
Yeah, unless something happens.
Wednesday at Costa Mesa, if something goes down,
Jet just crashes into a wall at the mall.
But and Faulkner had a big crash on the PC side of things. McAdoo had a big crash. They're fine, but they're going to go East Coast. We're pretty sure it's Shimoda and Hammaker for the PC guys. We know it's Jet for Honda, Mosman for the TLD guys. Nichols and Craig and Thrasher, star guys.
Yeah, which we've known for a while. Craig and Thrasher were kind of obvious because Kitchen was injured. Jeremy got on the bike late. The big question mark for them, though, is they did flip-flop.
They did. So
when
we had
Nichols.
Kitchen on the show here, we were going through the math, and I said, well, they're not going to put the number one guys on the other coast. They're not going to do that. And they did. So they're not running a number one plate on a Blue Crew in the coast. And now I talked to somebody that was at one time close to the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I was asking him, like, why would they do that? What is the purpose of that? Like, you would want the number one out there, right? And they said that in their eyes, Bobby Reagan, the owner of Star, would not put J. Coop on the West because he doesn't ride it as well.
Mm-hmm.
The West Coast dirt. He does not ride it as well. Now, obviously, West last year was East.
Yeah,
we already know that.
Everything was East.
Everything was East. So that, was no problem that year. But you get Glendale, and you got Anaheim, you got San Diego, you got Oakland, all a particular kind of dirt. And they said that J. Coop rides East stuff better. Do you agree with that, and do you understand that?
I could argue a little bit. I would think if I guess here's the hard part. I think both Nichols and J. Coop ride East well, but I would agree with him if I had to think of hard pack, I would put Nichols on hard packed over J. Coop. I wouldn't necessarily argue that J. Coop's better at East. I think both of them won titles basically racing East tracks. I think Nichols is great in really rutted technical situations, and J. Coop is as well, but I'd lean towards Nichols he's a little bit better overall form, probably a little better throttle control, maybe a little better on the hard pack. So that would be my end argument, is not the J. Coop situation as much as
Nichols.
I could argue that Nichols is a better chance at winning the West title than J. Coop is.
And Craig is a non-issue for West. Craig is great.
Well, and then like we said, biggest thing is you had 200. The biggest thing is you're not going to put Nichols and J. Coop on the same coast, straight up. You're not going to put them on the same coast. So
my race tech rant doesn't really apply. We got
no rant.
I got no rant. We got Derek Kelly and Carson Brown, Surratt on the West, Schwartz, Mumford West, Vince Freeze West, we know, Mitchell Falk, Mitchell Harrison West, Zombie West, Marchbanks and Thury. Phil confirmed that. So my race tech rant of the night of what the fuck is going on? Swole is West too as well. Speaking of Scuba Steve. So yeah, we kind of know what's going on. Yeah. We kind of know what's happening. So then the East will be Hunter Lawrence, Forkner, McAdoo, Jet Reynolds, Max Voland, Pettis, Pierce Brown, the other TLD guy, Cooper, Martin Kitchen on the Star side, Fry, Jordan Smith on the Firepower Honda team, Phil, RJ Hampshire, Styles Robertson. Again, Styles is recovering from something.
You said RJ.
I said RJ. Lopes, Owen, Peters, and Park, Osby, because Park, we don't know if he'll be ready. But
Park's going to be ready. He's already riding.
Right, so Peters and Park and Osby, the Phoenix team, they're obviously going to be.
Plus
Shock.
They have a 4-man East team.
Oldenburg, we know, is doing that. So
4 guys on the Rides Unlimited team. Brian Hasu from Germany is doing it.
Yeah.
The guy that Osborne's working with, I'm losing. Chambers.
Yep.
So the way I have it right now, I have either 21 or 22 guys on the West Coast that I would call under a 10th that are under some sort of a semi-team.
Yep.
East Coast. I've got, I think it's 33 listed.
Yeah.
There's going to be some dudes that ride under a truck that are not making mains. So
wow, that's also, too, Sleeper, Luke Neese, riding really well for SGB
Neese,
guys.
There's 3 guys on East for them.
Yep.
Han, Neese, and Kessler.
Yep. And that's all on the SGB Honda team.
Yep.
Max's team.
A lot of Hondas on East Coast.
Yeah. So we kind of have our coasts. We kind of have it.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah.
We got a couple of calls. Let's go to them right away. Walker, what's up, Walker?
Hey, wanted to talk to you guys. The new World Supercross Championship and everything going on with it. We saw that news dropping. But, I know you guys were talking about some teams riding it last week. And one guy that I can really see putting together a team for that deal is Yariv Konski. I mean, that guy's made a big push to come in the United States in the last couple of years, and wanted to see how you guys felt about that and see if you guys thought that maybe he might put a team together for it.
Oh, I think he's for sure in, because you look, the series is starting with the Aussie team. I mean, they're going to be in it the first year. But yeah, I'd say so. Yariv, I could be wrong. I don't necessarily know with his U.S. team if U.S. Outdoors is in his plans. I think for what he does, being able to do, I don't even know if there is going to be a real Oz Supercross anymore. Is it going to turn into this World Supercross? It's basically going to be what he's been doing before, but sending some bikes to Europe and then doing U.S. Supercross. So yeah, I think Reeves' group is for sure in.
I see a few guys doing that series if they can work it out with privateer guys for not doing nationals. Just look at the guys that don't do nationals and. Yeah.
Do you foresee any? So I was thinking about this on the way up here. Do you foresee any teams and it's going to be a touchy one because I saw some people like, oh, why wouldn't a bunch of American racers and teams do it? And you have to start thinking about budgets for U.S. teams. Are they going to be allowed to spend their money to send guys constantly on these races? Because right now when guys go do bursting, a lot of them are renting their bikes, paying some of their own shipping costs, etc. But could you see it getting to the point, let's say factory Honda, you've got one guy on it that's racing U.S. Supercross and U.S. Outdoors, and then you have one guy on the team that's racing U.S. Supercross and does World Supercross. Somebody like somebody they have that's maybe like Kenny in a couple years doesn't want to do outdoors. He ends up doing the series instead of team.
I don't see that because that's just more money, right? And these teams are already strapped, and they do 29 races, and that's what they're contracted for. And so I don't see that, but I do see. A good quality JB, those type of guys going for this stuff.
What's got me the most curious is how they end up. I think this would be a big deciding factor, at least in my opinion, thinking about having done a team and what it costs to do it, is how the transport system works. If they do something like if they're all shipping everything together, if a team's cost is like, hey, the bike's built and it's, we don't have rigs over there, if everything's kind of lumped together and shipped together, I could see it catching some momentum if it's easy for the guys to do, if they're not having to figure all these gnarly logistics every weekend. Because especially if it gets country, it might get kind of weird where if it's going from Australia one week all the way over to Italy, that's when teams are like, okay, we have to ship one bike here and one bike that direction.
No, I think if you're the promoters, you look into that. You do that. You try to get everybody on board with that, right? So, thanks, Walker. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, hey, Steve.
Yes.
Is the Manscaped, before I go spend my money on it, is that thing worth it, the Lawnmower 4.0?
Yeah, bro, it's great. I've gotten them for a few people, and yeah, they're fantastic. They're great. High RPM. They got a light on them. They last forever. They don't need a charge, really, forever. No, it's great.
Okay, I might go buy one then.
All right, use the code PulpMX20 to save with Manscaped.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Tanner's on 3. What's up, Tanner?
Hey, bud, I was just wondering, if you're Cooper or Nichols, are you pissed that you're not getting to run the number one? I mean, they're both first-time champions.
I mean, I'm not pissed, but yeah, I kind of want to, I
mean, I would want to.
I mean,
number one's a big honor.
This person I talked to said there is just no way that they think that Jay Coop can ride as well on the West. And I'm like, what? He's a great rider. What do you mean he can't? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see either terrain holding these guys back from winning. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't really get it. These guys try to outsmart each other a little bit too much, in my opinion, these teams do. But, yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't be pissed, Michael, but I'd be like, yeah, I'd want to run the number one.
I think it depends on variables. If both are healthy and you feel if you feel comfortable, if you want to race the coast and you get swapped, I would be pissed. But if you agree with the team, in a way, if you're the rider that maybe feels like you have a better chance of winning on the Air Coast, hey, run number one's cool, but if I got a better chance at winning a title, making the money, I'm going there.
But, dude, what, has anybody been like, oh, Jay Coop, man, I can't ride Anaheim's? I mean, that's just known. Like, nobody says that. Nobody's,
but also the other one, just because everybody's so secretive, any chance Jay Coop's been off the bike? Any chance he's been hurt?
Of course, yeah. No, there is, yeah. But not that we know of. We haven't heard that. But, yeah, I mean, we have people close to that scene. But, yeah, I don't know, Tanner. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. But on the other hand, yeah, like Michael said, if you agree with the reasoning and you get it, then you're fine. But
I do wish, because it's happened. We've had a lot of situations where dudes don't get to defend their number one, a lot of times because of injury.
Mm-hmm.
I understand somebody's going to point out, oh, it's going to be confusing to fans. I think the guys should be able to run their 1W or their 1E regardless of which coast they race. That's just my.
I agree with that.
That's ridiculous.
If you get swap coast,
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
See, I knew I was going to get ridiculous out of somebody.
That's ridiculous. You and Tanner here are off on crazy island with that take. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I know if you're Yamaha, you really would like that one East and one W out there. That's for sure.
Hey, speaking of Yamaha, so you look last year, Star wins the 2 indoor titles and then win the outdoor title with Ferrandis. Being, of course, with almost any team, there hasn't been a top-level team racing both classes for a long time that has this chance. Do you think over the course of the next 2 to 3 years, is there any chance we see Star win every single title possible in a season? With the team they're putting together, could you see it?
Yeah, we could see it, right? Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't predict on it happening, but I could see it. Yes, I think Honda could maybe win everything. Could Sexton and the Lawrence brothers sweep 250s and
they could?
I don't know. Something in my life.
I mean, both those teams, I guess I feel bad saying I didn't think of Honda, but to me that's interesting. You have two organizations that, like I said, between, there being different organizations running 450, 250. When's the last time since like the 80s when factory teams ran both the programs to this level that's actually been an opportunity on the table?
Hasn't happened forever. I want to thank the folks at Cherubies. They're an industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. They got Webb and AC and Barsha, Anderson, and many others along the way running at Cherubies. They fine-tune their products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life with their full line of replacement replica plastic kits, hand guards, disc guards, frame guards, chain block and slider kits at CherubiesUSA.com, ACERBISUSA.com, or follow them on social at CherubiesUSA. What's your favorite at Cherubies? Here's the thing I like about Cherubies. I've used a lot of aftermarket plastic in my life. But Cherubies is spot on with their holes. It fits. It fits perfectly. No matter what it is, it fits. I love a Cherubies for that. It's great. So thank you to the Cherubies for coming on board. They're bringing you our next guest of the night. This man is the owner of the Kicker Arena Cross Series that is kicking off in Colorado this weekend, and happy to have him on. It's Tod Hammock. What's up, Tod? How are you, man?
Steve, I'm good. Thanks for getting in touch with me.
No worries. Thanks for coming on. Big weekend for you. I mean, obviously we got Anaheim, but your series is kicking off as well. Kyle Peters, of course, the defending champion. How stoked are you to get this thing going?
Yeah, we're really stoked. We just came off. We also own the AMA Enduro Cross and had a really strong fall season there. Wrapped things up, got a little vacation there, Thanksgiving, and now we're looking forward to Arena Cross. Back at it again, and you're right, Mr. Kyle Peters coming. He's nominated for AMA Athlete of the Year.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
First perfect season.
Yeah. He's crushing it indoors, and he's making so much money. He won't even tell us how much money he makes. We're always trying to get it out of him.
Hey, he's building a house bigger than yours.
Right. He's building the house. So, this has been a really good thing for Kyle Peters and the Phoenix Honda guys.
Yeah, they're a great group of people, and they really, he shows up ready. He's focused, and he certainly has deserved his awards, his accolades for what he's done with Arena Cross and beyond.
So what are you excited about for the series? What new additions are you doing? What new venues are you going to? What are you stoked about for Kicker Arena Cross, AMA Arena Cross for this weekend?
Well, first off, we're just excited to be back to a full schedule. I mean, as it stands right now, a full schedule back in arenas, stadiums, and that wasn't the case last year. Thank goodness in 2021 when COVID hit was like the week after we finished our series. And so last year played out in some really unusual situations, going to an outdoor motocross track in Tampa. These smaller leagues, we were in towns of like Mississippi and Texas where we could actually still, put on events. But, we made it work. Mm-hmm. We aligned with Flow Racing to be live on TV. And that was a one-year deal that we did with them, and finally, got out of that contract so that we could be where we are today, ready to go.
Nice. Yeah. And what's really cool is I don't know if you do this on purpose, Tod, but your series ends before the East Coast kicks off, right?
Yeah, that was totally planned this year. Yes.
Yeah. Which is great for these guys to jump in and get.
Yeah, because last year KP, I remember it was down to the wire. KP was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Okay, do I race one night and then I fly and do Daytona? Am I doing Daytona? I'm flying for the second night. I remember talking to Eller, and it was like day-to-day decision, like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What's Kyle going to do?
Right. Well, they wanted to keep their perfect record, so.
I think that there's more than enough spot in the sport for an Arena Cross series. I've said this before, and obviously we had Jay on from the Hoosier Arena Cross a month ago or so. There's nothing like, I think there's enough professionals and enough support and everything else, Tod, to have Arena Cross series and make it, just what it used to be, right underneath the Supercross series, and have these manufacturers and teams support it. Do you feel like of course we lost that for a few years there. Do you feel like it's coming back? Do you feel like are you getting more support every year and getting more interest in the series? Are we going to come back to the point where, Mike Kidd was running this thing and it was, crushing it and it was the second series?
That is our direction. We, when Feld let go and their contract expired, we picked it up with the AMA. We've been doing Arena Cross since 1995. And, a lot of our stuff, I'm friends with Mike back in the day, worked with him, and actually ended up buying years ago all the Buku equipment when he finished that series. Yeah. I did. And that was, back in the early days for me. But, then we aligned with the AMA, and, then COVID rolled in on us, and I'm sure that everybody's experienced this. A lot of things went away during COVID. A lot of people were wanting to sit on the sidelines. So now it's, 2 years later, you're going back and you're making these phone calls.
Yep.
Hey, let's get this, let's go. And they're just, they're just not all back on board yet.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But, and you got to keep in mind, you talk to different suppliers or even manufacturers. Nobody has anything. Go try to shop at some of these places. And, we're all experienced it. I'm a rider. You can't buy crap, really. You have to wait on it. So,
Yep.
But it is coming back. And one of the things that, I know you're waiting for me to say is that we do have a 3-year deal with a national, a major sports network. I can't announce exactly who it is because everything's still going to legal. I mean, as great as Christmas and the holidays were, that's for me, that's work deferred. And the same, these people are all gone, and now we've got to get it through legal. And once that is done, we'll be off and running. We'll make the big announcement. We're hoping in about a week.
My sources tell me it could be FS1, Todd. So we'll see. But that's my sources. I hope we are looking forward to something like that. That'd be awesome.
If it's not them, it's something equal or better.
So what we're gonna do is we got the Ride TV app that you can watch the Kicker Arena Cross series from. We have 2 of those apps to give away tonight on the show for free. You can also watch the Canadian Motocross series on this app as well. So what we're going to do is we'll pick 2 people who email us at contest@pulpmxshow.com, contest@pulpmxshow.com. The first 2, let's go. Entry 7 in honor of James Stewart, and entry...
Number 1 for KP's perfect season.
KP for perfect season. There we go. And those 2 people will win a Ride TV app subscription for your mobile phone or for your iPad, for your TV or whatever. And you can watch the Kicker Arena Cross series. So thanks for those guys for stepping in, the Ride TV dudes. Todd, the rumor is number 800 is showing up. Can we confirm this? That the 800 is coming in?
He's Mike's wife is pregnant again, so. And then she's due in February, so it keeps him, his plans, I don't think he can fully commit all the way through. But
okay.
He is coming at least to the first 2 rounds with us. And matter of fact, I was just texting him a minute ago. He's already in Colorado, ready to go. So,
nice.
It's going to be exciting.
Nice. So that'll be really good. Add in Osby, of course, and Kyle Peters, and
is Osby? I think it's Colin. It's Colin.
Osby's there.
Colin is back on the bike.
Oh, he's back on the bike ride.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Colin and KP, 1 and 2 in the series, number 1 and number 2 plate.
I thought Osby was doing them. No?
He only did.
I know, but I thought he was doing them this year.
No, if he wasn't gonna do them, if Colin wasn't back in time, Heath was gonna do them. Harrison. He was gonna go from championship-winning mechanic with KP to building his bike and racing with him.
I like that story.
And best part, I asked Heath, I'm like, you getting ready? He's like, yeah, I've rode once or twice. I'm like, and he goes, I'll be ready.
Yeah.
I'm always ready.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Hey, Todd, so you got Loveland kicking off this weekend. You got Amarillo, Oklahoma, Greensboro, Reno, Denver, all that. There's always, and listen, you love all these events equally. I get it. I understand that. You love them all equally. But if you had to tell our fans, our listeners, like which event is sort of, the biggest one or the crown jewel or has the biggest track or whatever, is there 1 or 2 rounds that, you're really looking forward to this year?
It's funny you asked that question because we just did that round. I've got a one-off event that I've been doing for well over 10 years in Albany, New York at the Times Union Center. It's just next door to the state capital of New York, and it's really a neat, the arena is right down on Pearl Street, which is the main drag right out the front door.
Yep.
And it's these guys flood us with pit bikes, and it's just mayhem because you're downtown New York City, or not New York City, but Albany, New York.
Yep.
Riding dirt bikes and racing in this beautiful facility. And, we've been wanting to try to put it on the series, but it's usually the weekend before Thanksgiving, which is Minneo's. So it just makes it a little bit difficult. But when you ask the question, that's what comes to mind to me first. Now, from there, each one of them are unique. Budweiser's, Fort Collins, Budweiser Event Center's up in Fort Collins, Loveland, and it's always the kickoff, which is exciting for us. Denver's a unique one because it's got a really cool indoor pit, and it just turns out to be a big party in the pits and a lot of fun. Good sized floor too, and then The best dirt on this planet in indoor is the Lazy E Arena outside of Oklahoma City.
It's good dirt.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you can get real creative there. So, but, so I hope that answers some of your question.
Yeah, no, it does. Absolutely. So this thing has been growing for you. Obviously, COVID, you mentioned COVID and the difficulties, but do you feel like you can get to the point here? This is, again, it's an AMA championship. Do you feel like bigger and better venues down the road if this thing keeps going?
Yeah, we do. We're already in works for 2023, trying to get some dates set up. And I see it, if everything keeps going, out of all this crap that we've been in and people I think are tired of it, it's coming back and it's going to be good. Suppliers will have product in, and they got stuff on their shelves. They're like, hey, we got to get this out. So,
right.
Yeah,
I think it's cool too.
Come back.
Honda's on board. I mean, they helped the Phoenix guys to go after this AMA championship. Honda is supporting the Phoenix guys and saying, hey, this is the championship we want you guys to go get. And they have been getting it. But that's cool to see an OEM step up and be like, hey, this is what it's for.
Yeah. And, there's rumors of Sherco and Beta getting into motocross.
Yeah, Beta is for sure.
Heard that.
Yeah, Beta is for sure. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I work closely with them on the Endurocross, and they're 2 years away.
Yeah. Right.
I'm curious, just because I'm curious from the business side. Like, I look at it from my perspective. Me and Steve have to go to A next week. David Eller runs Phoenix team, is one of my closest friends. I'd love to come to Arena Cross, but straight up, I'm busy. I got to go to Supercrosses. What keeps you guys from running races in December, November when Supercross isn't going and being able to get the eyes on it? Like, because for me, that's my no-brainer comment, but I also don't know the challenges with stadium rentals and really what all goes on with the business.
Yeah, that is a good question, and you're granted you would get all that focus on you because nothing really in the motocross world, Supercross, is going on. The problem that I battle is I can't make it on the backside. It's got to be people, butts, and seats. Yep. You got to fill the arenas, and if you'll watch in the fall, you're competing with football and all these other events, and it's just hard to get people, especially if you get into a climate that, lately we've seen 70-degree days in November. Mm-hmm. They don't want to come indoors. People want to, they want to go hang outside, which you can't blame them.
Right.
But once you get into January, February, and first part of March, for the most part, it's dark. There's nothing to do. It's cold, typically. Nothing's really going on other than you're finishing up the, pro football. Mm-hmm. You like that?
Okay, yeah. I mean, it makes sense for sure. It makes perfect sense for that.
Could you foresee yourself in the future just, again, to access that, get basically the eyes on it? Do you ever foresee yourself maybe running 1 or 2 rounds right before kind of the holidays to access that beginning of December? Or is it even that time of December, is it too much of a, like I said, it's just too much of a losing proposition?
It's hard once you get past Thanksgiving, and that's why Albany is always the weekend before Thanksgiving. Okay. Albany, New York, and that works well because that's a market. If you think of like college football, and college football is so hot and heavy, then you don't think of upstate New York having any really major college football. Now, you were to get down the South, Oklahoma, even my way. There's a lot of big teams that vie for those people wanting to watch. But and I think that's part of why it works up in Albany, because we'll sell 8,000 seats. We'll have over 500 entries, and it's a good deal. But to answer your question, and I don't want to let too much out, but yes, we are looking at more now that things are coming back. We're looking at doing a few more in the fall, and I wouldn't even mind starting my series a little early if I could. The problem you have there is, you say, hey, I want to start in November. The guys say, well, look, I don't have next year's bikes yet.
Yeah, there's
so they got to ride old bikes.
Yep, no, absolutely. Tod Hammock on the PulpMX show here, brought to you by the folks at Cherubies USA. Please check them out. Speaking of Cherubies USA, did you see little Volan jump through those whoops on Instagram, Michael? Jesus. That looked insane. Max Volan jumping through some whoops.
I was kind of initially surprised he was riding East Coast, but then watching him do stuff like that, I'm like, I can't wait to watch him East Coast.
Yeah, it'll be great. Todd, so we had Jay on from Hoosier Arena Cross, and he talked about his program a little bit. He's got, he had FS1. Now, you don't have FS1. He has FS1. I'm getting it mixed up.
Man, get your facts
I know.
straight.
So
he
he had Ralph and Jeff lined up to call the action on FS1. And then he has Hoosier on board, and his program's a little bit more tailor-oriented towards amateurs. The tracks are a little tamer, and the amateurs race all day long, and it's more of that kind of program. I think you're running yours a little bit different, Todd. Have you guys talked? Are you bitter enemies? Or have you guys talked about, hey, like let's see what we can do. We'll take some of your great events and some of my great events, or is this thing kind of like where you guys are going separate tracks?
Well, Jay does his own thing, and there's a lot of people like Jay out there. There's other series that go on, and I'm all for it because I was that guy at one time.
Yeah.
And I always think, man, I'm doing great because we're bringing people up, riders up, teaching them to ride indoors, in a close environment, and it's it's just good. Get used to riding indoors. Someday maybe they all target and want to go to Supercross. But we talk some on dates, just trying to stay away from each other.
Sure. Yeah.
But we've got our each individual programs and. I've got the AMA sanctioning going, and I've got a 3-year deal with them as well. So,
nice.
We've got plenty to do.
Do you are your tracks like basically for the when the Feld guys were running Arena Cross, and even before that, when Mike was doing it, a lot of the tracks are the same. They got a section whoops, you got a rhythm that goes 3-2 or 2-3, and you got a catapult. Todd, how much do your tracks stick to a basic build, or do you try to throw some new stuff in?
Well, you're limited by the real estate inside the arena. And like in Loveland, most of these things are either NBA centers, basketball facilities, or they're a hockey facility, whatever it may be, wherever you are. And so, you're lucky if they've got retractable seating. Then you got to pay them to haul the ice out and take the dashers out. So you go from an 85 wide to maybe 110. That's probably usually about the best you can get. Then your depth could be, however the building's laid out, 220, 240. But when you're in a situation like that, you've got 4 lanes. There's only so much you can do.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Everybody wants a set of whoops. You got to have a finish line catapult. You got to have a start straight.
Yep.
And so there comes, you got your rhythm section. So yeah, but then you get to like Denver, or even Amarillo's got a football side field in, and God, man, in the Lazy Arena outside Oklahoma City, we were running 42-second lap times last year.
That's good.
Weekend,
yeah.
They were running 51 for Supercross.
Right,
so,
right.
You're not much far off of that. But we try to get different layouts.
So this may not be great for Kyle Peters, but this would be great for your series, Todd. So pass the hat in the crowd before the main event or whatever. Pass a hat. Everybody puts in a mount, and this is the bounty to take down Kyle Peters. You get your usual purse money, whatever, and then we pass a hat.
You trying to bring Tyler Bowers back?
Listen, I'm just trying to get this Kyle Peters guy to get some competition. And then listen, if
they gotta go faster.
If you beat KP, you get what's in this hat, and obviously if KP wins, he gets what's in the hat. I like it.
Same thing we tell Colin. You just got to go faster.
I like it.
Hey, you just get David Eller to sign that off with me, and we're good.
Okay, all right, fantastic. We'll work on it. It's a Kyle Peters bounty, everybody.
You had to get David right. Just go sit down at his little local restaurant, get a couple margaritas with him, and you guys can work this out.
That'd be him and Hilton. That'd be for sure.
Yep.
No, I like that. I like the idea because KP's just a machine, right? He's just crazy.
I know.
He was last year. There was a couple rounds I remember Colin told me he was so mad. Like a couple ones with whoops were good for him, and he's just like, KP's just solid every night. Starts are solid. Everything. He's hard to beat.
The number 1 entry for the email contest at PulpMXShow.com, and the number 7 in honor of Stu. Gets a Ride TV app subscription for free for the Kicker Arena Cross. You've got some announcers lined up, Todd, and it's going to be streamable, so people can get their moto fixed this way.
You got it. Ride TV. Got Wes Kane coming on board. Everybody knows him.
Yeah,
colorful character.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
right?
Wes Kane, you're not.
Wes Kane Mafia is in the house.
God, we did a show, and my very first event was a cool arena in New Mexico called Red Rock Arena. And this was my 25th year, but I brought Wes out, and he had the crowd. He had them doing the wave. And there's a lot of things that don't excite me anymore because I see it every weekend.
Right.
He had them doing the wave. Then he had them doing it in slow motion. You had 6,000 people in this outdoor arena. It was insane. So at that point, I knew I wanted to bring him on the winter tour.
Nice. No, that'll be good. Yeah, for sure. He's a hype man. It'll work out.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for Todd, Michael? For Kicker Arena Cross this weekend, Loveland, Colorado on Friday, Saturday night. So
not much. I just can't.
Yep.
I'll try checking as much as I can. I want to see how
Yep.
KP and Colton do.
Pass the hat. Let's take Peters down. Let's take KP down.
Okay. It's arenacrossusa.com. Wait for our announcement to come out. But it's going to be an incredible TV package. We're excited about it.
Awesome. Thank you for calling in. I'll be checking it out as well. Good luck with everything, man, and let's touch base down the road.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. All right. That's Tod Hammock, everybody, brought to you by Chairbees USA. Thanks to Maxima as well. Love Maxima products, whether it's the SC1 or the contact cleaner or the chain lube or whatever it is. Incredible filter oil, too. MaximaUSA.com. Code is PULP20 to save. They've got the 927 as well. It is still the #1 selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world, 927. Made in the USA and for use in all brands, of course, MaximaUSA.com. We're going to come up with Scuba Steve coming up, JT as well coming up here, Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. We got some emails to read, but my group text has been going off nonstop here during this show tonight, and it's really alarming, some of the things that are being said in it. So to translate that to the show tonight, let's get our friend of a show, Chris Betts, on. What's up, Betts?
Hey, man, I feel like my intros have just gotten way less enthusiastic over the last
say there was no enthusiasm.
Oh, okay.
Fuck my ass.
I apologize. Concern level about the grade 3 AC separation.
For AC.
For AC.
Yeah, I plead the fifth. No worries. We're good.
No concern level.
No, I mean, we're going to go out, do well with what we got, and then we'll be healthy and we'll win, and it'll be over, and we'll be popping bottles. And if you hop on the train soon enough, you're invited. But you got to get on soon.
All right. I have a bet with somebody in the industry for $1,000 on Adam.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
What is it?
So Anaheim won. So I hope he does well. Let's put it that way. I hope he does well.
What's the bet? What's it?
I have $1,000 that Adam will finish top 6 at Anaheim 1.
I mean, is it? Yeah. Are they just taking anyone? I'll put the mortgage on that.
I'll put you in charge with the gentleman, and I'll put you in touch with the gentleman.
Is this you and Dan bet or no?
Hey, we had Todd on from Arena Cross, and I was mentioning the bounty on KP.
He's taking your money.
What were you saying? You had something like this in baseball?
So I caught the kind of the midpoint of this, and then I heard the KP thing. So it's not really a bounty, but at some lower levels, like independent ball, like real kind of the lower armpit of professional baseball, sometimes the 50-50, they'll pass a hat around, and they'll give a guy on the opposing team the insert like the Bud Light K-man of the night, and if this guy strikes out, someone goes home with a prize, like half the 50-50 raffle. But the pitcher who strikes the K-man out goes home with the other half of it.
Oh,
and this hat goes around the stadium, and there's stories of guys playing an indie ball making $800 a month that win $5,000 for striking out the K-man because it's a sold out crap.
Yeah.
But then I caught the tail end of it, and I heard bounty XYZ, and we don't, we're not getting paid for bounties.
No. Yeah. No, I get it. But it's still something. Still something big. Jason Thomas coming up here.
Thing.
Yes, Jason Thomas coming up here on the show. Chris Betts on right now. Pre Anaheim 1. You are going to Anaheim 1, Betts?
Yeah, I'm actually going to probably bail out on the alumni baseball game early to be there for qualifying. So,
oh boy,
see where my priorities are.
The Long Beach alumni, or what are you talking?
Yeah, the high school alumni game is at 1:00 on Saturday. I'll probably just go shake hands and sign some babies before, and then rip out of there.
Nice. So the reason we had you on, and maybe Michael can help with this too, and Marks and the guy in the corner over there. I'm in a group text with yourself, JT, and Kellen Brower from Racer X, and somehow during the show, without me taking part in this, you guys started talking about the best fast food restaurants. And This is, of course, pre-Anaheim 1 hype, so this is stuff we're talking about. Kellen comes in. So, we cover In-N-Out. What's your favorite fast food place, Michael?
Chipotle doesn't count, right?
Well,
thank you.
There was some.
If it counts, I'm going Chipotle. If not, I'm going In-N-Out.
Okay, and Marks, where are you at?
I wasn't prepared for this question.
Okay, Tallon?
Step up.
In-N-Out.
Okay. Okay, listen. Okay, here's the point. Here's the point of the conversation of why Betts is calling in.
That was a sad group of
A
responses.
Mr. Brower from Racer X put Jack in the Box in his
What?
top 5.
Yes.
That should be in your bottom 5.
In his top 5. Tallon?
I mean, Jack in the Box is okay every once in a while, but not top 5.
Jack in the Box is
top five
okay
is
when
okay.
it's your only option at like 2 in the morning
Yeah.
and there's
2
nothing
you're
else for
drunk, you
30
want
miles.
tacos,
No one's
Jack in the Box.
going to Jack in the Box, Marks, right? I mean, come on.
There is one off the freeway exit I grew up on, and I don't think I've gone to it in 15 years. I won't.
I go in phases on Jack in the Box. If you catch me in the right time, I would put Jack in the Box in my top 5 probably.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Bets.
No. Mic away.
No.
Put
Bets.
Tits back over there.
Tits was never here.
Tits can't work that equipment over there.
I don't know. We started with cameras pointing the wrong way at the beginning of this show.
Yeah, good point. Bets, it's insane to have that, and he's doubling down on it.
Yeah, and like if
I lost
the
all
best-
respect for Kellen.
Yeah, exactly. My dad loves going to the race with me because he gets to see all these people come up to me. He has no fucking clue who it is. It's like, hey Dad, this is Jason Wygant. Like he actually announces the outdoors, and like just busting each other's balls. He's like, who are you? Right? Like my dad's just like, what are you doing in your free time? And if Kellen comes up to us and they want to be like, hey Dad, this is Kellen. His favorite fast food restaurant's Jack in the Box, and my dad's probably gonna just do the same thing you guys did.
Yeah, or punch him in the face.
I was about to say I would go straight for the face.
Yeah, he doesn't work at Racer X. It's just like this guy's top 5 is Jack in the Box. His name's Kellen.
And that's how your dad's going to refer to him as forever. Hey, remember that guy who's top 5 Jack in the Box?
It's an insane
Yeah, exactly.
take. Tallon, please tweet out, is Jack in the Box a top 5 fast food restaurant, right? Yes or no? That's what we do? Is that
Yeah, make it a poll. Yes or no.
right? Yes or no?
Top 5.
Who did you have on between like 6:30 and 7, Steve?
Derek Rankin?
So that guy sounds like a nice guy. I don't know him, but like it was so blasphemous that like you're interviewing this guy and you're chiming in this group text about Jack in the Box of all things. Like that's how it made all 3 of our bloods just go to 212 and start boiling right away.
I couldn't believe it.
JT and I were in the middle of an argument too, and we just stopped, and all of a sudden we're freaking allies. And
yeah,
we're
because
letting it
You
eat.
banded together of your general hate. Of
Yeah.
I'll be right there with
JT
you.
And I just let Kellen have it.
and then Kellen attached a photo of Larocco with Jack in the Box, and just that was his comeback. Like,
That's the only good thing I can give Jack in
Right,
the Box.
right.
That's it.
So Tallon, put it
anything.
out there. Is Jack in the Box in your personal top 5 fast food? Yes or no?
I know what mine is now.
Oh.
It seems so obvious.
What?
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Dude, welcome.
I was actually
'cause you're
thinking.
Mormon.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought Betts was going to bring up. I thought there was going to be a Chick-fil-A.
I've come around on Chick-fil-A. I'm not as anti Chick-fil-A as I once was. I am not.
Oh wow!
Wait, you're admitting you were wrong?
People have told me what to get from Chick-fil-A, and I've gotten it, and it's better than what I used to get or what I ate.
What
before.
is someone
So,
getting at Chick-fil-A that you never thought to get before?
There's chicken.
the grilled chicken. I was getting the greasy breaded chicken sandwiches.
Sorry, we're talking to an athlete here today.
And also I was getting them. I've been told to when I ate Chick-fil-A, it was at the races with JGR, and I've always been told that those sandwiches are sitting there forever, like for a long time, so they're not very good. But I mean, I don't know that. I don't know how long.
Isn't that any catered food is?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like people are like, no, those are not that good because they've been sitting there a long time, and so this is my experience. I can only go by my own personal experience. So I got.
So this is Coy's fault now.
The grilled deluxe thing from Chick-fil-A, and then people told me get the nuggets with the Chick-fil-A sauce, which I have, and it's not bad. It's not in my top. It's not my top 5. Don't get me wrong, but it's better than what my other experience with Chick-fil-A is. So you got to go.
Really?
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, you got to go. You got to go In and Out. You got to go Five Guys. I think Wendy's is in the mix.
I've had really bad experience the last couple times I went to Wendy's. I'm sad to say.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I love Panda Express, so.
Does Panda
Ooh.
count? Does Panda count?
Yeah, there's a drive-through at the one in Barstow.
So that's
it counts.
Yeah. So
the one near
drive-thru?
me has
Yeah.
a drive-through. It counts.
Chick-fil-A or Cane's, Steve?
Cane's.
Chick-fil-A.
Cane's. Yeah, Cane's.
Ah.
I've barely had Cane's. I've only had Cane's like twice in my life.
I think I'm on Cane's just for the sauce.
Oh, okay.
The
Mark's is
Texas
nodding.
toast, the
Cane
fry.
sauce over Chick-fil-A
Bro,
sauce?
you mix some hot sauce in that cane sauce. Fire. Amazing.
All right,
Fire in your mouth or fire somewhere else?
86%, not even close. Jackbox poll.
I mean, yeah, it's an absolute
via
boat race.
Kellenbauer. Yeah, it's
JT
Now, if-
JT did drop a good one-liner, and Kellen said some like, my wife agrees, and JT said the Pope could agree for all I care, and it's never going to touch my top 5.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, Jack in the Box could come back and title sponsor a team. I'm still out.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I would say Jack in the Box would be a hard to make my top 15.
Can you
I
name
would go to the
15
liquor store and
places?
get an egg salad sandwich before I'd go to Jack in the Box.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Burger King's better. McDonald's is better.
You know what rattled me is none of you guys have been to Cookout.
Carl's Jr. I don't know what Cookout is.
I don't know what a Cookout is either.
Anybody know what Cookout is?
All right.
No, nobody knows.
This whole group shaking their head.
No.
I'll ask. You know what? Ask A-Ray. Tennessee, Armpit of the South thing.
Okay. Well, maybe.
What is it, like Zaxby's?
No, it's like greasier and grimier. Like you can get a quesadilla, corn dog, and a burger all in one meal.
Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty greasy. I was say if it gets greasier than Zaxby's, jeez.
I don't think.
The bag. If you drive more than 5 minutes home from Cookout, the bag's gonna break. The paper's not gonna hold
does
up.
Del Taco and Taco Bell count as fast food, even though they're Mexican?
100.
I mean,
they're
Del
fine
Taco.
dining, but they're good.
But I'm saying, like in a burger type, if you're comparing it against Jack in the Box, I still would think those are both way better than Jack in the Box. Both of those places.
I would prefer a burrito from I would prefer a fast food. Like if I'm gonna eat fast food, I want to really just eat shitty. I don't want like a so bad for you burger and fries. Like I want the nacho cheese filled burrito with the sour cream out of the cocking gun.
Put all the Subway
Doritos nacho shell.
Mark asked me to name 15. Like put all the Subways and all the Jersey Mikes and all the all that ahead of Jack in the Box. Like any sandwich place you want, put that all in front.
Really, Subway even?
Yes, even Subway.
Subway sucks.
Yeah.
Subway sucks, but it's better than Jack in the Box.
It's still better than Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
Subway sucks, absolutely, but it's better than Jack in the Crack.
That's your opinion, but you're wrong.
Okay, well, it's you and Kellen on an island.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We're going to chill and play video games.
Okay, all right, fair enough. A1, besides Adam, seeing Cirillo bets, who do you like?
Who else is out there? I mean, if we're being like dead honest, even when he's like not doing well, I just kind of just watch him. I'm not really as much of a fan anymore as I'm just out there supporting him, and hanging out. But
I like it.
I don't know. I've been listening to a lot of these freaking janky radio shows lately because I've had quite a bit of free time this week. And it sounds like there's a bunch of interesting storylines. So hopefully 2 through 22 is a good battle, and he just runs away with it. So I might be able to watch someone else.
Are we worried about a free agency?
I'm starting to sweat.
Okay.
It's my agent's super cool, and he just he told me not to panic until he tells me to panic.
Yep.
And he told me not to panic, so
okay,
we're good. I'm fine. I just put it this way: the first of the year came and went, and I felt like I went from being a free agent to unemployed. Like I'm really like.
Did he say that people have? Did he say that people have called at all?
Yes.
Okay, so somebody has called.
Oh yeah, like I should. I'm not worried. Put it this way, I'm not worried about getting a job for spring training. I'm just anxious, and you know me. I think everyone here knows me that I'm just incredibly high strung as it is.
Yeah.
I get nervous about what I'm gonna eat for breakfast.
Right.
So, let alone knowing where I'm gonna spend the next 12 months of my career is up a couple of notches from where's my next coffee coming from.
Right. Okay.
I'm okay. I'm not worried about it, but I'm just over it. It's not fun anymore. I thought this was going to be way more fun than it is.
One person said, if you put Jack off Box in your top 5, you need to be immediately jailed and firmly kicked in the nuts. Another guy said, easily top 3 for me.
Oof, it's all over the place.
And then another guy put the green pukey emoji face. So
I'm a little worried for bets now though. What if you end up on a team that like a corporate sponsor of the team is Jack in the Box? I hear this, man. It's going downhill.
Dude, the Angels do have a lot of Jack in the Box logos all over the stadium.
Ugh.
There's worse things. I don't know if there are actually, but I'm sure there's worse things.
There's no
chance. They pay well.
Yeah,
I'll eat it.
There's no chance that Jay sign you. They got a lot of catchers, right? There's no chance.
Dude, I'm not writing anything off. Fucking the Cowie team in Arena Cross could sign me for all I know at this point.
Cowie team in Arena Cross is gone.
Yeah.
Ouch.
They're done?
Yeah, Cowie team Arena Cross is done.
Damn, you running the team out there this year?
No, mine's done too.
No, he's done. He's done.
We're done.
Yeah,
We're all done. It's all done.
You guys, what fast food company did you guys cater?
I usually would order Chipotle.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everybody in the pits. Chipotle is
Chipotle is king.
Yeah.
The Cowie truck has a mean candy bar drawer, and right under the coffee machine. I think. If I'm not
guessing
mistaken.
Steve showed you that.
The Honda guys, actually, the Honda people have the best Cowie or the best candy bar spread. Honda does better than Cowie.
You're probably just not allowed to see the good stuff.
Maybe. Jason Thomas is on the line. What's up, JT?
Not too much. Ready to talk fast food.
Well, listen, I mean, what else? What else is going on this week? Nothing, right? There's nothing going on.
No. Oh, Anaheim?
Anaheim won, but we're talking about fast food.
Well, listen, there's only one of us on the line here or in studio that agrees with Kellen, and his name is Schmavish Schmarks. So
about Jack in the Box?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
If you get me on the right day, yeah.
Ugh.
Dude, the burgers snap.
What do you? I mean, it's like
snap your stomach in half,
where you can't taste anything, where you have COVID. That would be the only way. Is if you have COVID, you can't taste anything.
You guys are wild.
I still think my memory would just would defeat COVID, and I would still taste it.
Again, it wouldn't even make my top
terrible.
15. It wouldn't even make my top
terrible,
15.
But
I don't even know if I could name
Get outta
15
here
fast
with
food
top
restaurants, and it still wouldn't make it.
It's insane, Kellen.
like top 5 is a sacred place.
Very sick.
Yeah.
Kellen doesn't treat his body very sacredly, apparently.
Well, he keeps.
I mean, we're
every
talking
time-
top 5
every time
fast food restaurants.
Every time we bring it up, he goes, "My wife concurs," and I'm like, "That's not making it better. You just have a house of crazy people."
Yeah, that doesn't mean much. It's like
We heard about your Pope comment.
It's like something like my mentor Jim Jones also agrees. It's like that,
right.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah,
Drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
Kool-Aid's in my top 5 drinks.
Right. Like that doesn't matter. So, all right, Betts. We're gonna move on with JT now and talk some moto. So,
Cool. Right on. I'm always down for some fast food talk. You know me.
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
All right, guys. We'll see you this
All right,
weekend.
see you later. That's Chris Betts, everybody, friend of the show. Jason Thomas brought to you by Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Big weekend for you guys, JT. Obviously, one of the presenting sponsors of Supercross, so you will have your semis there and the containers and the gear and everything else for fans to see and touch or maybe grab QR codes, something.
No, it'll be we'll have all our product there. I'm hoping it's fairly normal. I think it's going to be much more normal than like what we saw at Houston last year, where it was just everybody was terrified and there was mass patrol everywhere, and it just wasn't great.
Don't touch anything.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be much more normal than that. And Max and Ricky and the team have worked really hard to keep changing our setup and keep modernizing it and give fans a reason to come over and look at our products and get to know us a little better.
Yeah, flyracing.com. Please check them out in the pits. We have the Fly Racing radio show as well after the third practice of the day. So go there. Myself and Wygan and JT will do a little radio show, maybe have a guest or two on there as well. So if you're in Anaheim, go check it out, everybody.
It's usually like 5 o'clock-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got the Expert on Goggle Tear-Offs coming up with JT. We also got some emails. Let's read some emails and get Michael Lindsay's and Jason Thomas's response to this. From Jacob. Nobody seems to be talking about Max Anstey switching to RMATV-MC. This seems like a big move forward for him. He's had some decent results on the Twisted T. Switching teams may help show his true potential. I'm not saying I think he'll be competing for wins, but maybe top 5s. I'm new to your show. I'm not sure if this is the right way to do this. Sorry. You can write an email, Jacob. It's fine. Max Anstey.
Telegram.
Max Anstey, maybe top 5s. Do we, Michael, JT? Are there any? Are we on the Anstey hype train? Where are we at?
Supercross for me, no. Outdoors, if you're going to tell me he's top 5 at several rounds, I could possibly get on board with that, but not Supercross, no.
Yeah, I'm with JT. I mean, he saw us take that step in the top 10, but I am stoked for Max to be on that program. Just a little bit maybe more experienced group behind him for Supercross, just help him out.
No crew chief anymore.
Yeah, lost crew chief. But no, I'd go top 5 for sure outdoors, and this is nothing against the Twisty guys. Is like it was somewhat depleted, but at the end of the season when they made some big changes suspension-wise with the bike, he really came around. I remember there was a couple rounds earlier in the season, like when him and Cody would be battling, I felt bad Cisco a few times. It was just like watching Max. I was like, Max is a dude that can run with Hurlings, has run with Hurlings on his best days, and that bike is wasn't doing him some favors early in outdoors. So I think with the little bit more dialed technical program, I think outdoors top 5s are doable.
Okay. This is from Sean. Hey, Steve, I don't write in often, but wanted to send a quick note about how awesome it is when you have Rich Taylor on the show. I could listen to that dude tell stories all day long. Moto, Stuntworth, X-Brand stuff. It's all great. Reminds me of when I was a kid listening to my pops and his old racing buddies bench race and tell stories. Excellent. Yes, Sean, I agree. Rich Taylor, great guest. Thank you for the email. Another one, I don't have the name here on this one, but Mathis, I have a topic that should be discussed on one of your shows. As someone who has recently gotten back into watching motocross and supercross and plans to attend at least one race this winter, could you give attention on a show on the best way to attend a supercross race? I know nothing about races, and I was looking for info on pit passes available, best seats to buy, attending practice sessions, etc. I was wondering if you could do a little walkthrough on the show for advice on the best way to attend a supercross race for a new and re-energized fan coming back into the sport as a spectator. Maybe I'm just the idiot, but I want to make the best experience for my family attending one of these races. JT, what should this gentleman do?
Well, I think, you want to make a whole day out of it. And especially the weather for supercrosses is either terrible, but you can be inside all day, or it's typically really nice, like what we'll see this Saturday, and you can be outside and enjoy it all day without, a motocross race is tough, man. It's hot. There's really nowhere to find shade at a lot of these races. It's really difficult to attend a motocross race at times. Not always, but at times. Supercross race, I think, is a little bit more accommodating. You can take your family there. It is a long day, but I would show up early. I would take it all in. You can go see the pits, and it will be, it's not going to be like 2019 where you can get up and close and personal with the riders and be hanging on the semi-railing. But you can still go see all of the cool activation stuff that the sponsors have. You can watch all 3 practices. You get this amazing opening ceremonies experience, which everybody knows I love. But yeah, I would get there early, spend the whole day, get the pit pass, check all that out. And it's really not that complicated, but there's just really kind of one pass. You get the pit pass, and off you go.
Yeah, I think, go watch practices. There's 3 of them. You don't need to watch all of them. Go watch 1 or 2, and then the other ones walk around the pits and watch the people get ready for the riders and the teams, and hang out a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would also say there is plenty of time to take in everything that goes on in the pits, and also catch the A practices. I would definitely recommend watching those, like 250A and 450A. You definitely want to see those, the stars of the sport. But if you are going to have to choose between watching 450C and then taking in the pits, I would go do that, right? There's a lot of things happening. You can see the guys coming off their bikes and kind of the debrief and then all the activation stuff. Because honestly, the 450C guys, nothing against them. I've been in that practice, but it's not the most entertaining session of the day either.
I don't know. A1 250C is pretty entertaining, but for very different reasons.
Well, I guess 450C, it's so late, right? It's at the very end of all those sessions. I think there's probably more to see going on in the pits at that point.
What do you think, Michael? Is all that sound pretty good? If you have the money, too, JT runs a VIP experience.
You can hit me up, too.
Yeah, hit JT up about doing that.
I think that's excellent. I still love with our sport in the fact that even like you say, even though we can't be up against the trucks this year, still compared to so many other motorsports, there's just so much more access for a fan, so much more to enjoy. You just get to see way more of how the guys go about their day and what the setups are. So yeah, make a day out of it. It's definitely worth it. Yes, the night show itself's great, but if I had to pick Supercross versus outdoor, which am I going to go spend an entire day at? Supercross ticks it pretty easy for just enjoyable day.
Fly Racing, please check them out in the pits this weekend, as well as your favorite motorcycle dealer or motorsport.com. Also, thanks to the folks at Michelin, whether it's the Power 5 tire, whether it's the Commander 3 Cruiser tires, the Duro Extreme tire, the Starcross 5, which is now available in sizes 50cc and up. Motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer. Michelin's got a bike tire for you. They're also the official tire of the Wrap-Up Show, bicycle tire over there. So at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook as well. And so whether kind of motorcycle you ride, they make a tire for that. Michelin does, and they got exciting things coming down the road as well. So please check out Michelin, motorcycle.michelinman.com for more information. I use the Starcross 5s. They stick to the track like glue. I love it. So, all right, it's time for the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere like Chiz. Chiz wears X-Brand. Freddie Norn, X-Brand guy. Of course, X-Brand and FXR collabing together for that goggle that Phil will be wearing as well. The Factory Ride goggles. So please check out X-Brand. Pulp Show 21 is the code to save. It'll be Pulp Show 22 soon enough. But, yeah, absolutely great goggle, great company. And they have somebody doing pretty well at the car as well, wearing the X-Brand that I saw today.
Is Howes running it, or that Mason kid?
Name already.
I think it's Mason Klein.
Yeah, he
Skyler's
was.
in Scott.
Yeah, Mason was 4th on the first full stage.
Do you know him?
I know Skyler. Mason is one of Skyler's buddies. That Skyler
yeah,
helps
he's rookie this year. He's like 20 years old.
Yeah, he got 4th overall in his
stage. 4th overall with X-Brand goggles.
Stage, and then second stage he got 16. I think he's still in the top 10 overall.
He's like right around 10th overall.
Shorty's, 12 minutes back?
Shorty's not too bad. He had a better second day, I think.
Yeah.
Braybeck,
so like an hour
first
back.
day.
He got
really?
Toby Price, horrible first day.
Yeah,
no, I saw Toby overall is like 4th right now.
No, Toby's not 4th. Toby
He's not 4th
was
overall?
No, Toby was with I think he did. I don't know if he did better on the second stage, but overall, him and Braybeck got horribly lost the first day.
All right.
Like
Yeah, they all got lost, right? The first group.
There's an overhead pan shot of like some of the top dudes, Toby, Braybeck, and like 4 guys, and they're just sitting there in the dunes, just like, man, I don't know where I'm going.
Wow. And then Shorty had trouble too the first day. Was he in that group?
A lot of guys struggled navigation. There was a certain waypoint note that some guys got, and a bunch of others just got lost for 30 minutes, an hour trying to figure it out.
X-Brand Goggles, these questions submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him, Michael?
No clue.
No. JT?
Is he the guy that always is late with the questions and then makes excuses about why he didn't get them done?
Yes, I think.
Okay. I've heard about him.
I think he enjoys Jack in the Box too. So, all right, let's do this.
Steve, how many nets would you like to see in Supercross?
As many as we can get. I mean, they should be on every outside berm. So
Kevin Windham agrees.
4 or 5.
I would say, didn't we dig up that was not actually your idea?
What we forgot was it was actually my idea. Then it got recycled. It's a long story.
What?
As many nets as they can get. Again, what do these things cost? A couple $100?
I don't know. Why don't you sponsor them all?
Way more nets. I've offered that. I was told that's not possible. But yeah, honestly, it should be on every outside berm around the stadium, and then on the inside as well. Like, why not?
That should be your threat to Feld. Honestly, is you'll either accept my LC, either give me the nets, or I start my chaos.
Okay.
For the LCQ.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that
with the white cat.
Yep. Yeah, I need a cat. So, all right.
JT, whose will be the first to miss a race due to an airline canceling their flight? You or Steve?
Oh, for sure, United. Delta's pretty rock solid, so I would say Steve.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Michael, compare your stress level from A1 last year to what you are feeling now.
It's not even on it. There's no chart to show.
There's no chart.
I really don't know where to start. I'm sorry. Like right now, I'm sitting here great. I'm not suicidal, so yeah, we're good.
On a scale of 1 to Antonio Brown, where are you?
Last year, Antonio Brown.
I'm surprised Michael didn't do that in a race last year.
Hey, well, remember the first year I did threaten to jump off the top of the semi.
You did, yeah. Strip down and run off, wave bye-bye to everybody.
Run through the sand whoops at Millville and into the creek with your shirt off.
That, if there was a round to do it, that would have been it.
Yeah, good point. Millville was not good for you. Yeah, all right. What's the poll at? What are we at on here? Okay. 81%, not even close.
There are 19% people that watch your show should just turn off right now.
Yeah. All right, next question.
Haters. Steve, who's your sleeper A1 picks?
I was going to talk to JT about this in a second here, the 250 class, because we kind of have that list. But honestly, this is cliche. I get it. I totally get it. But Mookie would be my sleeper in 450s. Maybe come out and grab a podium, right? And in the 250 side, let's go Jalek Swall. Why not? Nobody's talking about Jalek Swall. Like, oh, Marchbanks looks good. Craig and Nichols and, you know what I mean, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, nobody – yeah. So, let's go Jalik.
JT, what's the trick to flying with a mask on?
I don't know, man. It sucks. I get a headache every time. The only trick that I have is once we get up in the air, I go into the bathroom and I sit in there and I take my mask off and I just wait until somebody beats on the door so loud that I think they're going to break it down to come out. That's the only trick I have.
I go window seat, turn towards the window, and so you can just
I take
like
it off.
sleeping.
I take it off my ears and tuck it under my headphones because I always have headphones on, and then it's basically just hanging there so loose. You know what I mean? Like it's basically like a shovel.
Yeah.
and so then I have air coming in and out, and it's not pulling on my ears because it's tucked into my headphones. That's my move.
Does this happen to you, Steve? Like, well, and you don't use. So I wear AirPods all the time, and the combination of the straps pulling my ears plus my AirPods being in, it's like a guaranteed tension headache for me, and I don't know what to do because I can't take the mask off, but then I need my AirPods in or else I'm going to be bored to death, or headphones of any type. It just sucks, man. It's not a great
So when I have my headphones are over the ears, so that's where I tuck the straps in between my face and my cup, ear cup.
Why don't we have any of you guys try a little bit of body face paint, just make it look like you have a mask on?
Yeah, just spray your face paint. I get it,
though,
JT.
what, the bathroom trick works. You can get, at least 5 minutes, right, of just taking it off, and it just will, like, you can just, I don't know, for me, the headache calms down a little bit. It's a big deal.
I feel bad that we're in the position that we're talking about going to a bathroom and pulling your mask off is a refreshing option.
Yeah, really.
That's how bad
Think
it's
about
gone.
that, right? Yeah. All right, next question.
It's bad.
Desperate times.
Michael, what production 450 would you recommend to a pro privateer getting minimal help?
Blue Crew. I mean, let's say right now, how many people is Chiz going to make feel bad A1 when he shows up with Supercross suspension and a pipe on the bike and makes the main event?
A slip-on even.
Slip-on. Probably just a slip-on with a keifer map.
Right.
It makes the main.
No, he likes the zeros, he said.
He likes the zeros.
Yeah, keifer map's too aggressive.
I don't think I'd ever thought I was going to hear that in my life.
I know. No, he likes zeros, he told me. So, all right, 2.2 seconds.
Steve, how many main events does A-Ray make this season, and who makes more, A-Ray or Cade?
Well, I got to go with Cade because A-Ray had a bit of a rough off season. His wrist jacked up a little bit on him. Cade's been riding really well. Cade was riding well last year, better than A-Ray. I'll go Cade, but A-Ray's my guy. He'll be in the mix
even though he's Don's guy.
A-Ray knows who was first and who was there for him early before he became SoCal A-Ray. He's got a lot of heart. He rides with a lot of heart. He's got a lot of effort there. So I'll go 8 mains for A-Ray. 36 seconds.
JT, if you get to indulge in ketchup on your new diet, what's the first thing you are putting ketchup on?
I don't know. I don't really miss it. I'm sure I'll have a little bit or whatever, but I'm not dying to have it. So right. I don't know. Whatever. What the hell happened?
All right, last one. Michael, how do you justify posting the new KTM photos prior to the team releasing them?
Oh, here we go with JT.
Oh, God.
With JT on the line. So
I justify it because somebody else had posted it on our forum. It was already public posting.
Listen, I was there for you, Michael. I was there for you. JT was not.
I understand. It's all good.
No, it's okay. It's just an opinion. I don't think Michael's a bad person for it.
My whole point was that you were just taking it off the forum. Now, if you had arranged for the photo, that was jacked up.
Well, so there have been multiple. I mean, we had probably a 15-page topic on that bike from all the posts from Europe and all this stuff.
Did you get any backlash?
Only thing I did, and it wasn't the one you guys are talking about. It was the one we posted 2 weeks before that. Somebody from KTM did call me, and all they simply asked is, where did the photo come from? And I'm like, you are going to laugh, but I'm about to send you some random-ass dude's YouTube channel that it popped up on a couple days ago.
Was it a bike itself or was somebody riding it?
It was the original Plessinger leak.
Oh.
From that is mechanic up at the test track. It was that photo. And I sent to him, and, basically had the conversation. It was like, hey, I would never ask your mechanic or somebody on your team to send it to me, and if I got to send it that way, we're never publishing it. If it becomes public, like Posto, I'm going to publish. Are we good? And they're like, yeah. At the end of the day, like, all we can really do is be mad at the people in our group that keep posting this stuff or keep sharing it.
I agree. JT did not feel like that, though.
No, I like auto industry. I mean, worse off if I take like other forms of me, like auto industry pays photographers to do stuff like that. I would never pay somebody to go do it. Once it's on the forum, it's flown around. So,
but no, KTM didn't care.
No, other than when we went to the team intro the next week, there was a joke when I walked in, and then while Ian Harrison was on stage, it was funny. He did say, "Yeah, they're talking about the team, but we're really excited to break ground and show you guys the new bike here. But we all know you've already seen it on Vital MX. Michael, are you here?" And I just raised my hand, and then afterwards, I walked by the truck, and only thing everybody on the team would say is, "Go, Jade had to be the person texting the pic." It was all pictures of his bike. Had to be teasing Jade, teasing it. Jade work out a deal with you?
But it was Aaron's dad.
The later one. The first one
right.
was a mechanic.
Right.
The second one was Biggie Zoid doing a video, and then the third one was Aaron's dad.
Okay. Huh. JT, any thoughts on that?
I would just, obviously with those comments, KTM wasn't thrilled. I think that's clear that it was bleeding through that they weren't ecstatic that those were out there. And I guess it all comes down to me if I'm KTM and I am, and I have no idea the business dealings with Vital, but if I'm a business partner, I would be like, man, that's not that awesome. But that's just my take on it. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't care, but that was just my take.
Mm-hmm. All right. Was that X-Brand Tech question? Yeah, it was, right?
That was it, yeah.
Okay, all right. X-Brand goggles, choice of champions everywhere. If you don't wear X-Brand, you will not win. Privateer heroes, choose X-Brand. All right, JT, so before we let you go here, we got Scuba Steve coming up. We kind of have the coasts figured out. My rant was going to be about the different coasts, and we kind of have the coasts figured out. So,
okay. I have a question for you.
All right.
When you get wound up on this rant, have you ever ranted at Mitch Payton about this?
Yes. Oh, yes. Of course I have.
And what is his answer to you?
I want everybody to be ready. I don't want to tell them because in case something happens and someone says, "Oh, I'm not ready." I wasn't ready, Mitch. I was peaking for the East Coast.
And then you just lose your mind more, or
yep.
You lose your mind too, Mitch Payne.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Listen,
in the modern day of social media and video, I need proof.
All right, so here's what we know for the West Coast: Jet, Nichols, Craig. Is Shimoda on that level?
Dude.
Is Shimoda on so right now, if we're in Vegas right now.
Yep.
JT bets quite a bit for different sports and stuff, so he understands this a little bit. Jet's probably the slight favorite over Nichols and Craig to win the championship. Slight favorite. And then is I would put Nichols and Craig on the same level. Is Shimoda on that level?
No.
No?
Not on a mathematical level. No, you can't be because you don't have the race wins, and the stats are going to determine that. And a purely binary look at it, he's not. And you can't say he is. There's no way. The other guys' stats are more impressive, and if anybody was watching the races, those guys have been a little bit better. That doesn't mean that Joe can't be on that level this year.
Right.
But on a betting frame, he wouldn't be.
So Jet, Nichols, Craig, your top three on the West. Shimoda, Mosman, Thrasher, and Swole, the next four. There's your top seven. Marchbanks?
I put Marchbanks ahead of a couple you mentioned, maybe.
Ahead of Mosman? Ahead of Thrasher? Thrasher got 2 wins, like somebody told us earlier.
I put Marchbanks ahead of Swole.
Did Thrasher's 2 wins come at the Speedway, both of them?
They did.
One did for
both
sure.
Atlanta, yes.
Both Atlanta.
Okay, so
and the one he came from the LCQ, right?
Right, yeah. So I wonder if that track, we're not having that track this year, at least not on the West Coast. No. So does that hurt? Because Thrasher's other results weren't great, right? Remember we were like Thrasher Fry, like, oh boy, right?
It was the contention which one was going
Yeah. So if we're not having that track, does Thrasher maybe need to get knocked back a little behind Marchbanks?
I mean, he definitely can't be with Joe.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No.
I don't know. Marchbank's results weren't great either. We know what he's capable of, but there wasn't, like all of these great results to really lean on to say he should be that high either.
Mm-hmm.
Mumford Army?
I mean, Mumphy has to be behind those guys. His results. He got much better as the season went on, but his Supercross results were not great.
Right. Okay.
What else you got there? That's it?
Give me your race winners.
Wait, where's Hammocker falling?
I'm question mark, right?
I heard
I know he won,
well.
but
he's I'll say like there's a whole flying history. I've gotten to watch the PC guys ride a bit publicly. I'm very impressed with both Joe and Seth at the moment.
Yeah, I heard Hammocker's fast.
Both very impressive. Biggest thing, like Seth, I feel like at least from watching him, took a step, from my opinion, of watching him speed wise at local tracks, and then the bit I've seen Joe has just been like as you would think watching him, picture perfect, lap after lap, no mistake. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed.
And I still think Mosman's got something in him, man.
If he can hold it together,
right?
The big question mark.
He can be right there with those guys.
Yep.
He has raw speed. I don't know if Shimoda has raw speed like Mosman and the other guys.
I think Joe does. I really do.
Okay.
I got a question for both of you. So we talked about this, like you can start breaking down the 450 class of these guys having wins and stuff, but at the end of the day, statistically, only 4 to 5 guys actually win a year.
Yep.
250s, we're talking about a lot of guys that have the ability to win, have won within the last year or two. How many different winners do we actually see? Do we see like the year Malcolm won his title where it was almost a different winner every week, or are we in that 3 or 4 guys can win, will actually end up winning?
Jet can win, Joe can win, Mosman can win, Nichols can win, Craig can win. And
I'm not saying can win.
That would be my 5.
I'll say we get 3.
I'll go with JT. I think only 3. 4 is a stretch.
Yeah.
Those guys can win, but I think you have, my opinion, you have the top 3. Those are the 3 fastest. Something has to happen to those guys for one of them not to win, in my opinion. And on top of that, I think Jet takes a huge step forward this year.
Is Jet the title favorite slightly, or is it more than slightly? JT, in your eyes?
I think it's really unfair to do that to Nichols
or Craig.
But
Nichols is the defending champ. I would put Jet above Craig.
I have Jet as my favorite. I still think it's unfair. I'm saying that even though I know it's unfair.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's
who's your dark horse for West?
I mean, Mosman. Craig can't be a dark horse.
Why not?
He can't be a dark horse.
He almost won the title.
He almost won the title last year. He won a bunch of races. He can't be a dark horse.
All right.
But Mosman,
I think he would be the third highest betting favorite.
Mm-hmm. I'll go with that. I would go with that. I would put Craig and Nichols the same to me. I know Nichols beat him last year, so that. But I think Christian on the West, Anaheim's and San Diego's and stuff. That's really good stuff for him.
Mm-hmm.
But Mosman would be my dark horse as a guy that could get a couple of wins and finish top 3 in the points.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Joe is right there. I have Joe and Mosman like even money, like the same.
I think Mosman's got more potential than Joe, but only by a little bit. It's just
ceiling's a little higher.
Yeah,
but I think Mosman throws races away.
Right, Joe doesn't throw races away. He's really, really steady. Who would be your dark horse, Michael?
Mine's Joe.
I don't think that counts as a dark horse.
Wait, you just said we're talking about Mosman and Joe being on the same level, and you're saying Mosman and Jersey, and I can't pick Joe?
Joe won a race.
Okay.
Thrasher would be a good one. There's no way I'm going there.
I'm not.
Yeah. I looked at those. I was thinking about Thrasher the other day on my mountain bike ride, actually. And I was thinking that Atlanta track, I'm like, didn't he win both of them at Atlanta? Like, how weird
I'm
is
going to
that?
go for one that neither of you you're probably going to roast me for.
Zombie?
I like Chris a lot. No,
right.
That one's tough because I know he can do it belief-wise. I'm going like dark horse, like pulls something out of his ass and does better than he's ever done in his career. Carson Brown.
I would go Dylan Schwartz before I go Carson Brown. I like Dylan Schwartz.
That's true. Dylan did scare me a little bit.
He did.
Across last
he
year.
did. He's a better outdoor guy.
He was really good last summer.
He was.
Yeah, he was.
I think it was Hangtown. He started, I think, outside the top 5 in one moto, and I was busy watching Mumford. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder and goes, "Hey, was it Schwartz passed into like 3rd or 2nd within a few laps or something?"
Oh, then he got taken out later in the race by somebody.
But I got tapped by something. They're like, "Schwartz just moved into top 3."
Right.
I'm like,
right.
What?
So podium guys: Jet, Joe, Seth, Mosman, Nichols, Craig, Thrasher, Swole, Marchbanks, all capable of podiums, right?
Yeah,
for sure. Mumford, maybe not. Maybe not yet for Mumphy. I am Mumphy Army.
Like I said, I watched him ride a lot last year. He is very, very talented Supercross. I just felt so bad for him how it went last year.
Right.
I'd love to see him on the podium, but I'd love to see him just put together. I just want to see him get through a good solid season.
Mumphy's talent is undeniable.
Yeah.
He just, like if you went back 2 years ago, let's say even 2 or 3 years ago, this conversation would certainly have Mumford in it, right? He just hasn't really realized the potential. I mean, the first national he ever raced at Loretta's, he was the fastest qualifier in the first practice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the talent is there. He just got to find a way to translate that into results when the checkered flag is flying.
Yep, I agree. And that's these guys get so weirded out at the races, these kids, right?
Yeah, and then also when you are forced to take a step back in equipment, right? You don't have a factory motorcycle, especially in the 250 class. It gets that much tougher.
Yeah, no, absolutely. JT, how's your Manscaped?
I love that thing.
You love it?
Good. Yeah, it seems great.
PulpMX 20 is the code to save with the Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer, weed whacker, ear and nose hair trimmer. It's a complete performance package available. It's fantastic, this thing.
Coolest thing about it is it's waterproof.
And it's got the light.
Yeah, it's awesome. That thing's really cool.
So thanks to the folks at Manscaped. Get going on that, please. Michael, is everything okay down there with manscaping and trimming? And we keep that.
We're doing good.
Jumanji. Who calls it Jumanji? Kiefer does.
Kiefer calls it
Jumanji.
Jumanji.
Get your Jumanji straightened up. Weed Whacker is waterproof. It uses a 9,000 motor RPM. That's
a lot of RPM around that area.
Yeah, it is, but it's got a guard on it, so you're good. You're not doing anything.
I forgot there's one on West I wanted to ask your guys' thoughts on.
Can I get through my Manscaped read?
Sure.
So thanks to the folks at Manscaped, whether it's Kiefer, whether it's Tallon, whether it's Marks, JT, myself, Galdi, Parabinos, John Knowles. We're all manscaping with the fantastic Manscaped Performance Package 4.0, and it's great. And so, Marks, you said you just put yours on the charger for this, so it totally.
I think it was my second time.
Yeah.
I charged it once when I initially got it, obviously, and it's been running strong. I use it, every so often, and I think I just charged it again for the second time. So it's been months without having to charge it.
Right, that's awesome, and waterproof, and it's got the guard on it, and it's got the light on it. Take your grooming game to the next level, everybody, with Manscaped. All right, go ahead.
Freeze.
I don't know.
Can he get a top 5? Can he get top 10? Is it going to be chaos?
I felt like he took a step back last year in the 450 class. He was not as good as usual, right? So, how good's the equipment? XPR doing it?
His starts are going to be money.
I watched him outstart Oldenburg on a 450 multiple times on that 250.
Really?
Oh,
wow.
It's his technique, man. It's not, I'm sure their bikes are fast. His bike's always been fast. No big deal. That's fine. There are a lot of fast 450s out there. It's his technique. He's got exactly dialed, just like Nicoletti and Jeff Emig and everybody before them.
Yeah.
They are more efficient, reflexes, technique, all that stuff.
Yep. He's a 5 to 10 guy to me. Right? You agree?
I agree, 100%. Yep.
I was just
He's
wondering.
solid. He will be fit, and the starts will put him in position to do well.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly right. Also, by the way, PulpMX Fantasy, sign up. Motorsport Whole Shot Challenge. We talked about that earlier. We got 4 Yamahas up for grabs. You can join leagues. Michael Lindsay's going broke here with all the different leagues he's joining. So
I'm already broke. I'm trying to get out of being broke.
Right. So please check that out. I signed up for the Vital League right here. Ooh. So I'm in there. I'm in the Industry Idiots for $100. Tons of money involved in that one. JT, you're back in for Industry Idiots.
Back.
Oh, you are?
Oh my God, I'm back.
He is back. Yeah.
You sound really
so
excited.
I am. I am actually thrilled, and I will be thrilled all the way up until Saturday night, and then I'll be raging pissed.
That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right.
We're going to make a video montage of him saying this, the text messages he sends, and how miserable he is next week on the fantasy.
You're going to
call.
laugh, but busy with the team last year, try everything. There is still one podcast I listen to every week.
The fantasy one.
It is the fantasy podcast. I
just
have
to hear everybody's misery.
Just to hear the misery. No, even though I was going through a different misery, I just felt like I wasn't alone. I just want to let you guys all know that you made me feel like I wasn't alone
that's
in
good.
misery.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, sometimes these. I mean, look, I get upset too, but I really feel like JT and Paul take it to a level they shouldn't have. They shouldn't take it to the emotion that they
I
do.
have mother effed people that I consider really good friends based on how
I
they
have
do
too,
fantasy.
but these guys, I mean, we're doing this pod on Wednesday, Thursday, and they're still very angry. I mean,
I was mother effing you and your chains and Cody Shock and everybody on planet Earth.
How do you think I felt? Oh, no. Talk to Tony Archer if you want to hear mother of the day. Like,
yeah,
Tony was right there with you. Trust me.
Yeah. God. PulpMX Fantasy, everybody.
Yeah.
Have a good
Join
time.
in. It's great.
Saturday nights. It's great.
It's great. It's calming. It relieves stress.
Right. You can just hear it. You can hear it in everybody's voice. It's absolutely amazing.
I'm so calm.
Right. All right, JT, thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Next Monday, we're going to have some racing to talk about. So,
thank God.
Yep, Anaheim. Can't wait.
No more fast food. We actually get to talk about race.
Yeah, no more fast food talk. All right, thanks, man. See ya.
See you guys.
All right, thanks to JT. Of course, Fly Racing. Please check those guys out. They got the Formula CP helmet out this year. Same great safety features as the regular Formula, but just a different price. Also, thanks to the folks at Scotia. Celebrating over 40 years in business, Scotia.com to get a discount. Use the code PULP2021. We're going to change that code soon enough. PULP2021 at Scotia, SCOSCHE. Scotia.com to unlock your discounts on accessories for life. We got the base mount charging system here in front. And they got phone mounts, chargers, cables, power sports clamps, and mounts. I got a mount for my bicycle from the folks at Scotia. So, doing well, and they got all the things that you need for Scotia to make your life on the go much better. You combine Scotia with OGO Power Sports, and there you go. There's the ultimate travel combination for you. You'll be covered. Next guest on the show brought to you by folks at Scotia. He is the team manager of the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team. For now, announced this week that he is going to be stepping back at the end of this month at some point, but he's been on the team for a number of years, whether it's a mechanic, whether it's a crew chief or team manager. It's Steve Westfall. What's up, Scuba? How are you, man?
Good. How are we doing?
I'm good. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Trying
to figure out why it's taken 20 years for you to have me on here.
Yeah, you know what? I deserve that. I don't have a comeback for that. I deserve that. Yeah.
Shit.
Hey, listen.
You just got to quit every week.
Yeah. Listen, you made big news.
No kidding.
You made big news in industry. You've been with the team forever. You've had a real successful run of championships and race wins over there, and you promoted yourself, got promoted to team manager a little while ago, and now it announced you're leaving. I guess take us through this decision. I was a mechanic for 12 years. I certainly can understand the workload and everything else, but man, things are rolling for you professionally wise. What made this decision for you to do?
It was probably one of the toughest decisions I've ever had to make.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah.
Just family. You know, I've always put everything else first, and my kids getting older and stuff. It's a lot of stress on myself, and I just wasn't fair to everybody around and involved.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I chose. I'm still going to help the team, probably for the first month or so,
Mm-hmm.
help that transition over and, still be there and still support the guys as much as I can.
Right.
I'm just always a phone call away at the end of the day. So, it was hard, but
I bet.
I love the industry. I love, we all started it at one point or another because we rode and raced, and it's hard.
Right.
It's the hardest,
I'm interested in the timing of it though. So like, obviously, you ended the season last year, and then, this is fairly recent. Were you like kind of burn out at the Nationals, but then things got better, and then you got into the grind, and then you're like, I really got to leave. I got to do this. Like, it is a sudden, a couple weeks before the first race or whatever. Were you trying to be like, I think I can do it, and then like, no, I can't? Or were you close to doing it in September?
No, I honestly exactly what you said. I mean, I was trying to work through it, and my anxiety, I got bad anxiety, it's high.
Yep.
And I was trying to get through it, and I just couldn't. I was trying, and then just, it's not fair to everybody else involved, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to do, I know the timing isn't perfect, but timing's never perfect in racing.
No.
You know?
No.
And that's why I'm, trying to, in my mind, do the right thing and still try to help this transition, if that makes sense.
No, it does, for sure. I've told this story on the show before, but I was a mechanic for 12 years, and in 2005, I was getting a little over it, and I wasn't enjoying myself as much, and I couldn't believe I was a factory Yamaha mechanic and not that happy. My bike broke at Southwick. It wasn't my fault, but it was an ignition wire broke. There was too much tension on it between the coil and the coil on the frame and the spark plug wire. And it was something I probably should have caught, like if I really looked at it. But, just in the course of a moto, the thing just pulled apart a little bit. Anyways, long story short, like I got to my bike at the end of the second moto. Red Dog was third or something fourth. He was doing well. Bike quit. And Scuba right there, I said, I can't do this anymore. Like I feel so bad for Timmy. It really wasn't my fault, but it kind of always is when your bike breaks. It's always your fault at the end of the day. And I with so much anxiety and so much like nerves and so much pressure and stress at Southwick in 2005, Scuba, I said, I'm done at the end of the year. And I certainly was. And I never was. Was there a moment for you like that? Did something hit you at the shop or at the test track and you're like, yeah, it's time? Anything like that?
No, I was honestly trying to work through it. And I just, like I said, it just wasn't fair to everybody else involved. And I just, I know the time, like I said, I know the timing wasn't right by any means, but
yeah,
I mean, the overwhelming stuff that, from Instagram and Facebook and the messages was blown away. I know I can be an asshole and a dickhead. Lindsay will attest to that one.
Yeah, you kicked him out of the truck one time, right?
I deserved it.
Damn right I did.
Yeah. Yes, beat it, Lindsay. But yeah.
A lot of passion for it, but and when you kind of lose it a little and you're not sure and you're trying to find it, and trust me, it was hard because I had to call everybody.
I bet.
Well, I was about to say that for you guys is, you talk about your family. Your team is definitely your second family, especially when I look at your guys' crew. You guys, I remember riding it for an Arcos off season. There's a lot of teams with a lot of staff turnover. You guys have very little. You guys have a real tight-knit group from the outside looking in. A lot of riders stay around the same time, so I can't imagine any of those calls are easy when you've worked that long with so many of those guys.
No, not at all. I mean, I broke down. I ain't gonna lie, because that's the hardest thing when you got to tell those guys, and and then trying to tell the riders and stuff. The older ones kind of understood. They weren't obviously, they're bummed. The older ones understood the most. The younger ones, it's hard when a few of them are like your kids. I guess probably not the right thing to say with all of them that we have, but a couple of them are like my kids.
Yeah,
Jalik being one. Because he's been with me 8 years now, going on 8 years, 7 years, 8 years, long time. And obviously Timmy, with Evan, Evan, I've known Evan since he was a little, little kid.
Yeah.
Watching him ride.
Bobby started helping him a long time ago. Yeah. So you would have been there the whole time.
Yeah. Exactly. So
yeah, that's tough, man. But yeah, like again, like the timing's not great, but like you said, if it's not in your heart and you're getting anxiety and all that, man, you got to look after yourself. You really do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And kids are getting older now and stuff like that. So we're gonna move back east, and
Oh, that was my next question. Yeah. So you're gonna go back New York?
No, I'm gonna go like to Florida area.
Okay. Yeah.
Roughly.
Yep.
Haven't quite figured it out. I had a buddy of ours that he passed away this past year or whatever, and his wife, and they have a couple kids and whatnot, and maybe head that way, which they live in Georgia, and then Florida. I mean, I've gotten phone calls for jobs already, but I don't want to commit to anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
no,
you just
I agree.
don't, you don't know, and I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know if I've told this story before, but like speaking of my last year of mechanicking, so every time I drank something super hot or super cold, I had a stomach pain.
Yeah.
And I went to what do they call when they put the stuff on your stomach and ultrasound? I had an ultrasound. They knocked me out and put a camera down my throat. They gave me an ultrasound. I took some pills. Nothing could get this thing solved. None of the doctors knew what was going on. It was either hot or cold. Dude, I stopped being a mechanic, went away. Never had it again.
Anxiety.
That's a true story.
Anxiety's a bitch.
Yes. I was physically affected by my job, Scuba. So yeah, I get it, man. When you say you have anxiety, I can feel it. Like you have this crew underneath you, you have these riders. It's not a overstatement to say you have their lives in your hand. You know what I mean?
You do.
And I mean, yeah, it's a lot. It's so much work and so much stress that people don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
It is a great job. You get paid well and you get to be with the coolest fucking things. But sometimes, man, it just ain't worth it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I don't know. It's so hard.
What did Roger and Ian say? How did Roger and Ian take it? Did they try to talk you out of it? Did they say, give it a day or think about it? Like, how were they?
Everybody was caught off guard with it.
Yeah.
Which obviously the whole industry was. They understood,
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
With just the way that the living here is in California and stuff, obviously being New York isn't much greater, but, I mean, just being on the, it's just the cost of living is just through the roof and it just keeps going up. And, my wife, she stays home, to take care of the kids and stuff. And it's hard, so.
Yeah. So you're going to work with the team, you're going to manage it and then find a successor this month? Yeah.
Is Murph going to step up to that or you guys sure know?
Talked about it a little bit, not 100% sure how that's going to work. But I mean, I think Murph would be really good at it. I mean, I love Murph, honestly. He's a good dude. And, I think he deserves it.
Yeah.
Honestly. He's one of my good friends. I mean, we've worked together 7 years probably.
Yeah.
And he's awesome.
Because I always think of the fan thing, like when, like Cohost steps out, yes, it was obvious, but I remember the moment somebody told me I was like, it's going to be Lars. Like, I think of these groups again as families, like, yes, you could find somebody experiencing outside in, but again, what I said earlier, I feel like you guys have had such a solid group for so long. Not to say somebody else couldn't come in and lead them well, but if you've got a person that's got those relationships, man, it's hard to, everybody trusts them.
Yep.
Like,
it's naturally, right? It's natural. Scuba, also too, and this is a hard question, but things have changed since Bobby owned the team, right? And Husqvarna took over, and it's probably been a bit more stress. You've seen it because you weren't a factory, you weren't the manager then when Bobby was there, but you were crew chief, I believe, or maybe you were manager when Bobby was there. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but anyways, if Bobby's still the owner and still run that way, are you still there, or is that impossible to answer, or did things change with Austria getting more involved?
No, I wouldn't say things changed.
No.
No. I mean, it was the same.
Right. Okay. Either way,
I wouldn't say it changed. Right. Yeah. Right. No, it didn't change.
Right. I was wondering if the workload increased or the stress got higher or whatever. You know what I mean? So.
No.
Yep.
No, no, I would say no.
And also, you guys had it wasn't really known behind the scenes, but there were issues with ignitions and riders and bikes and. Dude, I've been there. Our carburetors were falling off at Yamaha. Our fucking carburetors were falling off. And I can remember the feeling in my stomach sometimes when shit went wrong in the test track for Chad, for Timmy, for Villeman. And you're just like, oh, my God, it's just the worst feeling in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's gnarly. I mean,
you just can't sleep. Like, you literally can't sleep.
No, cannot. Cannot sleep.
Nope.
Don't understand why. Can't figure it out.
Right.
Doesn't. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. Shit. I remember back to the Yamaha thing. I was working for Cunningham.
Oh, okay.
Amateurs.
Yeah.
And when he was on the Yamaha, and I remember racing at Glen Helen, and all of a sudden he's pushing his bike, and I'm like, what the hell?
Right.
And then Frenchie comes up, and he's like, well, you didn't wire the carb on? I'm like, wire the carb? What are you talking about?
Wire
you gotta wire the carb,
wire
to
the
hangers.
carb on?
And I'm like, what? He's like, I told you. I'm like, you never told me, because I promised that thing would have been wired on. Yeah, that's what I want to do, is push a bike off the track.
Yeah.
The last thing.
Yeah.
You know?
No, and this is the stuff that you lay there at night and you're like, I cannot believe this happened. I'm lucky my rider didn't die. I'm lucky he didn't break it. You know, and sometimes they do get hurt really seriously. Timmy, before I got there, carb came off, sent him to the hospital, you know, bruised lungs, all that stuff. I can't even imagine the feeling that everybody had. And it's just like, oh my God, it's a great job. It's like a roller coaster. Like the highs are so high. You know, Jason Anderson winning a championship, Zach Osborne, all the success, everything else. The highs are so high, like no drug can beat it. But then the lows are just, you know, like we said, you can't sleep at night.
Dude, it's crazy.
The crazy part is, too, is you can have high and low in the same weekend.
Yeah, 100%, right? Yeah.
Especially when you got both classes covered.
Oh,
you could go in and you could have a guy in the 250 class do well, and then next thing you know, the 450 class just falls apart.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You're like, well, there goes that. You're done.
One moto, great. Next moto, you're walking back to the truck wondering what happened to everything.
RJ's chain at High Point. You're like, really? Like, really?
I could have spit fucking nails. I was so pissed. I could not believe. I'm like, my guys are 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
How awesome is this?
Yeah.
And then I hear somebody say something on the headset, and I was like, who? And then they said it again, and I'm like, wait a minute. What did you just say?
Yeah.
What race did you guys have that happen at?
High Point.
Oh, it was High Point. Okay, I was trying to remember who else had Millville's with like.
I don't know what's going on with the chain industry, but all brands of chains were breaking last year.
We went through 2 at Millville. That was like mind-blowing.
It was insane the amount of chains that were breaking, and these are expensive chains. It's not like Scoop was putting on, you know, a $29.95 RK or something. You know, I mean, these are high quality chains.
Yeah, I mean they're
new ones every weekend.
Yeah, it's not like it was the Master Link.
No,
you know what I'm saying, or the clip, or a rivet. You know, whatever. I mean, it just broke at the like in the weirdest spot.
Yep.
Never would have thought.
So do you think you may, like you talked about getting some job offers and you're going to take your time and you're going to sort through it, and I understand that. Do you think you'll be back in the sport on a lesser team, lesser role, and a little bit less stress, or do you see yourself kind of not going to Supercross and motocross races for a while?
I'd say probably not going for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's a couple of things I can't, you know, really, they're kind of up in the air, I guess you could say. I don't know.
Right.
But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see what happens.
Good time to sell your house right now.
I'm definitely not going to Star. Because I have seen the posts and everybody thinking I'm going there and Star's hiring everybody. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I heard Triumph.
I was my go-to.
Oh, that was you said that
on the forum. I said it was a half-ass guess, but
someone on text message, someone on text message said I heard he's going to Triumph, and I don't know you very well, Scuba. So I'm like, I don't know, like maybe I have no idea, but yeah, that was a text message I got.
I made a joke. I said if he my joke was I said this is a guess, but if he says Georgia, I'm saying Triumph.
Okay,
which he did, which I'm just once again joking.
Listen, Star could use you. They're going through a lot of guys right now, Scuba. So
that's what I heard. But,
oh my God.
But yeah,
I just need to take time to like really, you know, think it through. I mean, I love the sport. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Hey, Scuba, I was trying to think back timeline-wise. How long were you at what was basically, you know, Hewitt Rockstar Race, that the organization you're with? How long were you there total?
From 2008, September of 2008.
Okay, so back Canada when it became Canada Cowie.
When it was Canada Cowie.
Oh my God, were you the test track when Phil did his somersault?
No, that was right before. But
okay,
dude,
that was when it was Motorsport Cowie.
God, he is such an idiot.
Phil said you were going to say that.
Phil said that he wanted to come on, but he would be asleep. But so you're a New Yorker. You've known Phil forever. He's a friend of our show. He's on all the time. Our listeners love him. He told me a story that either you wanted to fight him or he wanted to fight you at Frozen Ocean back in the day. What happened? What was the story?
It was a dickhead. Where there was an open practice day.
Okay.
And we're just cruising around, and it was back on 80s. Back then,
way back then.
On
Yeah.
Honda.
Yeah.
Way back. And I'm just cruising around, and all of a sudden I hear this little kid on an 80 just, and I'm like, and all of a sudden, boom, dude just blasts me off the track.
No way. What an asshole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this motherfucker. And I'm like, that's it. He's done.
Yeah.
And I found him back at the pit, and I was going to kill him, and then me and his old man were going blow to
No
blow.
way.
But it was
Oh,
well,
wow.
we weren't fighting, but
but it was
yelling
nose
at
to
each
nose.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then come to find out, a couple of our buddies had put him up to it.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So he was on a Honda then, right? He's a Honda 80 rider?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the Honda.
Oh,
yeah.
that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
So what
Phil's awesome though.
He's were you one of the reasons he got that fill in? Were you one of the reasons why? Like what happened there?
I was against it, to be honest with you.
I was about to say, he probably said no.
I'm like, there's no, you cannot hire, not Phil. He's like,
anyone but Phil.
Saying,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, dude, who else are we going to get? I said, I don't give a shit. Find somebody else. And he's like, no, it's like, he's from New York. I said, that's the problem. He's just like me. It's not going to work. And
two left don't make a right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, anyways, on and remember. But honestly, it was an awesome summer.
Yeah.
We had a good time. We would swear at each other all the time. I could yell at him, and he, or whatever, and we could banter at each other like two old ladies all day long. And he actually had a really successful summer.
He did.
He got on the podium.
He got on the podium. Yeah, it was incredible. It was a great job.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah,
And he jumped on the bike. It was obviously coming off the aluminum frame, and he got on a steel frame, and he didn't have much time to get ready. And I'm like, how is it? He's like, dude, it's weird. It's like super weird to ride. I'm not used to it. And dude, he picked it up pretty quick, So
yeah.
No,
for sure.
Yeah, he was. That was a cool. So you've gone that far back with Phil when he was on 80s. Oh my god, dude.
Long time.
How about when he told me that he swore at Mark Johnson, told Mark Johnson to fuck off or something, and then started getting slower motors all summer?
Yep.
That sounds right.
And he said that he got to ride McFarlane's bike or somebody's bike, and he was like, holy shit. And they're like, yeah, Phil, you're an asshole to Mark Johnson, and so that's what happens. It's some
I'm
story.
not surprised.
It's some story like that. Yeah, it was some great story. So I didn't know you'd go that far.
I'll never forget.
What's it?
The last year he did Canadian Nationals, and him and Alessi got into it. And he called me, dude, I just gave Mike the cutthroat. And I'm like, what? And he's like, and then I saw the pictures online.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you just did a 30-minute moto or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Everybody's dying, and Phil's just up there yelling at him. And I'm just like,
losing his
shit.
mind. Yeah, losing his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then our mutual friend, Canadian moto guy, Gald, up there, criticized him. And then Phil wouldn't talk to him. Phil would not talk to him and just refused to talk to him because Galdi thought that the punishment was suitable. You know what I mean? And then Phil was so mad at him. It's like, Phil, you yelled at the dude. He was laying on the ground. You came up. You looked like you were going to threaten violence on him. Like, I mean, you should be penalized. So, yeah.
I don't agree with the penalty, but look, we could go on for hours, but
right.
I don't know exactly. I saw a video of whatever Mike did. I mean, it was a little typical.
Oh yeah, no. It was bad enough that the ref was giving Mike the blue flag because Mike was not getting lapped, but the referee wanted to get his attention, like, stop moving all over the track. The referee was like, you're going across the faces of jumps on Phil, so stop it. It was that bad. Scuba Steve Westfall on the PulpMX show, brought to you by the folks at Skosh. Skosh, longtime sponsors of the Rockstar Husky team too, by the way. Pulp21 2021 is the code to save with Skosh. Phone mounts, chargers, cables, power sports clamps, and more. Steve, you had a really good run there, and not even, like, again, before you were team manager, whether it was Osborne, whether it was Jason Anderson, RJ, Jalik, all this stuff. Is there a couple moments that stand out for you as your time on the team? There's been a lot of success there. Is there a couple that stands out?
Probably one would be Zach's first win ever.
Yep.
Comes at the ironic track that,
Yep.
kind of, eluded his career or ruined it or however you want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Bud's Creek. Yep.
Yep.
It was cool because
Jalik's
Zach had he came back to America. It was a great story, but he had two so-so years at Geico. It wasn't like he was setting the world on fire. He was good, but he wasn't great. And then when he got on your bike on your team with Alden, he came on, and it was really cool story at that point.
No, it was awesome for him. Jason obviously winning the 450 championship was cool.
Yeah.
Zach winning the outdoors, and all of them really.
Yeah.
I mean, all the championships are like, those are probably, you would know, like the hardest to come by, and to be able to have every championship in every discipline, I guess, east, west.
Yeah, that's true.
Outdoors,
Right.
250,
yeah.
Supercross 450 and a motocross 450, like, you got them all.
I never thought of that. You're right. You got them all. Yeah, that's pretty damn impressive. Sure. Yeah.
How about even Jason's first one, the year you guys did the KTM thing? I mean, before you get one, it's got to be surprising, as you guys were kind of building up into the program you are now.
Yeah, because, the year prior to that, Suzuki's, and I was Davies' guy, and we were leading 10 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, what a story that was. Millsap's washed up, right? No one really wanted him, right? Quote, unquote.
Yep.
And he comes out just on fire on that Suzuki. And then it hurt his knee, right? That's kind of the beginning of the downfall in the Soupy, right? He hurt his knee at some point.
Yeah, right before Daytona.
Yeah.
I got the phone call, and I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Seriously?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Right.
Like,
right.
Really? Like, and then he actually was doing okay. I think he was fourth in the race, fourth or fifth, if I remember right. And then went down in the turn before one of those walls, or I forget, and then ended up maybe 10th. Yeah, he never finished worse than 10th that year. So it was 10th.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I can remember, like, a lot of that.
Right. Yeah, that is weird how that works, right? Where you're just like, oh, yeah, I can picture standing in the mechanics area that day, whatever that, that day was or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of great memories. And actually, you're right. Like, the Jason Anderson Rockstar KTM year, or was that 2 years on KTM? Yep. How many years was that?
1 year.
1 year.
Yeah,
it's
1 year, 14.
Kind of just forgotten about, like, you guys went right away.
I'm even trying to remember our team, because it was supposed to be, I remember it was an odd one when I looked back at it, because it was supposed to be Jason West Coast, Savachi East, and Savachi didn't even end up racing Supercross, right, because he was hurt?
Yes.
Was supposed to be your East guy.
I remember right.
Yeah. And then Davey.
Yeah, because Ivan came on.
Yeah, because Davey was supposed to be your 450 guy.
Oh, yeah. Davey got hurt, right?
Yeah, Davey got hurt. And then Ivan filled in, so I was Ivan's guy for 6 rounds maybe or so before they went west. And Davey was supposed to come back, so then I was back to helping him. And then, then he never was able to ride. He got hurt again.
Did he do 1 race or 2 races? Did he do any?
None on
Nothing?
0.
Okay,
not a 1.
Right, I remember that.
Crazy. I got a jersey from that year that he didn't even race.
Didn't even ride. Yeah.
And then
nope, nothing.
Savachi East Coast. Didn't Cole Thompson end up filling in for him and even riding around on the 350 or something in the big boy class?
Thompson did, yeah. Thompson rode East Coast that year.
Yep.
Yeah, that one weirdo year before it went too.
A weird one. I had this conversation with somebody the other day was looking at where this went timeline-wise. So you had Jason Anderson and Cole Seeley racing for that title.
Yep.
Both at that time, private teams on the up and up, coming up. Think of the momentum of it, like, not to say, like, okay, if Cole would have won the top TLD, would have gone on much, but like what you guys did. You guys went from there and just built upon it. And then Cole, it was just interesting for me to look back at, like, the moments for 2 teams that were on the up and up and just how you guys took it and, once again, just capitalized on and kept building that momentum and the right people and everything.
Yeah.
Dean Wilson, maybe one of the funnest guys you've ever had underneath that tent.
He's funnier than hell.
He's good. Yeah, he's good.
Dude, his social media is unreal. The Insta messages I get all the time, because it doesn't matter. I mean, shit. I think he tagged me the other day, and Styles had a girl over to the house.
Yeah, he's like, "Do your parents know about this?"
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little concerned there for a while. I even told Styles that. But with the girl over to the house, now we know.
Yeah.
It was that I can walk away from this job in peace. We know Styles.
Yeah.
I'm okay now. Yeah, we all right. Everybody likes girls. We're good. Thank God.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, hey man. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. Thanks for giving our listeners a little bit of the little bit of the news and the information behind the decision and everything else. Like I said, when I got the press release, I was like, whoa, shit. Like, wow, that's a big deal, So I'm stoked you came on, and we'll still see you at the races, of course. You'll be there for the next month or so or whatever. And well, congratulations on a really cool career and whatever's next. From now until the races. We appreciate you coming on, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Steve. That's Scuba Steve, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Scosh, Scosh.com for more information. Pulp 2020. What'd you think?
Awesome. It's funny is saying that, there's never per se a good time.
He did kick you out from the tent because you were taking photos of the bike with the tank off or something? What was the...
No. Actually,
is that another team? Am I
No.
Okay.
I did shoot when theirs was off at Monster Cup the year they were running the new chassis. Dean, I don't know if it was they had the tank off. I shot it from outside the tent. Okay. Where any fans were saying, I ended up talking to Roger about it, but I think there was another thing where I'd shot a damper behind a number plate, but I turned a front wheel. But basically, I overstepped my bounds. I was out for like a year, and then it was actually funny. So I remember going over to their truck. Manny Ornelas, the carbon guy, right?
Yeah.
So Manny had talked. He's like, I finally just went over there. I was like, look, I'm sorry. I'm a pain in the ass. Please forgive me for my you
threw yourself on your sword. Yeah.
Well, I went over. I couldn't find a skill first, so I went to CeeLo first because I knew CeeLo was like Superman. Which was funny because like CeeLo's, I don't know, their whole crew. I know their driver really well. Like build days this year, honestly, like I said, their group to me. There's a reason why I don't think you see a lot of staff change over there.
Yeah.
They're a really good, solid group.
You can't turn the wheel though, Lindsay. You can't.
I think I turned. I got a trial. I turned it to move the Dunlop. I screwed up.
We used to have these Japanese guys come underneath our tent at Yamaha. They would just come. The Japanese dudes would just degaff. They walk in. They turn the bars. They move the tire stickers. The whole deal. Yeah. We're like, what are you doing? What? Like you can't get out of here.
Yeah.
Like they just felt like they could walk in whenever and take photos of the bikes, and it's like, no, you can't do that. You need to ask. Like stop it. They didn't care. Japanese guys and Michael Lindsay apparently. So
I was an idiot. Right. Not saying those he was saying about not a good time to leave, but I would argue this may sound weird, but leaving now might actually be one of the best times because he's helped the whole crew get through. Like I would almost think they would have been worse off if he had just suddenly left like right at the end outdoors and they
right.
It's tough right now. Part shortages, other things like to lead the team through off season, get moved in there, get the guys ready, and then be there to help pass the torch off, help the guys for first round. Like I said, there's never a good time in racing, but at the end of the day, it's not actually the worst time. He's helped the guys prepare and get ready for the season, and maybe contest. Everybody calls it the off season. I would argue at times the off season is the worst, the most stressful. Thing
no, you got a point there for sure. Michael Lindsay here, brought to you by Decal Works from Vital MX. 80% Jack in the Box, not even close. I'm surprised it's even that high. Or that low.
Mind blown.
Ride-engineering.com. They've launched an all-new website over the holidays. They should make finding the products for your bike easier and faster than before. PulpFan20 code at checkout. All Ride Engineering products are made in the USA, so if a product isn't in stock, it won't be long until it's back on the shelf. Solitaire, Nuclear Blast, Yamaha guys, AJE, Motorsports, Gas guys, all running Ride Engineering products, ride-engineering.com. Check out our new website, PulpFan20, to save on anything on their website. It's super easy to do. All right, we're going to go to commercial break here on the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and Fly Racing. We'll come back. We've got the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. We got a little bit more A1 talk with Michael Lindsay and much more. So stick around. I'll be right back after this, everybody.
Check out my boat, dude.
Those Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green.
Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning, may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of Racetech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at Racetech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Racetech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Racetech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Racetech.
Good people.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of
Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati.
Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to
KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, Gas, and TM.
From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com. Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 123 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening. Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and the folks at Fly Racing. I'm Steve Mathis. With me here, of course, is Michael Lindsay from Vital MX. Michael, have you been in a motorcycle or car accident?
I ride dirt bikes.
Yeah, of course you have.
Yes.
If somebody or some idiot took you out, call Arthur Draper. He's a friend of the show. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. In fact, ambulances chase him now. Arthur takes the time to know the clients. We'll take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. You just need to call ArthurDraper.com. Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. There's no risk to you. So if A-Ray lands on you at State Fair, call Arthur Draper. He can dial it in. ArthurDraper.com. It's really that simple.
I'm suing A-Ray.
Yeah. I mean, look, he probably would do something dumb. Thanks to the folks at Pro Filter as well. There's a real option for riders to avoid cleaning an air filter ever again. Get a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter, oil filter for your next service for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, everything in between. Pulp20 is code to save at profilter.com. The Moto Concept Smart Top guys use Pro Filter, so they do well with this, and a few other teams do as well. Pulp20 at checkout to save. Again, they've been active in the industry for the last decade, and they manufacture everything for air and oil filters. So please visit profilter.com. Use the code PULP20 to save when you do that as well. Also, new on the show, our guys at Suspension Direct, SDI Racing. My buddy Dan Worley started this company years ago, 2005, and they manufacture and distribute suspension components for the power sports and automotive industries. Worley was a factory mechanic for a long time, and now he's coming on our show a little bit. Quickly, Worley recognized that shock settings are a balancing act between comfort and composure, high and low speed, and there was always a compromise to be made. Michael, you know this as a suspension guy. So wanting to find
suspension guy.
Wanting to find a solution on ending the need for compromise, Worley started Suspension Direct, a one-stop shop for your suspension needs in the home of 4x4 Jeep suspension without compromise. Their e-Click was launched in 2018. It's been a lifelong project for those guys. It's more than electronic shocks. It's a semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. No more getting out of the vehicle to adjust suspension for getting on the road or trail. They're available for Jeep, JK, JL, JT models, for Raptors, F-150s, UTVs, and more. E-Click suspension. The reviews on this stuff has been really, really good. I've been reading about it a little bit, and the UTV world is taken by storm by the SDI E-Click stuff. They do a really good job on that. So they make race-proven and winning chassis component suspension upgrades and tools utilized by teams around the world. PulpMX code to save. That's the best part of the whole thing. The PulpMX code saves at Suspension Direct. Please check it out. Marks, we're going to get you some E-Click stuff for the Raptor.
Very excited.
You are excited because you do off-road a little bit on it?
Not as much as I'd like, but I'm going to for sure.
When you get the E-Click stuff,
will it be on par with your Ridgeline then?
On par with the Ridge, not surpassing it. So please check that out. SDI code PulpMX. Please check those guys out, Suspension Direct, and there's more information on PulpMXShow.com to read about it as well. My buddy Dan started this stuff, really smart guy, and so they're on board with us. And use the code, save some money. ORW also carries SDI products, so you can do the combination of supporting ORW and SDI. So thank you to those guys for coming on board the show. And Michael Lindsay here from Vital MX. you mentioned your team. You're climbing yourself out of debt. You're going to the races now as a media guy.
Yep.
You're not going to all the races, but you'll go to most of them, right?
Yep.
And will you be kicked out of any team's pits, do you feel? Or do you feel like the new Michael Lindsay will be?
Well, Chris Kiefer say he likes the new Michael Lindsay that's been defeated by life, so I
Oh,
think
really?
many others will
Okay.
as well. Well, the first times I saw him in Graz, he goes, I like this version. I'm like, what version? I mean, he goes, the one that's been beat down by life.
Yeah, I like it.
No, I actually mentioned this before on a couple things. Is oddly enough, I thought going in doing the team would maybe make some of my relationships with other teams or mechanic stuff worse because you're competing against them. Maybe you can test this from being a mechanic. Actually, going there, if anything, I had a better relationship with our mechanics. Like, everybody goes through the same shit. Build days together, traveling around each other. Just I don't know. I
no,
felt like
my media career has helped immensely from me being able to walk in these trucks and talk to these guys. You know.
No, I think it's good at the moment. And if anything, like, I always knew that all the jobs in the sport like that were hard, but I have a much even larger respect for certain gigs. And I've talked to all you guys about where a lot of our content this year, as I want to focus more on some of the jobs and the behind the scenes of certain gigs. We all do so much on the riders, and dude, like, we were just listening to like the stress that other people are on the team is pretty bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, that's what, like, whenever somebody's like, oh, Mathis, you're gone a lot, you travel a lot, which I do. I go to most of the races, right? I always like, dude, I got it easy. I get in Friday evening. I'm out Sunday morning. I'm hanging out at the races, laughing with my buddies. Like, I remember the hard work. I remember the build days in 100-degree weather, and I remember the nationals where you would, almost be dying out there, and the stresses and the anxiety, all the stuff we talked to Scuba about. That's the hard part. What I do is easy, man, and that's why I think that I've never really been burnt out, because I know that I have it pretty good. I get to travel to these races, sit in a press box, and have fun.
And I'd argue just some of the trial schedule, all the COVID. I mean, look at what it's done. Everybody's seeing all this mass exodus from teams and mechanics and stuff. A lot of people got burnt the last 2 or 3 years out on this stuff. Like, it's been kind of a lot of dudes stepping away, not just switching team. There's been a lot of people going from team to team, but it's also because there was a lot of spots where dudes are just like, I can't do this. I'm out.
Yeah. Star guys have gone through a ton of changeover.
Yeah. And they had a chunk of people that moved to our team, say Calvar, and a chunk of guys that were just like, same thing, I'm out, I'm done. And some of those guys went to teams from people, those teams were like, hey, I'm out, I'm done with the industry for now.
Yeah, it's tough, man, for sure, absolutely. And you know what? I think a lot of people aren't liking California. The taxes, the restrictions,
cost of living, even, we always, and it still comes up like, Hondas and Torrents and like Cowie over in Irvine's expensive. All of us would, flock to Temecula and Murrieta. Used to be affordable. That it's gone through the roof. That's my neck of the woods, and it's insane how expensive it is to live there now. You have these mechanics also as bad as some of the teams pay. You got 4 mechanics renting a house together because that's the only way they can afford it.
Absolutely, no, for sure. I think back to when I worked at mechanic. I mean, this was 2005. I was making $44,000 a year trying to live in Orange County. That was insane. Like, I'm just like, I can't do this, guys. I cannot literally live here and enjoy myself. So, and I don't want to live where Kiefer lives and do a 2-hour drive to work every day. You know what I mean? So, it's really weird. So, all right. Hey, so one thing about Vital I was gonna talk to you about tonight. It looks to me like since you've been back there, you do a lot of aggregate stuff. And I was on Twitter about this too, and I wasn't mad about it. You were linking to PulpMX show, like you were giving us all the credit and everything else. I just said on Twitter, like, I don't understand why you guys would do that. Not that I mean, you have Ping does a show there, and Guy B was doing a podcast. I don't know if what the plans are for that, if you're going to pick that up or what. And so my point was, like, why are you trying to help your competitors promote their products? Don't get me wrong, I'm stoked on it. But you've done this, you guys have gone this route a little bit. So what's the thinking behind this strategy a little bit?
So for me, Vital, well, yes, we're a news website. It's also very community-based because of the forum. I always joke the forum is the end-all be-all of where stuff will end up anyways, so why not capitalize on it? My view is that people on the forum love your stuff. They love or hate Jason McLean's I'm losing my brain cell. Gypsy Tales. Just other good content. I follow a bit of trends from like YouTube creators of a lot more people collaborating. Hey, I want to reach people. A lot of this content's really good. There's more people putting out content that's embeddable because it's YouTube. Hey, I can get the people I work with, and I think are good friends, good views. I can expose some of my audience to them. Some people come into social media because of these unique taglines. They get exposed to our website, what we do. They get exposed to PulpMX. They get exposed to all this stuff. I feel, there are some people's content I won't post because I don't kill with them. But for the most part, the ones I'm good with and I like their stuff. We've just
it's just odd. That's all. In this industry, MXA is not promoting anything Racer X is doing, and
and I promote race. I promote like the Kiefer versus Kid one. And it was funny is I remember I hit Weech and thing. I said, hey, I'm going to post 1 or 2 Racer X things. Is that okay? And Weech was like, I can't see why not. Like, what?
Yeah, we just like, what is it? This is odd. Yeah.
But no, it's good for us. It brings eyes in. A lot of our goal is also just having so much more content in a sense. A lot of ours, a lot of being able to repost our stuff, is being able to just constantly feed out into social media and put interesting stuff in front of people. The end goal of exposing them to our brand. And it's worked out. I did a lot of it before when I was there.
We'll get there. We'll raise some more time.
I love that one. Since I was there before to coming back, there's also, like I said, just so much. It probably, we were doing this before, but there is so much more, once again, content that is embeddable very easily. I'm not having to just quote articles. There's a lot of stuff I can just drop in.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
And
listen, I just, it's a different strategy in Moto Media, and it's fine because you're giving everybody all the credit they need, all the views and all the clicks. But I mean, do some people at Vital, some people are like, what the fuck? Like,
I had some of my coworkers maybe didn't understand it first until they saw some of the results and some of the numbers. And I explained a lot of stuff to them, like how I follow trends. Like I said, a lot of how I look at content trends, I look at a lot of what's going on in YouTube. And once again, how content creators are working together there more. They're more, hey, there's a couple of us that do this really well. Like, why treat it as war? And I've always said, like, I enjoy what I do. I enjoy, like, coming on here and stuff. It's like yes, I'm competitive as hell. I want my site to fucking kill it. But at the same time, there's not that many of us, in my opinion, left that do quality Moto Media. And I'd rather kind of, support us all and keep it rolling.
How often do you spend time on the forum cleaning things up? How much?
I spend a lot of time in the forum because I genuinely love the community and I post a lot. I post a lot of content there. I comment on a lot of stuff. Cleaning, I try to leave the forum to the ability for people to debate and discussion is why it exists, but
that's got to go well.
It's actually not that
debate and discussion.
People can debate intelligently. It's when people just don't like an idea and it matches a lot of current day politics or stuff related to COVID. Is where people just they cannot. There are people that can be on both sides of the fence and debate it and either learn from each other or just debate it out and be fine. And then there are people that are just like, they read something they don't like and they're like, F you, man.
Right.
Those are the ones we have to clean out.
On Twitter, like I'll talk to somebody on Twitter if they're respectful and they have a different point of view than me. I'll engage them and I'll talk to them and be like, well, this is what I think, and you know, this is why I think that. But as soon as you come at me with an insult or some snarky comment, I just block you. Yeah. Like if you can't have a discussion, then fuck off. Like I won't even engage in those people. You know what I mean? But I imagine there's a lot of people on your forum is pretty popular. So
it's not been too bad. We've gotten a really good response from people of letting us. It got a little bit more closed off for a while. Like I said, I just tell the guys, hey.
Like Guy B being a bit more heavy-handed, you mean, or
at times?
Yeah.
I've told a lot of the guys now, like, hey, just stay away from two main ones. I'm like, if you say anything even partially racist, you're out. Get the hell out of my place. I don't want you here. I tell guys all the time, don't discuss religion. That never ends well.
Right, yeah.
Like,
I know, yeah.
You guys can discuss we have a non-moto
section. You can't even really
do
politics anymore.
We have a non-moto section, so I let guys kind of go politics. But same thing, I tell them, if you guys want to debate, even if you don't agree with each other, debate, discuss. As soon as you guys just start telling each other to F off, then we got a problem.
Right. Oh, I can imagine, man. But well, that's good, man. I'm glad you, like, you being back there makes a lot of sense for what you're good at, for your skills, for your whether it's talking boy. But that's good for the forum, and that's good for that stuff. Yeah. You're a great rider, and you know what the bike's doing underneath you. So testing and bike shootouts and that stuff is right up your alley. Like this is a natural spot for you to go back to. So.
No, and like so I've had the experience there before, so community I'm really good with everybody. Honestly, it was really interesting going from the team because yes, I have to deal with every aspect of our business now more than I even had to before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm literally involved in every end of it, running it now.
Right.
But from the farthest end of the spectrum to the other, my skill set and experience is usable more. Where with the team, there are certain situations where I didn't have the experience or skill set to. You're just saying like, okay, I know how we're gonna fix this, but I guess we'll figure it out. Yeah. Like it, Right. Yes, there was the very far ends of it were very difficult. Where here I can look at the far ends and I'm able to fix the problem, or I'm able to step in and make a difference a lot easier.
Yep. And when you decided to stop the team, and was it? I know I've talked to you about this before, but did Brad come at you to get you to see if you wanted to come back first, or were you closing the team up and then Brad hit you up around the same time?
They came to me before I ever decided to close the team, and there was actually a point where we were trying to figure it out where
you could do
because
both.
The team.
That's right. You were trying to sublet the team or something. Right?
I was gonna set it up where I had two people that were heavily involved. Keith that wanted to do some more of the management side for contracts and back end stuff. We were going to try to move Archer more like a crew chief role, take home more of the technical parts orienting. I was going to try to take a step back because I had spent money for 2 years, hadn't made any money.
Right.
And I was like, I need a real job here soon in life. And then it just kind of there was a big trigger moment that made me have to close the team. And I was lucky enough to be able to like, okay, well, this was already lined up. I'd already signed my employment contract before that point. Months before they announced or anything, we knew what we were doing.
How's Ping doing over at Vital?
He's good.
Does he not like me still, or what is there a lot of dislike there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It happens. Yeah.
Okay.
Leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Michael Lindsay here, brought to you by Decal Works about Vital MX. Let's get to our next caller here. Here we go.
Hey, the pony.
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
What?
I've never heard that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the pony. Dark Side, first show of the year, and can't do the wrap-up show this week. Just can't do it. He has a
traveling, man.
Oh, like if only that podcast machine you have, if only it goes in a case and goes on the road. Like I've never seen this before. So yeah,
I'll be in a truck. I'll be in a truck most of the evening, so it's going to be kind of hard to find a spot.
So you're driving from Texas to A1?
No, I'm driving after work and a couple other things I got to do to Dallas, but it'd be probably 10 o'clock when I get there, and then I'd have to set up and
I got
to have a room in your house to do a show. It's just not logistically going to work.
I've done many podcasts from hotel rooms with that same machine you have, with the same equipment.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I know it's possible. It's just...
I'm feeling a lack of commitment.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, I didn't want to say that, but thank you.
Lack of commitment.
Thank you.
What's the old saying? I'm not
angry.
I'm just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed. Yep, absolutely.
You are a loon ball. I was going to say how great it is to see Michael Lindsay happy. It's a long time.
He's definitely better. It's definitely better. A lot of us were worried about him, and it looks like he's going to pull through. Looks like it's going to be okay.
Yeah, like the last couple of times I saw him at Supercross, he would just not even say hi hardly. Just walk by.
Yeah, I remember one time he was on top with his tent, taking his tent up. I'm like, are you just going to jump? Are you just going to jump?
Oh, I remember that because my exact words were, I thought about jumping, but the fall isn't far enough to kill me.
Yeah.
I said, if anything, I'm just going to walk out on the road.
Yeah, exactly. Where are you at on Jack in the Box, Darkside?
It's almost the worst. Like Wendy's and Jack in the Box suck.
Wendy's does not suck.
I'm on the fence. I've had some bad Wendy's experiences lately, sadly, and I used to love it. But I will always go there for a little frosty.
Jack in the Box, Kellen's Jack in the Box pick is just absolutely terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, it's awful. That's at the bottom of the barrel of fast food.
Terrible.
What about where are you at with Whataburger?
It's okay. I'm not like the born and bred Texans that think it's the best.
Yeah, because there's a strong Whataburger contingent, right, out there in the world.
Yeah. If you're born and raised out here, it's the place to go, and it's like okay to me. But
have you guys?
You're a Texas guy. How about I didn't know this until I was traveling with a buddy recently. Dairy Queens in Texas have this super unique menu that's Texas only. That has like a bunch of stuff on it. You ever go or no?
I live in the town. It's so funny, with the world's largest Dairy Queen. Didn't know shit about a fucking secret menu though.
It's not a secret menu. Just there is a ton of stuff on the menu in Dairy Queen that is unique to Texas.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, they're individually owned, so a lot of them have different menus.
I've never ordered food from Dairy Queen in my life.
It's actually pretty decent.
Is it really?
Biggest thing I'd say, it's not bad. It's not great. It definitely kicks Jack in the Box's ass.
I'm trying to find out. Have you ever had? Hold on. Beth said.
Did you just say it kicks? No.
Dairy Queen
kicks. Food over Jack in the Box food?
Yes.
I liked Mark's reaction
well,
when you said
again,
that.
I can't see for here. There's just this wall. All I see is the top of his head turning like.
It took a couple seconds for that to register, and then when it registered, I didn't like it.
What about like the East Coast place, Checkers? That place rules.
No, I never had
Is
Checkers.
this what we've reverted to? We've run out of things to talk, and we're back on fast food.
What was Betts' place that no one had eaten there? I'm trying to find. I'm scrolling right now. I'm trying to find it.
I don't even remember. It was something he named off. I literally never heard of it.
Yeah, I was asking Pony if he'd heard of it. Maybe it's a East Coast, Texas. Oh, Cookout.
I don't remember what he said.
It's called Cookout.
Oh no, I don't know that one. No.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought
we have a lot of Sonics here too. That's popular.
I've never eaten Sonics.
Hey, so what? I missed this year. What happened to this whole thing about Pony cutting his hair and getting a bike? Did that all go down or no?
Yeah, Minneapolis Supercross. Yeah.
February 18th.
Live show. Yeah, we're doing it. He's getting the pony cut. He's getting a motorcycle out of the deal, and we have the barber already.
Are you guys just gonna do it on stage and then throw it to the crowd, or
no? Kiefer's keeping it and put it in a jar.
Okay.
And then we have he's getting a whole haircut. He's not just getting a pony clip. He's getting a haircut, like a real haircut.
Wow.
So that should be great.
Are you nervous at all? Do you feel the pressure coming on?
You know, there was a moment like a few weeks ago where I called Keith and I said, "Dude, I'm kind of in. I feel like it's a new change." And then now I'm back to being, oh fuck.
I like how I forget her name now. What's her name? The barber we got?
Jilly, I think.
Jilly?
I think it's Jilly, Jillie.
She commented on your Instagram. I love it. She's already on board.
I did see that.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. She seems like a great person to do this, and she's totally down with it. All right.
Understands there's just straight up oddness of this whole thing that's going to go down on stage for a dirt bike.
Yep.
Because it makes so much sense.
So no wrap-up show this week, anybody. So Guts Racing, Motorsport, Seal Savers, and Michelin Bicycle Tires. Go screw yourself, I guess.
They've all fined me.
Yep. And also, too, I got a raise from Michelin on my rates. I gave it to Pony, and this is how he repays Michelin. This is how he does it.
We'll make it up, Steve. I'm sure there'll be a week when you're off, and I'll do a classic wrap-up or something. I'll make it up.
All right. Okay. All right.
Oh, there's some
I'll do it next week. I'm going to take my notes on the plane Tuesday night, and I'm going to get everything. I'll probably have to take the day off of work Wednesday to put all the audio together and do it Wednesday. So I'm still – next week's not easy either, but I'm making it happen next week.
How many races are you going to go to, Pony?
5 or 6 I've got booked. I can't remember.
All right.
Yeah. So Mini obviously being one of them. So
yeah, Mini, Dallas, Anaheim.
Yeah. And we've talked about this a few times. Everybody gives you shit for being an asshole, blah, blah, blah. I'd already bought my tickets for Mini. People need to know you. Like, hey, I got that. You're covering the flights for that. So you're always giving, man. I don't think everybody realizes.
Listen, I'm 1.5 million. I'm worth according to Vital MX, so it's not a problem.
At 1.5 to 3. There was somebody that posted there once says you're worth $3 million.
Yeah.
Damn, you need to get my hotel too then.
What do you think? I got Millsap's money? I mean, what are you guys thinking here? You guys think I'm some loaded rider like that? Like, I mean,
he's a fat fucker.
Yeah. You walk in this. I'm just sorry. The gate on the way in. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of people live in gated communities, Michael. A lot of people live in gated communities.
In front of your house.
It's the double gate.
It's a double. The other one's just a door. It's just a door, everybody. It's not a gate. It's just a door.
Have you been here yet, Pony?
Pony was here.
Oh yeah. I had to get security clearance, and I got escorted in though.
Yeah.
No more talking about the house. No more. That's it. We're not doing that anymore.
Fuck you. You're fired.
Is JT still in the bungalow?
Yeah, I think he's still there. I haven't seen.
All right. Walk across the balcony.
All right. So what else for Ferrandis? You said it says here Ferrandis.
Oh yeah. I'm on the. I picked him when I was in studio. I'm still on that bandwagon with Michael Lindsay. He's the champ.
The champ.
I didn't say champ. I said he had seen on top 3. I'm Cooper
Michael said that Ferrandis is the guy that could break up the little 3 monopoly there, get some wins, and finish top 3.
Yeah.
You're not calling
I'm
for
the
championship.
No, I'm calling.
I'm calling for the championship. I'm sticking by it.
All right. Well, he's got to get better starts. That's for sure. That's step one.
Have you talked to DV about starts lately?
No, I haven't. Who knows? DV probably would just be like, just.
Fuck you, you're fired.
That's it. That's what DV would say. That's it. All right, Dark Side. Anything else?
No, I think that's it. Good show, Michael. Good having you back, man.
It is good having him back. It is good having him back. How's the love life going?
It's going good, man. It's going good.
Okay.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
I told her she could pick a race to go to, and she said definitely not Minneapolis. She's not happy.
That is not the one I would go to.
No, that one's not. That's not a good one. It's cold.
Well, she doesn't want to go because of the hair thing. She's not thrilled, but hey, that deal was made when we were not together.
Right.
Hey, soak and poke.
Actually, speaking of Mini and DV, one of my last memories of going to Minneapolis a couple years ago is somehow I ended up with DV and somebody else when we were running around the outside of the stadium trying to find our way in. It's freezing balls.
Yeah.
And we come across you, and you're still wearing shorts, your flip-flops, and you're standing with a coffee in your hand.
I don't have flip-flops on.
It was maybe
I don't think I have flip-flops.
You had straight up. You had shorts, though, and a very, very light long-sleeve shirt.
Yeah.
And DV looks at you and asks you something like, "Are you crazy?" And you're like, "It's not that bad." And DV's like, "You're going to die out here."
That's what DV would say. No, man, I'm Canadian. It's not that bad. I mean, the 1 year leaving the 1 year. I mean, it was massive snowstorm. My Uber guy got stuck. I had to push him out twice to get to me on the side of the stadium. Like, it was nuts. And even for me being Canadian, I'm like, this is a serious blizzard.
The year we were there, we did the FXR snow bike thing the 2 years in a row.
That might have been the same year then.
It was the second year. It was so iced over in the parking lot of the hotel. I had Mike Brown and Antar, somebody in my car, and we go to stop, and I'm literally going 2 miles an hour, and I'm just sliding across the parking lot. The car wouldn't stop. I mean, you could walk. Literally could get out
that's
of
where
the car.
Someone tore their ACL, crashed it out, and Barsha crashed.
Was it Harrison crashed in the parking lot?
A bunch of dudes were just eating shit on their bikes. So.
Harrison. Oh no, it was Kyle Peters.
Yeah. All right, Darkside, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
Great work on the wrap up this week. That's really awesome. So that's great.
You're welcome.
Okay, cock. All right, see you, man. That's Darkside, everybody. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
That's the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. These are tweets submitted to at PulpMX Show on Twitter. Tallon picks the best ones and makes it work. Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts. I can't talk about these guys anymore. I've been talking about them all night. They're great. Great
That's
return policy.
Great. Keep talking about them.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Motorsport.com, guys. We got the Motorsport.com Whole Shot Challenge this week, too. By the way, when's Industry Idiots closed? Is it Thursday?
It is Thursday, yes.
So, listen, jerk-offs. It's $100. It's tons of payout.
Don't lose money with the rest of us.
Do not try to get in after Thursday. Dan Truman will not accept you. So if you want to get in the Industry Idiots, hit me up on Twitter or use the contact form on Pulp. I'll pass you on to Dan, and he'll show you how to do it.
And when you get the email, read the email. God. Read the email.
There was a guy, he sent out that email, and the dude literally messed up in like 5 minutes and sent me an email, go, yeah, I screwed up again.
It's incredible, the stuff that we see.
It's incredible. It's passwords, rules, it's all there, people. You just gotta read it.
Someone asked someone replied and said, when's the deadline? And the very first thing at the top of the email in big letters is the deadline.
It's incredible. PulpMXFantasy.com. So yeah, if you want to play fantasy, sign up this year. We got a mulligan, so if you pay a little extra money, then we'll pick your team for you out of the random riders that you're eligible to pick, and it'll make things a little bit better for you if you've got to go to a wedding or you don't have service or whatever. We still can't pick 7. It's not going to happen, Weege. You got to pick 8. All right, let's do this, Tallon.
All right, first one from the Voice of the Drunken People for Michael. How does a guy in his 20s buy a $200,000 semi and largely self-fund a race team?
Credit card debt. No, I mean. Okay. Leased on the semi, so didn't have to pay for it up front. Spent every dime I had in my savings. Really good sponsors. A couple cool people I see helping, but yeah, mostly credit card debt.
Mm-hmm.
Credit card debt.
Oh boy.
Yay.
All right, from DCMX 19. What's everyone's thoughts on J-Bone's new job? Does this mean Steve will direct Tough Block talk at him now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll direct Tough Block talk at anybody who listens to me. Nothing we can do. Nothing we can do to Tough Blocks.
So what you're saying
they
is
just
J-Bone
scatter
should
everywhere on
just
the
not
track.
talk to you.
I like this role. I like John Gallagher. I had a good relationship with John. I don't think John stopped talking to me after I criticized him for some of his moves, and I understand that. So he stopped talking to me, and that's fine too. He probably didn't like.
So is Gallagher not going to the race
He's
anymore?
done, yeah.
Done? Okay.
So, but I thought John was too emotional. I thought John was too, kind of in your face with these rulings and stuff. And so now it's going to be Thule, Tim McAdams, and Mike Pelletier and J-Bone. They're going to look at video. They're going to talk to the people involved in these incidents, come to an agreement, 3 of them, take a vote on it or whatever, and try to have the best punishment available to these people. I mean, when you look at the jumping on the red cross and the jumping on the yellows, that's all in the rule book on how those get penalized as far as how many spots you gain, then you get one extra one and that kind of stuff. So it all makes sense, those kind of rulings. I like it. I think J-Bone's a reasonable dude.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
Yep.
Yeah. With all that?
Yeah.
Even the John Gallagher part?
I agree with everything you just said.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry if that's shocking.
No. Moving on.
Next one from Jordan L. 1992. Ferrandis, AC, Sexton, AP, and Mookie. Who does not win a Supercross in 22?
Ferrandis, AP, Mookie,
Sexton, and AC.
I think AC, Sexton, and Ferrandis win, so AP and Mookie do not win races.
I'd have to agree, sadly.
Okay. All right. That's 2 for 2. Yeah.
You're making this too easy for him.
I know.
No, it's
I need a waffle.
It's because I'm
more.
a fucking genius, and people are finally understanding it.
Okay, I don't agree with that.
It's taking
finally
12 years of the Pulp Show, and finally my genius is being revealed to the world.
So can we spend the next year's 12 years talking about your mansion then, since it took you 12 years to get to this point?
No, it's not it's basically the same square footage as the last house. Somebody wants to make that a T-shirt too, by the way. That's how that.
Yeah, we can.
Hey, there's
I think
I don't care if it's the same square
footage.
Hey, even if it's the same square footage, it's like going from a fucking tent to.
The other house was pretty nice, bro. That other house was nice. Got a really good studio. The studio in the other house was nicer than this studio.
Yeah, why don't you just add on?
All right, yeah, here we go.
Just build an add-on.
All right.
Why aren't we across the balcony in the other?
All right, from Lax Defense Coach for Michael. Is there a bike suspension that was so miserable to work on you wanted to launch the set to the moon?
I feel bad saying this. 2019 Suzuki RMZ 250 when I went to Japan to ride the bike. That was my impression while we were there, is I wanted to launch it to the moon. Dennis Stapleton was with me on this trip, and I remember at one point we kept changing everything on our bikes. We're not happy. All the engineers from Suzuki that were there at this intro. At one point, Dennis asked one of the guys, hey, who's the main test rider for this thing? And they pointed at this guy, which at the time I was light. I was like 155 pounds. Dennis was a little bit heavier. The guy he pointed at couldn't have weighed more than 135 pounds. At this point, suspension did not move for either of us. So we're looking at this old guy, and Dennis so he's the main test rider. They're yeah. He goes, can we see him do a demonstration ride? And I'll kind of look at each other, and the demonstration ride? Why? Stapleton's I want to see if the suspension even moves when he rides the bike.
Yeah.
And collectively, the group's oh.
I'll tell you what. You take apart some mid-'80s stuff before cartridge forks, and it's got a fucking cone with a hole drilled in it and a spring. And that's your fucking suspension. And you're just how did anybody how do you?
I'd take that over.
Yeah, I guess.
At least it would move.
Right. Good point.
All right, next one from Greg Morrison, 81. What's the word on Triumph and their MX and Enduro bikes?
I've heard nothing.
It says,
I know more about a Stark.
What does the best journalist in the MX industry know?
I've seen
That's me or Michael?
Well, probably Michael, actually.
Okay. You've seen the Triumph?
Mm-hmm. I've seen a photo of it.
Oh. Where'd you see that? How'd you see that?
Somebody showed it to me on the phone.
Oh. Okay.
Send it
back
to me.
at Loretta's.
Loretta's?
Back at Loretta's.
So IT's doing testing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Ricky's rode it.
Ricky's rode it, and IT's doing testing. It's a WP bike?
No.
It's not?
KYB.
Oh, okay. All right. I heard WP steel frame.
Steel frame, yes. KYB suspension.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So they're getting somewhere with it. I think The Stark guys want to fly us out to Spain.
Spain sometime in March.
Is that what they're saying?
That's
okay.
when I asked when I interviewed with them.
Right.
Yeah. Triumph. If they stay on.
I want to ride it. I really want to ride it. I really want to ride it. I don't know if I want to go to Spain to ride it.
Come on, you'll go to Spain to ride it.
Will there be tacos?
I'm sure there'll be tacos.
I'm in.
Okay, that was easy. No, I think we'll end up seeing something on the Triumph by the end of Supercross.
Okay.
Based on something I saw.
Right.
I think.
And Beta's coming in. So we got Beta, maybe Triumph, Stark if they allow. Yeah, it's kind of exciting.
I think Supercross next year. We're in 2020. 2023 Supercross. There is a high chance we will have 9 OEMs racing.
You think?
High chance.
You think the Stark's going to get let in?
I wasn't counting the Stark. I meant 9 OEMs without the Stark.
Well, what's the last one then?
Beta, Triumph, and then the existing 7.
I thought it was
Gas has a 7.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
And then Suzuki's got a new 450 coming.
Stop it.
Yep.
That's not true.
I just fucking kick it.
All right.
No more kicking it.
From Smorsky 281 for Mike. Can you put into perspective how fast the pros are compared to your local A and B riders? Are the LCQ guys waxing your weekend A-class winner?
I actually have a story that might fit with this. So I remember going to a Supercross with my older half-brother, Tice, and he didn't grow up around the industry like I did or anything. He played basketball, all stick and ball sports. We were at a Supercross, and I feel bad saying this, but we were poor. I'm not trying to bag on, but we were watching 450B practice, watching Dustin Pipes try to get on the track. It's a real technical track. Dustin was struggling in the whoops in a few sections, and my brother actually made a comment about it. A few months later, we're in Utah, where my brother lived at the time, and we were riding a local track before the national that they held at Miller. And Dustin Pipes was out there pretty much going 10 seconds faster than their best local pro. And my brother's like, who's that? I'm like, that's Dustin Pipes. And he's like, I'm like, the guy you were like kind of making fun of at Supercross months ago.
Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, think about how fast A-Ray is.
A-Ray actually goes as much credit we give him, shows up a little tray, he rips.
Right.
Yeah. About the only place like a local pro doesn't, or a LCQ level guy doesn't look like he rips is maybe like a local SoCal track when there's a bunch of fast amateurs.
Right.
Any other state you go to, those guys are just freaking a whole different planet.
All right, next one from Same Square Footage.
It's just, I love this
For
guy.
an uneducated new viewer looking at past seasons, is Kayaba suspension like factory Yamaha had in 05 similar to KYB today?
No, KYB stuff today is better than the stuff from 05.
Yeah, our stuff in 05 wasn't. I was at Yamaha then.
Yeah.
Wasn't anything special.
No, I'd say production stuff right now is better.
Yeah.
I think it would shock. I hear
this. Well, the Showa stuff is direct copies of a kit from whatever, 4 years ago.
They basically both are. Actually, so yeah, production Showa last year was the same that was on Roxon's fork 3 years prior, and then they updated. The factory on team went to a different mid-speed blow off a year later, and now that's on production this year.
Yeah,
but
so
tubing cartridge is all the same.
Right.
The factory Honda guys are running the production catalog right now.
Yeah.
The shock bodies on the kit Showas are still a little bit unique. KYB stuff, it would terribly disappoint. My team had the same stuff started. You can go buy it.
That's by the rules though.
It's based off the 2012 KX 450 PSF1, and there's nothing Ross built some cool parts, but it's not a whole different planet.
Not like a whole other option.
Yeah.
Is the air spring fork Ferrandis is Ferrandis using that, or is he all air?
I think Ferrandis. I
don't feel like this air spring fork is really catching on.
The hybrid.
The hybrid thing.
So I'm trying to think. Last year, factory I'm on was him and Plessinger. I think Plessinger was on it, but I don't know about Mookie, but I think Dylan was still on the PSF1 like the 250 Star Team was. I think
fully
it was
air.
Full
I
air. think AP was on the hybrid PSF4.
I don't think the hybrid thing is really working.
I've said it works really well, but it's just complicated. And there's just not that many. It can't be used in the 250 class because it doesn't meet any homologation rule whatsoever. And then they don't have a lot of 450 teams right now inside the Yamaha thing, so you just don't see a lot of it.
Right.
And I'm guessing probably Tomax-ish, he's probably just on.
But Showa's got a system too.
Yeah, I don't know how far they ever went with it. They had a real minor air assist one. They went the 1 year with the cats where they were just adding like
Stu years.
1 or 2. No,
Oh.
Stu never rode spring air assist fork.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Oh yeah,
He
for
was
sure.
on like
No,
the TAC version though, right?
I don't know what, but he tried it for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was kind of more after it. They made a big push on it the 1 year, and then the KYB one.
Nick was doing some
way
testing for
different.
it.
Yeah.
Nick was doing some work on it. But as far as you know, even the Showa Air Spring Hybrid.
I don't
not,
think they're on it right. I don't know anybody's touching it right now on the Showa side.
It's either air or spring or whatever.
And I don't know anybody. Showa isn't doing any air stuff in the U.S. basically.
Really?
Not that I'm aware of.
So nobody really gets to try it. Yeah.
Not on Showa because they never built an air system that was both legs. Like the PSF1 fork is really simplistic that Star uses, and like we ran and they ran Supercross with really good luck. Showa did that whole TAC fork split. Separate functions. They've never really done the other system.
Okay. All right.
They've been messing with bigger shocks. Like Showa was messing around with a shock for a while where most of the shock bodies are 50 millimeter with an 18 shaft. They were running like a 55 millimeter shock body with a way bigger compression adjuster. And I think the shaft size might even been a little bigger. They were playing like AC had tested it, and I know the Honda guys had tested a version of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the sake of clarity, does Tallon have to put money in the house talk jar, or does the Twitter user have to put money in the house talk jar?
I just asked the questions, bro.
No, but he picks the questions. He knows what he's doing when he picks.
He
the questions.
chose to read that.
Yeah. He knows what he's done.
I just want to point out because the guy who did the square footage is the same guy that makes all the Twitter accounts based off these inside jokes. He made the cat in the podcast room one for a while. I figured out when I got here today there is a cat at this house.
Now there is.
There is a cat. I am not insane.
Right. There was no cat when you were over.
I'm pretty sure there was a fucking cat last time.
I don't think
I saw a cat. I
don't
saw
think
a cat.
you did. I don't.
Users on the feed saw a cat. I saw
No,
a
we
cat.
went back and looked at the feed.
I don't care.
There was no cat
No,
on the
but
feed.
I think people on the feed said they saw a cat.
I
but
saw
we
a
went
cat.
back
I
and
know
looked.
we went back and looked, and there was no cat. But I think
saw a freaking cat,
multiple people. There was a cat sighting. So
No.
There was a freaking cat.
We
man.
watched the feed.
I understand what you're saying.
It's Ghost
Okay.
Cat, man.
No, that's funny.
Ghost cat.
Ghost Cat.
All right, question to Michael from Joe. How does VitalMX explain to his advertisers and sponsors about the racism, sexism, hate speech, and misinformation that
saw
runs
this.
rampant on the website?
This guy, he's
This
really.
guy
I read
has
this whole
followed
thread.
me around on us on Twitter for
I mean,
weeks.
you try to do what you can. You don't catch everything, I'm
That's
sure.
right. We have the largest message board in motocross. It's thousands of posts a day, like tens of thousands a day. I cannot read everything. I have a guy that every time he perceives anything, and not to be wrong, like some people, like I do say racist shit, we get rid of them. But like he keeps tagging like VitalMX has a white supremacist on staff. He's calling Ping a white supremacist.
Nah, this guy was?
Yeah. And then he says he's got folders and folders of proof. And I'm like, dude, if you run into somebody that you think's right, we have a report system. Like, send me a report. Instead, they go on Twitter and tag me and go, you have racist stuff or something. I'm like, well, where?
Yeah.
You don't know. There's thousands of threads to look for. I can't read through everything.
Right.
No advertiser asked because, yes, there are stupid people. I can't control what dumb people post.
I'm sure you've
don't have
missed.
that
I'm
ability.
sure you've missed some egregious stuff. You're only a human. You don't see everything.
I feel like somebody will point something. I've been up for 3 or 4 days. I'm like, that thread title is so stupid. I had no interest in reading this topic.
Yeah. But I mean, this guy here, I read the whole. I mean, he's just out to. It just seems like it's like, guy, relax a little bit.
He's been posting for weeks on this one. Weeks and weeks and weeks.
Well,
not too bad.
All right. Well, tell.
send
this guy.
I got blamed so many times.
Yeah. I mean, you tried to stop it, and what can
Yes.
you do?
We do. That's again, as I tell my chat, we have a report.
I mean,
system.
I have my differences with Ping, but I don't think he's a white supremacist.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as I know.
Yeah, and he keeps saying he'll keep telling like, Joe, how is he? And he just keeps racist, white. I'm like, I still don't see it. Where's I'm waiting for this proof. I got folders of it. I'm still waiting.
That's the world we live in now, right? Yep.
Yeah.
From Abide Moto, for both of you, what has been the best A1 race ever, in your opinion?
Well, you got the R.J. Bailey won in '86. The Millsaps Canard was great.
That's a lot
14.
more current. That one's really good.
Roxon, no. Webb, no. That wasn't A1. A1 was never a Triple Crown, right?
No.
Anyone stands up for you guys?
No, Kennard and Millsaps was it for me.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that was.
The Barsha AC one was good. AC was leading. Barsha got him.
Yep.
Mookie led for a little bit.
Yeah. Dino led one
for a little bit.
Was that A1 that Dino led?
Yeah, that was A1, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen some good races for sure. The Baggett Glendale round 2 win was great too. That was a great race.
I think about the one where RV crashed like 5 times. Quite a bit.
14-ish or 15. Yeah, you got 14.
When Stu crashed in the whoops, trying to pass Roxon.
Was that A1?
I think that was the same race.
Was Dunge on Stu A1? That was A1 too. Knocked him out.
The one, was that the first one where Dungy led him all down to the last lap and Stu passed him in Dungy's 450 debut?
Different race.
Yeah, I don't.
I thought that was A1.
I didn't think it was A1.
Because I thought that was the big point. Came out on the 450,
Right.
led Stu down to like 1 or 2 laps to go at A1 the one year.
In 2010.
Yes, in his 450 debut.
Well, it wouldn't have been his 450 debut because that was Minneapolis. But it's
full
time.
Full time.
Right, got it.
Full time.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so those stand out.
From Lax defense coach.
You already asked that question from that
guy. He has another good one. Bigger potential headache for team managers, the ever-changing COVID landscape of testing and requirements, or the logjam of parts availability?
Parts.
Yeah.
COVID regulations are pretty basic to deal with at races. Parts will make you literally yank your
What % of riders do you think have fake vax cards?
A very large amount, because I know a lot that have admitted to it.
Would you go 75%?
I don't know if I'd go that high, but I'd at least go 40.
40%.
40 to 50. Yep. A lot that got it.
All right, good to know. So if you're not vaccinated, they say you can't get a hard card. I find that hard to believe. Like, you're telling me Eli Tomac's not going to get a hard card?
I think riders are different than media staff, and then team staff is. I think it depends on position. I think manager no matter gets one, but I heard mechanics. I'm sure factory teams get more leniency, but I know a lot of smaller teams. If you're a mechanic and you're not vax, you have to wristband every weekend.
Every weekend. You test, then you wristband.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
From Mac McGuire, feature headline: A-Mart out chizzes Chiz,
nope.
Or Martin misses many mains.
As much as it pains me to say, I'll go the second one, but I don't think Martin misses many mains. But I don't think he
ain't out chizzing the chiz.
He ain't out chizzing the chiz.
Nobody out chizzes the chiz.
No, the chiz is just too strong. The chiz is too strong with him.
From Jut 127, just how invested is Mitch into Kawasaki or vice versa? Could we ever see him switch brands?
I never thought he would leave Thor, so he did do that. Yeah, sure, he could leave. Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't.
As far as I'm aware, he was one of the ones that was contacted by Triumph.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he's contacted by a lot of. Yeah, I could see him leaving. I wouldn't put odds on it, but I could see it.
Okay, last one from Jut again. I feel every fan of our sport. Jut 127. Yeah. I feel every fan of our sport wishes they worked within the industry. Steve or Michael, what's the absolute worst, most frustrating thing to deal with working in the industry?
It's a good question. Michael, what do you think? I mean,
he sent it to me, so he better have an answer.
Oh, you sent it?
Yeah, I sent a screenshot of a couple tweets. I thought it'd be fine to answer.
Oh, okay. I don't know. There's a lot of fucking like flaky dudes, but I feel like at this point I can sniff those guys out and just move on with my life. But there are people in the pits, whether it's sponsors or agents or that make big promises, like big ones, like, hey, this is going to go down and this is going to happen and just stay tuned, and then nothing happens, like just fucking crickets. And you're like, yeah, dude. So like people tell me things and I'm just like, I'll believe it when I see it, man. Moving on. Like like there's a lot of, and I don't even know, is it lying or is it just like trying to hype up your project or something?
And I don't know where it ends the top, because I would agree with that same thing, because I ran into the team thing. Is like people would make really big promises on stuff. So you tell everybody, well, hey, we're getting this, or this is getting handled, or we're getting these parts on, and then said person bails, and then you're stuck looking like the liar. Like, well, I'm sorry, I was just passing on what I was told. So it's at some point somebody has straight up lied, and then everybody below them has had to pretty much pass on.
Yeah.
Ends up looking like the liar.
Yeah. I guess broken promises would be my thing. I remember I've said this a few times when I was a mechanic trying to get a job. Like I couldn't get a fucking phone call back from people on like shitty teams, and I'm like, dude, listen, I know you have a shitty team and you can only pay me $400 a week or whatever, but can you just tell me that you can or can't hire me? Because I'll stop bothering you. If you just tell me on the phone, hey, man, I'm thinking between you and another guy, I'll let you know in 2 weeks. Or, hey, man, I don't have a job for you. If you say either, like, just tell me something. Don't keep ignoring the phone calls. Don't tell me to call you and then never fucking give me an answer or call me back. So that used to bug the shit out of me. And I like to think that now I don't do that myself. I like to think like I do communicate, hey, man, I can't do this. I can't do this. I don't know yet. And you're on your phone a lot, Michael, by the way.
I am.
Okay.
I'm looking up something.
What are you looking up?
I was looking up, I was thinking, 2010, Dungey led Stu down to like 2 laps ago in his rookie. I just want to make sure it was 10.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so that's my 2 things.
No! That's horrible.
All right, everybody, that's motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon segment. Hunter Lawrence, Steve Westfall, Phil Nicoletti, Scott Huddleston, not Stone, Huddleston, Jericho, Tod Hammock, JT, all on the show tonight. Best interview for you, Michael.
That's tough. It goes.
Chris Betts also.
Westfall.
Yeah, I think Westfall too. What about you, Marks?
I'm going to go Hunter.
All right.
I'll go Phil to be different.
Phil's good. Phil's
always good.
He was actually,
and Mr. Scott.
He wasn't as grouchy as
Mr.
much.
Scott. I like Mr. Scott.
Yeah. Phil wasn't as, the only part that Phil was really grouchy at was I ain't paying for your shit or something like about the fantasy thing. That was it.
Phil's always super nice to me when I call him, and then he gets on the phone and
Phil turns it on.
I just want him to call me Mr. Travis one day. That's my goal in life.
You don't pay him. When you pay him,
my goal in life is
Mr.
to be
Coy, it's
Mr.
Mr. Travis, it's Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas.
We're going to get there.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas is
I'm going to hit up Thomas. Hey, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas Victor, our buddy there. Michael, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming back in. It's been a while. I'm glad you're in a better headspace than you were.
We are getting there.
We're moving on up, and you're going to be getting kicked out of semi trucks in no time. Right back to the old days.
Oh God.
Thanks for coming in, though. I appreciate it. We'll get you back up here at some point. Do some Supercross talk. Thank you, people, for listening. Thanks to our guests tonight: Hunter Lawrence, Steve Westfall, Phil Nicoletti, Scott Huddleston, Tod Hammock, Chris Betts, Jason Thomas, Jericho, as well.
Quite a few guys on.
We did. Yeah, a lot of phone calls. Marks, thank
Pony.
you. Pony.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pony.
Thank you.
Marks, thank you.
Yep.
Marks, tell him.
What?
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 Thank you.
App. Fantasy.
He's still mad about Jack in the Box.
It's on the port.
What comes first? Fantasy or app? Live show pages to buy tickets or Yamaha raffle?
Live show pages, probably. Well,
okay.
Yeah, live show pages and privateer raffle will be within like the next week or so.
Okay.
So definitely those first.
We're doing that, and we got live shows. It's in St. Louis, live shows in Minneapolis. Stay tuned to buy tickets on that. I'm working on some other ones as well. So we got that going on. Tallon, thank you. Thanks for stepping in at the last minute.
Always.
For the other guy.
Courtney had to fill in for me, so it was the least I could do.
Our fans want Courtney back for sure.
Kids wanted Courtney back.
She said no?
No, she didn't. Oh. She probably would have.
Yeah, she would have. Thank you, people, for listening. We'll be back next week to recap Anaheim 1 with Chris Kiefer and others. So thank you for listening. Appreciate it. Thanks for listening. Thanks to Pookie. Thanks to Swisscore. No thanks to that Moser guy. And we will see you next week.
Yeah. I am a shitty media guy. No doubt about it.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went